Chapter 12. Mirta Gev to Alan Habur. Am returning to Coruscant. Have not received your replies to previous messages. Please confirm rendezvous point. Have heart of fire. Mirta Gev's comlink text to suspect Alan Habur. Intercepted by Galactic Alliance Guard Signals Squad. Passed to Colonel Solo for evaluation. Jason Solo's apartment, Rotunda Zone. The one thing you could count on with Corellians was that if you knocked them down, they got up again and again and again. Jason had been too preoccupied with the anti-terror operations to devote time to sensing what Thrak and Sal Solo might be doing from a strategic point of view. Fleet intelligence seemed to have that under control, but he knew that Centerpoint would remain an issue as long as it hadn't been totally destroyed, and this morning his uncle didn't disappoint him. Jason had joined the billions of Coruscanti whose morning now began by switching on the HNE news, even before the first cup of caf, to check how close to war they were getting. HNE was running an interview from Corellian Holonews with Sal Solo, in which he announced work was about to start on restoring Centerpoint Station to operational status. Jason wasn't sure if Sal Solo had the capacity to do that, or how long he might take to achieve it, but it was perfect timing. If this didn't persuade the Alliance to authorize the blockade of Corellia, nothing would. Striking at Corellia's industrial orbiters would have achieved far more, far faster, but he knew a blockade could achieve the same ends in time. Time means lives. Time means more chaos. We always think that time will resolve things, but it never has. He forgot about caf and breakfast, left Ben to sleep off the previous night's operation, and went straight to the Senate. Niathal, always an early riser, had beaten him to it. He found her in Omus's offices, and he knew the Admiral and he had one thing in mind. Omus was watching the holoscreen he now had running permanently in his private office. "Diplomacy by holonews," he said irritably. Niathal nodded at Jason to sit beside her, a little psychological display of unity in front of their reluctant chief. "Did you think Sal Solo would pick up the comlink and ask if it was okay to start work on Centerpoint again?" Jason glanced discreetly at her. Her expressions were becoming as easy to read as her emotions. She was satisfied. "I don't think we have any choice," he said. "We can't ignore this." "I hate that phrase." Omus turned down the audio volume, "because it's usually true these days." "It's going to take 2 fleets to isolate Corellia," said Niathal. "I'm asking you for authority to pull the 3rd and 5th fleets back from exercises on the Outer Rim." Omus wore an expression of weary resignation, but the edge in his voice said different. "I need authority from the Senate first." "Getting 2 fleets into position to begin a blockade takes time. You start on the Senate procedures, and we'll get the logistics in hand. Then we'll be ready to deploy as soon as the authority is given." "We?" Omus asked pointedly, looking at Jason. "The Defense Force," Niathal said stiffly. "Well, you catch on eventually, Chief," thought Jason. "Yes, we've taken sides, and she's not on yours." "Don't jump the gun," said Omus. "I have to table this as an emergency motion. We have to carry the rest of the Alliance with us." But it was a foregone conclusion as far as Niathal was concerned. Jason followed the Admiral out into the corridor and into her offices at the far end of the floor. They didn't speak until the doors were closed behind them and she had pressed a key set in her desk. "Just to be certain," she said, "this is the secure link that doesn't go via Fleet Comsen." "You're recalling those 2 fleets, aren't you?" "I don't have to ask the Senate's authority to move assets already committed to exercises. So you just bring them back home for exercises. Here." "Almost." She hit a few more keys. "No point letting the enemy prepare for a blockade, or it just prolongs the thing. I've drawn up plans for the blockade. Total exclusion zone? No. 2 exclusion zones. One to stop Corellia resupplying Centerpoint from the surface. If we rely purely on isolating Corellia from the outside, then the embargo will take years to bite. If they can't get material up to Centerpoint, then that does the job a lot faster." Jason thought about the mass of industrial orbiters strung around the planet. That means creating 2 picket lines as sterile zones. That's why I need both fleets. I'm going to share the plan with the fleet commanders. Then they stand off a couple of hours' jump from Corellia, and they're ready to deploy the moment the Senate gives the word. You're sure you can trust them? They're both Mon Calamari. Yes, I trust them. Holmes is getting cold feet. They can get as cold as he likes. But Sal Solo is not just refusing to disarm, he's rearming. I think that'll get the Alliance's attention. Jason heard Lumia's voice within him, reminding him of the inevitability of it all, and that if he embraced his role, his duty, he could bring order to the galaxy. He thought of his 5 years of studying every arcane school of Force philosophy, and wondered what more Lumia could show him to bring him to the status of a Sith Master. He couldn't imagine it. So he simply seized the tenuous ideas and thoughts that welled up in his mind, not knowing their source or validity, but eager to accept that his intuition might be the key. He was running on instinct, not intellect. Feel, don't think. Even the Jedi taught him that. See, you don't think of yourself as a Jedi any longer. Jason had no idea whose voice that was. His, Lumia's, another's entirely, but he surrendered to it. "I would like to play a role in the blockade," he said. Niathal projected a hollow chart of the Corellian system onto the wall and stood back to study it. "You're a fighter pilot, aren't you? Like your sister." "I'd like a command, a ship, a squadron. I'm confusing you, aren't I? I thought you already had quite a substantial command as head of the Galactic Alliance Guard." "I'd like to show that I'm prepared to fight in the front line," Jason said. "I think everyone knows that from your combat record." "That wasn't against my father's homeworld." "Ah, the ultimate loyalty test," said Niathal, "if you like." "Very well. You can have temporary group command. That'll include the squadron your sister commands. Unusual to have one colonel under another, but it's not unknown. If that doesn't demonstrate that the Solo family puts nation before family, I don't know what will." "It's more than that. I have to have the respect and support of more than one admiral. I need the rank and file to see me as their own, too, just in case you can't deliver their loyalty. Or you change your mind about me." "Thank you, Admiral." Admiral Niathal gave him a tight-lipped smile and moved icons of battleships around her chart with the motion of one finger. "Time I brought the exercises to an end, then." The icons had become a 3-dimensional net around Corellia, separating the planet from its industrial facilities, which lay entirely in orbiting stations far above the pleasantly rural planet. The Corellians wished to keep unspoiled countryside free from industrial sprawl, now made them very vulnerable. "I'm calling Index 5 days early. The commanders know what I have in mind now." Niathal went to her desk-com, and the message that would effectively start the war was, ironically, one that usually brought maneuvers to a halt. Jason watched the small screen as the encryption program took the plain language text and wrapped it in a secure algorithm. Index, index, index. "End of exercise," said Niathal, "and the start of the real war." Slave 1, en route to Corellia. "What's up with you?" Fett asked. Myrta kept chewing her lip, It was a very discreet habit, but Fett was alert to small detail. Hunters had to be.
"Where are we heading?"
"Corellia."
"You said Coruscant."
"No, you said Coruscant." Fett switched the navigation display to a 3D holochart so that she could see it shimmering above the console in front of the view screen. "I've got business in Corellia first." She fell silent, and seeing as she hadn't said a great deal on the journey anyway, he wasn't shocked, but something had agitated her. Maybe it was the messages she kept sending to Coruscant. Aelin wasn't answering. Fett wondered when Myrta would work out that monitoring transmissions to and from Slave 1, even those made via private comlinks, was part of the ship's security system. Maybe it was time to shake Myrta down a little.
"I've lost contact with my customer,"
Myrta said at last. Points for honesty, then. She might not want to pay up. Is it just the necklace, or did you have information for her?
"Information, too."
You weren't stupid enough to give her that data over the comlink, were you?
"No."
Then she'll pay up.
I'm more worried about her safety. She was on a job."
"I know. Yeah, dead customers don't pay."
"Exactly."
But Mira's voice sounded small and afraid for once. Maybe she wasn't quite the experienced bounty hunter she made herself out to be. Fett decided that Aelin was too sharp an operator to risk transmissions when she was hunting someone like Han Solo. She was his daughter, after all. Some of his genes must have made her what she was. And few bounty hunters made enough credits to be able to afford Fett's line in secure communications kit. She'd be there, somewhere. He opened his own comlink. It didn't matter if Myrta heard this. "Bevine," he said. "Bevine, I have a job I'd like to discuss with you." It took a while for Bevine to answer.
"Mandalore?"
"Bevine, Thrakansal Solo wants us to fight for him, defending Centerpoint Station."
"Yes, it's all over the news. He was on HNE this morning about rebuilding it yet again. War's about to kick off. Solo's son is head of the Alliance's secret police, and the Corellians are really odd-in-law about it."
"Assemble as many commandos as you can. Meet me on Drawl in 2 days at Hallen's Bar."
"It goes down 5 years ago. Try the Zeria. Same street."
"I'm out of touch. Too much time on Terrace." "Okay, make it the Zeria."
"I can probably get 6 together by then. Almost everyone else has headed back to Mandalore."
6. Too busy to do their duty.
"Why?" "It's harvest time. Quite a few of us have farms."
"Aren't the women supposed to look after that?" Bevine had an adopted daughter. Fett couldn't recall her name, but he was sure she was old enough to run a farm. "What happened to the Rapid Response Force?" Bevine's voice chilled perceptibly.
"If there was a real war on, we'd be pretty rapid."
Fett was almost distracted by the idea of his Mandalorian troops doing something as banal as farming. He'd never thought much about what they did when they weren't deployed, but they had wives and children, and lives. "Whoever you can get in 2 days, then." Fett closed the link. Myrta stared at him, clearly appalled. "So you disapprove of fighting for Corellia?" She shrugged.
"I was thinking that you don't know much about what's happening on your own world, considering you're supposed to be the Mandalore."
"I don't even live there."
"The Yuuzhan Vong hit the Mandalore sector as badly as anywhere, Fett."
It was the first time she'd addressed him by name.
"Everyone's still rebuilding. You know what your own name means? Farmer. Vet. It's Mondoa for farmer."
"I know that." Dad came from Conquered Dawn. He said his family were frontier farmers. How did he get a Mandalorian name, then? "I'm more of a blaster and jetpack man myself."
"How can you rule a nation when you don't know the first thing about it?"
"It's not a nation, and I don't run it. I'm a figurehead when they don't need me to fight, and the commander-in-chief when they do.
A mercenary for your own people.
The irony isn't lost on me.
You're out of touch. More Mandalorians are heading back home.
Home? There aren't that many. And what's home?
You've no idea how many Mandoade there are. Have you? Plenty. Not just your troops and bounty hunters. People who've kept their culture alive all across the galaxy. Just like your father was adopted by Jaster Muriel, the culture gets passed on.
You know a lot about me.
More than you know about yourself, obviously.
Myrta was actually angry.
Fett could see the color in her cheeks.
Her voice had tightened and raised a pitch.
My dad said a Mandalore should be like a father to his people.
I don't need a lecture in responsibilities from a kid.
Well, your daughter wanted to kill you because you walked down on her and her mother, so I'll take it that responsibility isn't your strong suit.
Fett was used to fear, deference, or awe. He hadn't seen much defiance in his adult life. Not for long, anyway. Myrta didn't seem to care if he dumped her out of the airlock. My own kid. I had what Dad wanted so badly, and I threw it away. I was 16, he said. Cintas was 18. The only females I knew as a kid were a Kaminoan and a changeling bounty hunter. Doesn't equip you to be a family man. I tried.
Yeah.
Fett never let himself get angry. To be angry, you had to care, and the only person he had ever cared about was his father. But this girl had touched a nerve. Maybe I'd have grown up a nice guy if a Jedi hadn't cut my dad's head off in front of me.
It's hard to lose a parent.
Where are yours?
Dad's dead.
Mother?
Haven't seen her in a while.
You'll grow up as bitter as me, girl.
Already have,
said Myrta.
Already have.
There was nothing more to say. He'd already said too much, and he had to warn Bevine not to mention that they all knew that Aelin was hunting Han Solo. He laid in a course for drawl and wondered what he would say to Aelin when he finally caught up with her. For the first time in his life, he suspected it would be sorry. High Council Chamber, Jedi Temple, Coruscant. Luke knew events had reached the point where he could do nothing to pull the Alliance back from confrontation with Corellia. There was only damage limitation. A blockade was the least destructive option. He had already decided not to press Cal Omas to step back from the brink. He wasn't even sure that Omas could do that if he wanted to. The Jedi Council sat in a grim circle, as it must have done many times in the face of war over the millennia, and seemed to look to him for an answer. Corran Horn, Corellian, stubborn, unperturbed, was there. At least Jason had the decency not to round up a senior Jedi Master in his purges.
I think we've exhausted diplomacy, Luke said.
A blockade is simply going to rally other worlds to Corellia's cause, said Horn. And don't think I'm saying that as wish fulfillment because I'm Corellian. I'm just reading the mood like everyone else.
Attacking Corellia directly isn't going to achieve anything different, and letting Corellia have its way is going to encourage every other government to follow suit.
Then the only question is to ask what the role of the Jedi Council is going to be in this.
Same as it's always been, said Kyle Katarn. Looking for a peaceful solution, but ready to fight for the Alliance if called upon.
Silgal interrupted.
With respect, Master Skywalker, there is a question we all appear to be unwilling to mention.
Which is?
The actions of Jason Solo.
Luke avoided Mara's eye. She was sitting to one side, staring intently at her datapad on the table in front of her, and she didn't use her standing as Secretary of the Council to ask Silgal to table the question formally. Mara had never been one for slavish adherence to procedure.
If you want to raise that, let's be specific.
Luke fought down a reflex to turn to Mara and say, see, they noticed it, too. He knew perfectly well what he saw. The only reason he wasn't doing something about it was his own family interests, his own need for peace with Ben and Mara. And that's not good enough. I think we've all noted the prominence of Jason in events involving the Corellian community.
Since you're frank enough to say so, then may I ask if you have misgivings about a Jedi being seen to act against civilians like this?
Silgal squirmed visibly, but Luke admired her courage for confronting him when nobody else seemed willing to point out that his nephew was behaving badly by Jedi standards, by any standards,
with your own son accompanying him.
I'm the Grand Master. I have a duty. Sorry, Mara. I'm deeply troubled by it. There was a collective intake of breath.
Is that it?
Said Kip Duran.
I have no control over Jason. He exists outside the Jedi Order, and he isn't Ben's master, and Ben is not his apprentice.
Luke could feel and see 11 pairs of eyes turning to Mara. Luke knew it was unfair to expose a family argument to High Council scrutiny, but this was no longer just a couple disagreeing over their child's education.
Jason is turning dark. I have to have the courage of my convictions.
Mara looked up, and her expression was set like permacrete in neutral calm.
I'm not sure if I should take part in this discussion. I have to declare an interest.
Let's put this another way, said Katarn.
It's an embarrassment for the Jedi Order to see the son and nephew of the Grand Master kicking down doors with the boys in black. But you accept that the Galactic Alliance Guard is acting legally?
Unpalatably, but legally, yes. Katarn and Silgal had now formed up into a definite but respectful attack, as if they were relieved that they weren't imagining it all.
It's the involvement of Jedi in it that we're most uncomfortable with.
Ah, we. Luke was ripped apart at that moment. He had either to humiliate his wife or deceive the High Council because of his own personal fears. It didn't matter that his word was law here. He knew he was on thin ice.
I am too, he said at last. I'll be asking Ben to withdraw from operations with the Guard.
He's 13, said Duran.
You should be telling him.
Mara said nothing, but Luke could feel her boiling inside. He knew what would happen when the meeting was over, but she had the grace not to argue with him in front of the High Council.
Jason's clearly popular with the public, Duran added carefully, and more than one of us in this chamber has gone to some extremes and come back okay. So maybe we should be making an effort to help him identify more with the Order. Meaning, said Luke, it's time he became a master. We all know what he can do.
Luke had a sudden image of his father. His sense of déjà vu was both comforting, because his father had been redeemed, and terrifying. Terrifying because Vader had once been a Jedi prodigy too, a decent young man. But the dark side had claimed him nonetheless. And it might well claim Jason. Luke could taste it.
It's not frustration at not being a master. He's gone dark, and he's not the only darkness I can feel.
Luke wondered why Lumia had come back, and knew it wasn't to see how much her old homeworld had changed since she'd been away. But it wasn't the time to mention Lumia. He turned his mind back to Jason's status in the Order.
"Let me think about that," said Luke.
The meeting broke up shortly afterward. Mara said nothing to Luke until they were well out of earshot, sitting in their speeder on the way back to the apartment.
"I want Ben away from Jason," Luke said at last. "Honey, we've discussed that. I'm sorry it came up in the meeting, but I can't turn a blind eye to it any longer. It stops now. No 13-year-old should be out on raids with Jason's secret police. Or with Jason at all, right? Mara, everyone sees it. He's having a bad affair. Bad affair? He's interning Corellians. You heard Silgal. I'm not delusional. Have you spoken to Leia, Han?" "Don't mention Jaina."
I haven't heard a word from my sister and my best friend in days. If you genuinely believe there's nothing odd or worrying about Jason right now, then open up that comlink and call Leia and ask her what she thinks.
Okay, and if she says yes, her son's turning into Palpatine, what do we do? Drag Ben away from him, kicking and screaming?
If need be, yes.
When did you last talk to Ben?
Too long ago. When he came back after being gassed.
Well, I speak to him most days, and he's a changed kid. He's happy, he's respectful, he's calm. He's grown up, Luke. Jason did that.
Well, bully for Jason. I still don't want our boy being trained by him.
So you can tell Ben he's back to square one, then.
I will.
And then you can work out who's going to take him on.
Maybe I'll have to do it for a while.
Oh, that'll work.
And this was why they had come to this point, because there was nobody else who could handle Ben like Jason could. Luke was no further forward, but he could ask Jason not to take him on raids. As for Jason being seen as the Jedi who kicked down doors, he couldn't touch him. People were reassured by his hard line, and even if the Jedi Order threw him out, by whatever mechanism they might have to draw up for that, Jason would still be a massively powerful Force user, and nothing could take that from him. It was probably better to have him inside the tent than outside throwing rocks. For the time being, anyway. Mara wasn't stupid, so why wouldn't she concede that Jason was dangerous? "There's something else you need to know, honey," said Luke, "and it's not good."
"It can't be worse than this."
"It could be." It was time. Luke couldn't hold it back any longer. He was grateful for the auto-navigating sky lanes of Coruscant, because he doubted if he could have flown straight, unaided, right then. "Lumiya's back. I don't know where or how, but she's back." Chapter 13.
Unless Corellia reconsiders its intention to make Centerpoint Station operational again, in contravention of the Senate instruction to all member states to disarm, I have no option but to authorize sanctions against Corellia in the form of traffic interdiction. A naval blockade of Corellia will begin at 0500 tomorrow, unless undertakings are given that Corellia will not rearm. This means that no vessel will be permitted to enter or leave Corellia or any of its industrial orbiters. Chief of State Omus, to the Senate and the Corellian ambassador. Alliance Fleet Flagship Ocean. Corellian System 0459 hours. Coruscant time. Admiral Cha Niathal checked her personal chrono and then looked up at the bridge bulkhead to check the ship's readout. "Any signals?"
Jason hadn't seen Flag Lieutenant Vio's eyes leave the comm console for an hour. If Corellia had backed down, he'd have known.
"None, ma'am,"
said Vio.
"I'll take that silence as a get lost, then," she said. "Flag, make this to all ships. Interdiction measures are now in force. Corellia is under blockade."
The ships had taken up stations in two distinct zones, one encircling Corellia at 200,000 kilometers, the other between the surface of the planet and the orbiting factory complexes and shipyards where Corellia's industrial heart lay. Corellia was cut off now from outside traffic, and more significantly, from its own factories and power stations. Jason watched the deployment of the ships, from destroyers to fast patrol craft, on the tactical holodisplay that mirrored the larger chart in ops. Nearly 300 small craft now patrolled the inner cordon, ready to stop traffic movement from Corellia's surface to the industrial orbiters. Beyond the orbital ring, destroyers and cruisers waited for the inevitable.
"Anyone laying bets as to who comes to Corellia's aid first?" Jason asked Vio.
He knew that crews couldn't resist that kind of thing. Vio didn't blink.
"Jabib and Rothana are obviously favorites."
"Rothana?" Jabim was always swimming against the tide. Its national sport was intransigence.
Why Rothana? More to observe than support. Shipyard rivalry thing.
Niathal eyed the holochart and waited. There were 1,000,000 flights a day through inner Corellian space. The first confrontation would come very soon.
I was going to ask why the Supreme Commander is out here and not back at Fleet Ops running the show from there,
Jason said quietly.
Same reason the head of the Galactic Alliance Guard is on the front line.
Niathal watched the unnaturally frozen chart that should have been showing the transponder icons of thousands of commercial vessels going about their business.
To be seen.
Ocean hummed and throbbed with the mechanical voices of 1,000 systems, feeling almost like a living creature to Jason. It was fascinating to be close to something that had no living substance, and so wasn't transparent to his force senses. He could only influence Ocean using the physical force. He couldn't feel her. He sought Ben in the force, magnifying his own presence to reassure him. The boy was back on Coruscant, safe in the care of Captain Shevu. He'd wanted to accompany Jason, but, as Jason pointed out, he needed his liaison to stay with the guard. Ben was enjoying his newfound status as part of a team that respected his skills and took little persuading. He had shaken off his father's shadow for the first time. Ben now truly believed he was a person in his own right, and not just the Skywalker kid. Jason admired his resilience. He knew what it was to be the child of political celebrities, but being a Solo carried nothing like the stifling expectation of being Luke Skywalker's son.
Anstey has contact at 500,000 clicks, ma'am,
the comm officer announced. Niathal didn't move a muscle.
So Admiral Chebb gets first bite.
Jason could feel Jaina's anxiety, many decks below in the hangar. He knew she couldn't feel his, because he had withdrawn from the Force, cloaking himself against detection. For a moment he considered reaching many light-years away, into the Hapes cluster to brush gently against Tenno Ka's presence, but he didn't dare. He tried not to think of her at all. Even thought might put her at risk of discovery if he was careless. Lumia's force skills were still not to be taken for granted, and Tenno Ka and Alana were in a far more dangerous position than he would ever be. It was time to make his impressions on the thousands of officers and ratings in the Interdiction Task Force.
Permission to put Rogue Squadron on Alert 5, ma'am? Carry on, Colonel Solo.
Reputation spread like wildfire in ships. Jason knew what he wanted his to be, the officer who would never shirk his responsibility, and who would never ask anyone to do what he wouldn't do himself. It made you friends. Jason knew he would need every one of them in the months to come. High-security cell block, Galactic Alliance Guard Headquarters, Coruscant. Ben checked his comlink and saw that he now had 5 calls waiting from his father. When he was with Jason, he felt shielded from the weight of Luke's presence, but now he felt very alone and hunted. He was pretty sure his father could sense where he was. He hated that. He felt he had no privacy. But so far the interference was purely calls, even though Luke must have known that Jason had joined the blockade. Ben concentrated on the matter at hand, which was learning from Captain Shevu. Shevu was head-to-head with another captain, Gearden, having one of those whispered, angry fights that adults had.
"We have rules," said Shevu, "and until the Senate tells me those rules have changed, I live by them."
"Yes, and let's hear you taking that fine moral stance when someone gets assassinated, and we might have stopped it."
"Prisoners get 5 hours break from questioning in 24. You want to do it different? Not on my watch."
The man and woman they had detained in the apartment block were in separate holding cells. The man was a small-time Corellian agent, possibly called Uroy, possibly not, who had been identified from the NRI's database. The woman was probably Kifar, judging by her facial tattoo, and her name was Aylin Habur. Shevu had taken a comlink from her, and it had stored 3 messages since she'd been captured, all from someone called Mirta Gev. Shevu got his way. Geerden stalked off. "You don't have to stay," said Shevu, tapping the security code into the cell's log. Ben was afraid that if he went back to the apartment, his father would find him and confront him, and that he wouldn't have the will to stand up to him. Either that, or they'd fight, and Ben hated having fights. "I might be able to help." The doors slid open. Shevu gave him a dubious look. "This is just a regular interrogation, the way we did it in CSF. If you can mind influence, great. If not, don't worry." "You know we do that?" "I don't think it's classified information somehow." Aylin Habur was sitting at a table, hands on the surface in front of her. She was handcuffed, and her face still bore the marks of the scuffle when she was arrested. The tattoo that surrounded her left eye was unnerving, and she was the hardest-looking woman Ben had ever seen. Wiry and unsmiling, with thin, sinewy forearms that made her look as if she spent her time strangling people. "Okay, ma'am," said Shevu, sitting down opposite her. "You keep some unsavory company." "It's not illegal to be a bounty hunter." "Depends what you're hunting." "Not illegal to be in the same apartment block as Corellians either. But I see you're working on that." "Look, ma'am, this is how we do things." Shevu was quiet and polite. "You give me a good reason why you're holed up with a Corellian agent and carrying some serious hardware, and why you chose to shoot it out with the 967, and I let you leave. Otherwise, I tend to think you're a threat to security. And in that case, you stay here until you rot, if you're lucky." Habur slid back in her seat, all ice, and then glanced at Ben. "What's the kid here for?" "Training." "You start your thugs young on Coruscant." Shevu laid Habur's comlink and datapad on the table in front of her. Ben watched, feeling how stressed she was. There was something unfocused about her, as if her hostility and anxiety were directed at something that wasn't in the room. "You like spacecraft for some reason?" Habur shrugged. "Beats walking." "You got a lot of images of them on your datapad." Shevu switched on the pad and showed them to her. "Who did you have under surveillance?" Habur just stared back at him. Ben craned his neck to get a look at the images on the pad, but it was all just a blur from his angle. Shevu went on, still with that tone of bored patience. "Just cut the poodoo and tell me why you're here. If it's just some lowlife you've been sent to vape, I'm too busy to worry about that." "Don't I get a lawyer?" "Under the emergency powers I've been granted, no. You get zip." "You'll be banging my head on the table pretty soon, then." "Want me to call your friend?" "I don't have any." "The one who keeps contacting you." "Who?" "Mirta Gev," said Shevu. Habur's face was completely unmoved, but Ben felt the little flare of strong emotion, fear, dismay, yearning, well up and surround her like an energy field. Shevu reacted to it, too. Ben wondered how non-Force users could sense things that well hidden. "She was recovering some jewelry for me." And that sounded like the truth. The whole timbre of her voice and the feel of the Force around her changed. "My mother's necklace." "Looks like she got it." Habur said nothing and remained apparently relaxed in the Durasteel seat, even though the muscles in her jaw had started to twitch. Shevu got up and beckoned Ben to follow him outside. The captain closed the doors. "Go and get Geerden for me. I want to check out this Mirta Gev again. If she's on her way here, I'd like to welcome her to the capital personally, especially if she's armed like Madam in there." Are you happy leaving her with Gearden? Shevu frowned slightly. That's a very grown-up question. He feels pretty nasty. That's a forced judgment, is it? Yes. It's spot on. He's a former New Republic intelligence officer. He's used to different rules than the ones we had to follow as police. Jason had cobbled together a very mixed bag of men and women for 967 Commando. Ben found some of them frightening, and he could see the differences in cultures, as Shevu called it, among those from the intelligence service, the police, and the military. But he wouldn't dare cross me on this. Okay. Shevu was very much in command, even if the two men had the same rank. Right away. Shevu went back into the interrogation room, and Ben went in search of Captain Gearden, trying to walk briskly and not break into a run. He found the man in the barracks gymnasium. The 967, being newly formed, didn't have a proper headquarters yet, and had taken over a Fleet Reserve training center. Gearden, who never looked at ease in his black uniform, stood talking to a couple of sergeants. Somehow it took Ben a few seconds to see the ranks of people behind him, sitting cross-legged on the floor with their hands on top of their heads, fingers meshed. Some of them looked like the kind of people Ben would avoid at all costs, and some looked pretty ordinary. Most were male. "Latest haul," said the sergeant. "Nice tip-off, kid." Ben still scanned the gymnasium, silent except for the heavy sense of people breathing nervously, in the way of someone who felt he ought to recognize one of the prisoners. He did. His gaze jerked to a halt on a blond boy a few years older than he was. Barrett Sy sat in the ranks of Corellians arrested during the night, staring at Ben with an expression of utter loathing. "Yeah, great tip," said Gearden, distracted. "What did you want me for?" Ben knew at that moment that he would never be a child again. He wished more than anything that he could. Chapter 14. Kabarjarir Garade, Jagishade Kotla, Adalishade Kotlasha. Train your sons to be strong, but your daughters to be stronger. Mandalorian saying. Zaria's Bar, Drawl, Corellian system. "Mandalore," said a voice Fett didn't recognize. "Galgala." The soldier took off his Mandalorian helmet and gave Fett a stiffly formal nod. A baby's handprint in charcoal paint adorned the helmet of his gray-blue armor, a curious foil for the Verpine rifle slung over his left shoulder.
"This is Rom,"
said Bevine.
"Rom Zaramar. He's our star sniper for those delicate jobs."
Zaramar nodded politely. Fett wanted to ask about the handprint, but didn't. Myrta gave Fett one of her subtly admonishing looks. He was attuned to them now.
"And he says he wants to buy you a drink," she said.
"Later," Fett returned Zaramar's nod. "Not even my own men see me without the helmet. Let's talk first." There was nothing like half a dozen fully armored Mandalorian warriors to guarantee you a table to yourself in a crowded bar. Bevine introduced them. Zaramar, Brika, Orade, Vevut, and Talgal, the only woman, and one who looked as if she ate Yuuzhan Vong for appetizers. Apart from Bevine, none had fought with him against the Vong, and he didn't know them. He studied their faces while they looked suspiciously at Myrta. "Bounty hunter," said Fett. "Myrta Gev, Mandalorian father." They thawed instantly. Fett watched their shoulders relax. They all muttered, "Sukui Gar," like a chorus. It was a pretty logical greeting for warriors, apparently. "So you're still alive?" Warriors didn't expect much from life, and they frequently didn't get it. "So how do you feel about defending Centerpoint Station?" Fat asked. There was a disinterested silence. He watched them chew it over for 5 seconds, and he suspected they'd have spat it out like rotting meat if he hadn't been Mandalore. Orade, buzz-cut blonde hair, broken nose, a brush of gold beard on the point of his chin, folded his arms on the table and made a fresh scrape in the polished surface. "What do you think?" "I think Sal Solo is a self-serving, sadistic liar. But then most of my customers are. He's also going to lose, and losers can't pay. Actually, I can't be bothered. I've got bigger things on my plate. But I'll hear him out. How do you feel about it?"
"Unenthusiastic,"
said Veyvoot. Another stranger. He had long black woolly braids bound with gold rings, and the dark skin of his left cheek was scored by an impressive scar. He drained his ale and clicked his fingers at a nearby droid.
"Maybe we wait and see before we commit ourselves." "If you really thought it was worth it, you'd get the whole 100 behind you, Mandalore," said Bevine. "But I'm with Veyvoot. Wait and see. Things have changed since the Vong invasion."
Veyvoot turned in his seat, armor creaking, to look meaningfully at the service droid. It lurched toward him.
"Yeah, we're not so desperate for work. Farms keep us busy enough."
"Sir," said a droid's voice.
"Sorry to keep you." "About time. I'd like another ale."
The droid pirouetted, reflections of the bar's garish lighting bouncing off its polished dome, and tilted as if bowing.
"I am Foray Musa, an artist droid dedicated to your entertainment," said the droid.
"I'd rather have another ale," said Veyvoot. Voice low. Myrta's eyes kept darting toward the doors. Fet's peripheral vision never lost sight of her hands.
"But what kind of entertainment?"
"Oh, it's of the highest intellectual quality, sir," Foray Musa said. "I can read you important works of political allegory, comments on current affairs with a unique perspective, great literature, all my own work, of course, and sagas. What's it to be?"
"We'd rather hear some jokes," said Myrta.
"I don't do jokes. I am a serious artist." Myrta raised her blaster. "Shame," she said, and fried his speech circuit with one clean point-blank shot. "We could do with a laugh." The bar hung on 1 silent second as the fizz of shorting circuitry cut through the buzz of conversation. Then everyone went on drinking. Veyvoot and the others roared with laughter. Myrta appeared to have passed their test of destructive humor. Even the Dobby bartender seemed pleased. He rearranged the glasses and polished one thoughtfully, while his other pair of arms rummaged in a drawer and pulled out an insurance claim flimsy.
"I'm glad you did that,"
he said, scribbling happily on the form, while also working up a good shine on the glass.
"He was killing trade here. The droid company wouldn't give me a refund."
"Glad to help the local economy," said Myrta.
"Free ale all around."
"I like her," Veyvoot said. "Then teach her to play Chegg," said Fett. He indicated the Chegg table in the center of the bar. "I want to talk to Bevine." Chegg was a remarkably noisy, violent pursuit for a tabletop game. Fett watched for a few moments as Myrta caught on to the rules rather too fast, whacking the small puck across the tabletop with her knuckles as she shoulder-charged Orade for possession of it.
"It's okay. I told them to stay off the subject of Aylan's bounty in front of her," said Bevine. "So how did you pick up a stray? Never known you to do that."
"She offered to lead me to Aylan because she's done a job for her."
"You can find Aylan easy enough on your own. Solo's been seen on Corellia. All you have to do is wait.
The kid's got my wife's necklace. I want to find out how. Fat wondered whether now was the time to come clean with Bevine about his illness. But he decided yet again that it could wait, and some other personal stuff I'm interested in.
You like that kid?
I ought to space her. She spent the flight here beating me up for being a rotten Mandalore.
So she's not blind?
You got a problem with the way I do things?
Yeah, and so have a few others now. Don't get me wrong, nobody's after the job. Nobody that I know, anyway. But the Vong War was a wake-up call. We need more than a simple.
Mandalores aren't administrators. Mandalorians can run their own communities, anywhere. They just need general leadership when it's called for.
Well, maybe it's called for now. Everyone's still rebuilding across the galaxy, and it's time we did, too.
Fett sat with his hands flat on the table. He could hear the guffaws of laughter and occasional exclamations in a language he should have understood, but didn't. Mandalore's still in one piece, so is the rest of the sector.
Just, and you don't spend much time there.
A lot of Mondos don't, Fett said.
They're not the Mandalore.
Why does this matter now?
People get an idea and start to think differently. It spreads. We lost a lot of people in the war. Makes everyone think hard, that does.
Ask me straight, don't hint.
Come home and help our people.
How?
Shisa pulled us together once. Now it's time for you to do the same.
I'm a soldier. The war's over. And I'm dying. I'm the one who might need to find a new Mandalore, not you. You need someone who can run an economy.
Then what's the use of being Mandalore? No heir, no clan, no sense of duty. You're not Mandalorian. You just wear the armor.
It was a dangerous retort, but Bevine didn't seem to care. Fett didn't even take it as a challenge. Just a Mandalorian's forthright view that he felt fully entitled to express. There had always been a Mandalore, chief of clans, the leader anointed by the last Mandalore, or the one who snatched the title from him, always on his deathbed, which was invariably in combat. The ancient mask that was the Mandalore's mark of rank was always at risk. Maybe it's obvious I'm dying. Maybe they're looking for who'll lead them next. You're saying I should be a conventional head of state. We don't have a state like that.
These days we might need one.
Get a bureaucracy and sit in meetings and get slow and flabby like every other world?
There's more to it than that, and you know it.
It was oddly difficult to take offense at Bevine.
We need to make sure we're warriors with a citadel to defend, so we can pick our battles and not rely on the whims of our Rue Tise. Foreigners. It's the spirit of the times, like I said.
It didn't sound crazy put that way, but Fett felt it had nothing to do with him. Mandalorians were defined by family above all else, and that was one thing he'd sought and never found after his father was killed. I tried. Sintas, my journeyman protector days. Thinking about his estranged family was painful, but remembering why he'd been exiled from conquered Dawn was something he couldn't allow himself to do. He locked down his emotions. Death really messes you up. He was alone. He was fine that way. Bevine seemed to be waiting for a reply. And who's driving this spirit of the times? Fett asked.
Nobody, really,
said Bevine.
But there's this guy called Kardica that we're all hearing about. Thinks it's time we looked after ourselves, really looked after ourselves. Not just gather in the clans and unite when we're threatened, but build Mandalore itself into something new.
I never heard that, and I never miss intelligence. So he wants to be Mandalore?
No. They say he wants you to be Mandalore.
Then he can come and tell me himself, whoever he is. The name Kadika told Fet something. The Mondoa suffix Ika made it a child's name, a diminutive of the name Kad. Fet suspected that a Mandalorian who still had a childhood nickname, and seemed confident to wear it almost as a badge, would be anything but little. In the past, he'd hunted several big, dangerous targets with trivial names that belied their muscle and firepower. They'd seemed to bask in the irony. He'd killed them anyway, but they'd been a challenge. A professional took no chances and never underestimated the task at hand. Fet added Kadika to the list of potential quarry that was big and dangerous until proven otherwise.
"It means little saber,"
Bevine said helpfully. "Cute," said Fet. "One more complication, one more mystery. Stick to your priorities, Fet." "I'm heading for Corellia now."
"You'll have to beat the blockade, then."
"I will. You still flying gladiators?"
"We are."
"Form up and follow Slave One, then. Let's see if the Alliance remembers that we fought against the Vong for them." Fet decided to stay busy. He needed to find his cure. He needed to see Aelin. And he needed not to dwell on the unhappy past. Corellia's ills would do the job for now. Corellian blockade. Inner exclusion zone. Rogue Squadron maintained formation behind Jason's XJ-7 as the fighters patrolled the exclusion zone around Corellia. It took 5 standard hours to circle the planet at maximum speed. The squadron was flying a cube pattern around a cluster of orbital units that made up a shipyard, probably a less glamorous target than Centerpoint, but a significant one nonetheless. And somewhere aft of his port wing, mistrustful and angry, was Jaina. Maybe it was his instant elevation to colonel. She'd worked for her rank. He could feel her, a bright fire of resentment and anger. Zack was on his starboard side. For a few moments the squadron touched minds in a battle meld, but it didn't feel as united as it once had.
"I've lost you, Jaina. In the end, I might lose everyone's love, maybe even Tenno-Ka, but it has to be done."
Jason shook himself out of regret, and the squadron broke into 6 paired patrols, fanning out into the orbits of the industrial space stations and shipyards, and Centerpoint Station. How close could his squadron get before the Corellians opened fire? Would they fire at all? If the orbital stations didn't have fighter craft embarked, and that was always a possibility, then all they had was their close-in defense systems, the ones they never expected to have to use. Jason switched to the main ops comm link to hear the voice traffic between other squadrons' pilots and forward air control.
"Unarmed maintenance transport inbound for Centerpoint, moving to intercept."
"Copy that."
"Visual on the transport. Confirmed unarmed." "Intercepting now. Range 5 kilometers. "He's holding course. Let's see who blinks first."
"He's slowing."
"And now you've got company. Corellian fighter range 10 kilometers, moving to transport's position. Fast."
"Got him on scanner. Now visual, too." It was the first test of wills. "Back off, pal."
"Whoa, that was close."
"He's locked onto me."
"Cleared to engage." "He's breaking off. Transport is altering course."
Zack cut into Jason's comlink circuit. It seemed Jason wasn't the only one listening to the chatter.
"Shouldn't we be there?" "Centerpoint isn't the only game in town. Patience, Zack."
Centerpoint might have been the political focus, but Jason knew the leverage would be in the factories and power stations orbiting Corellia. There was a total of 1 million workers in those orbiters, people with families down on the surface who cared about them.
"Contact, bearing 25 by 40 from datum."
Zek's XJ-7 blipped on Jason's outboard scanner as it peeled off to investigate. He watched as Zack pinged the vessel with his sensors. The shared display outlined a big, ungainly ship that appeared to be one large tank.
Okay, profile looks like a replenishment ship, water bowser, and food. Panic over.
Turn it back, then.
What?
Orders are to turn back all vessels.
Zack's comlink made a slight pop, as if he'd switched it off for a moment.
But it's just water and catering. It's not industrial or military.
Zack didn't get it sometimes. Jason wondered why he saw angles that other Jedi didn't.
Those orbiters can only recycle and condense so much water a day. The shortfall has to be topped up.
You think that's worth doing?
Rule of 3.
What?
3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. That's how long a humanoid can last. And they're mostly Corellians on those orbiters. The first thing every commander should learn about a siege. There are 10,000 workers in that orbital yard alone, and they're not going home just yet, and they're not going to be resupplied. That makes people sweat.
Zack's comlink popped again. Maybe he was silencing the audio to swear for a moment.
"Who's this shapeshifter? And what has he done with Jason?"
he said sourly.
"Just turn back the Bowsers, Zack. I'm not running a popularity contest."
"Very good, sir."
Zack's tone said otherwise, but Jason watched him roll his XJ7 into a dive and head straight for the water tanker. Jaina's voice was almost a whisper in Jason's comlink.
"Is this policy?"
"Turn back all vessels means turn back all vessels. Do you have a problem with that?"
"Just a humanitarian one."
"It'll bring Corellia to the negotiation table a lot faster without shots being fired."
"Well, you're in command,"
said Jaina, all acid.
"Colonel Solo."
Jason wondered if any other squadron was quite as casual in its attitude to orders as Rogue. He doubted it. It was a long sortie. For the next 3 hours, the squadron harried supply vessels and transports, turning some of them back simply by flying uncomfortably close. Others were more persistent. It took a concussion round detonated close to their bows to make them alter their course and head back down to the surface. For once, the XJ7's business was about being visible, conspicuous, and intimidating.
"We only have to keep this up for a few months,"
Zack said wearily.
"Piece of cake." "Try this for size,"
said Jaina.
"Check your scanner. 3 assault fighters on R6. I think Cousin Thrackin is fed up with us already."
Jason looped his XJ7 into a climb, tracing a complete arc almost without thinking about the maneuver, and found himself looking up through his canopy at the approaching Corellian fighters as they crossed beneath him. Even with G-forces normalized and no sense of orientation, Jason still had a clear sense that he was above them, upside down, just like flying combat missions in a planet's atmosphere. He could see and feel Jaina, and see Zack, flying wide of him, far below, canopies facing him. They had looped in the same plane to come up on the Corellians from the rear, rather than climbing above them.
Did we discuss this move? Or did I just think it?
No, it was silent habit reinforced by that twin bond. Jason feared it was the last thing he would ever truly share with his sister, but it was one more pain he had to face. She couldn't follow him on the path he was taking any more than his parents could. He savored the final remnant of true understanding between them, and accelerated into the loop to drop down behind the 3 fighters, right himself, and skim at top speed just meters clear of their canopies. The 3 fighters broke formation and scattered. Without any verbal commands, the 3 Jedi pilots latched onto their individual targets, Jaina and Zack close enough on the tails of theirs to show little eddies of ionized gas on the nose shields of their X-wings. Jason's target seemed to be under the impression that he was chasing Jason. Corellians were excellent pilots, but they weren't Jedi. The marginal difference in reaction speed and orientation made for much bigger gulfs in performance at high speeds. Jason seized that advantage. He let the fighters sit close on his tail for a couple of kilometers, and then plummeted away from it, perfectly aware of his own position in space relative both to it and to Jaina and Zack, who were also locked in their respective games of tag. It was just sparring. This was a game of brinkmanship, a game of maneuver and countermaneuver to test each other's nerve, a game to show that if it came to a shooting match, the Alliance would win. Jason thought this right up to the time he saw the display on his screen blip red with the warning that a Corellian had a missile lock on him. He sensed anything but a bluff. "You're really going to shoot, aren't you?" The Corellian fired. Jason didn't feel in danger. He had deflectors, the XJ-7's robust airframe, and his own skills. He also had chaff to deploy. Instinctively, he fired the small decoy in his wake, and it fragmented into pieces that looked to a missile very much like a target. But if you want a fight, you've found one. The missile exploded on his tail, and the rain of fragments peppered his hull. The Corellian fighter was still hard behind him, and now he meant business. Jason also knew that his opponent would aim the next missile manually, overriding its smart guidance to thwart more chaff. That's what I'd do anyway. Jason could have sent the Corellian spiraling harmlessly away by using the force to tip his wings. He could have stopped his drives dead and left him drifting. But this pilot was one more asset that was ready to take their lives. He and his starfighter had to be removed permanently. You started it, my friend. Jason flipped the XJ-7 90 degrees and shot up vertically as the Corellian disappeared beneath him and overshot. Jason was back on his tail, staring into white engine halos and closing the gap until he was close enough to fire the laser cannon. The starfighter exploded in a ball of white light. Jaina? Zack? He felt them weaving between the two remaining Corellian fighters, and then saw the enemy vessels break and shoot off toward the planet. He didn't think they were retreating. He suspected that they were regrouping to assess the rapid escalation of the conflict. A few hours into the blockade, the shooting had already started. "Congratulations." Jaina's voice over the comm link was flat and unemotional, although she didn't feel that way in the Force at all. Jason sensed her as resigned. "You've made the history books. You fired the opening shot of the real war." Slave 1. Entering Corellian Exclusion Zone. Outer Cordon. "Warship Ocean, calling unidentified vessel," said the Alliance. Fett listened in silence. Slave 1's scanner profile, presenting the almost undetectable thermal and magnetic signatures of a speeder bike. He was, for all intents and purposes, invisible, unless someone was lucky enough to get a visual on him. "Identify yourself." "This is Mandalorian vessel Baroya," Bevin's voice oozed cheery comradeship. "Need a hand?" "Why would we need that, Baroya? We've got 2 fleets deployed here." "You weren't that choosy when you needed us to fight the Yuuzhan Vong." Fett prepared for a maneuver that would either get him through the blockade in one piece or solve all his worries about terminal illness, because if he miscalculated, he'd be vaporized along with Slave 1. And so would Mirta Gev, of course. "Do it," Mirta whispered. "Wait," said Fett, fingers resting on the recessed pad that would punch Slave 1 into hyperspace, just making sure the trajectory is clear. There was a moment's pause from Ocean. He heard the comm officer swallow. "Since when has Mandalore been part of the Alliance? You planning to bill us for this?" "Just being comradely," said Bevin. "But strictly speaking, we couldn't be part of any alliance even if we wanted to, because—" Nice diversion, thought Fett. If Bevin started on his theory of Mandalorian statehood, Ocean's comm officer could be pinned down for days. It was now or never. Now! He hit the hyperspace jump control once, and hit it again almost a heartbeat later. In a second, Slave 1 accelerated from a few thousand kilometers per hour to half the speed of light, and then decelerated again. Fett's stomach felt as if it had detached from his body. It was the equivalent of slamming the ship into a rock face, but it punched Slave One past the blockade fast enough to show up on a scanner as nothing more than a brief burst of energy. The huge forces made Slave One shudder and groan, and Fett found the surface of Corellia looming in his view screen. He'd cut it too fine. He couldn't correct the angle of approach before the ship hit atmosphere. He struggled to correct the flight path, slamming on the burners and giving Slave One's hull one more set of impossible stresses. "You always this lucky?" Myrta asked. Her voice was tight and strained. Fett didn't look at her. If she had any sense, she'd be scared rigid. He certainly was. Only idiots didn't feel fear. "Let's see," he said. Fear, yes. But fear never paralyzed him. It just made him sharper. Slave One hit the atmosphere, and the hull temperature sensor jumped into the red. The emergency computer kicked in, correcting as best it could, but now it was simply a case of waiting to see if Slave One's hull and airframe could handle the worst possible re-entry. Myrta, to her credit, was completely silent. Fett wouldn't have blamed her if she had allowed herself a scream or two.
"Have you done this before?" she asked, voice shaking.
"Once."
"That's encouraging."
Corellia filled Slave One's view screen. It was sobering to note how much of a planet a ship covered when decelerating. They were over Coronet. Fett recognized the city. The big park that was split in two by the speeder highway hadn't changed. The hull sensor had settled back into the yellow zone, and apart from some ominous creaking, Slave One had slowed enough for a normal vertical landing on her down jets.
"Coronet ATC to unidentified fire spray. I have you on visual. You're a little big for a speeder bike, aren't you?"
"Slave One here," said Fett. Oops. He disabled the decoy system, and the ship resumed her normal profiles. "Your scanner must be having problems."
"Just can't get the maintenance staff these days. You're cleared to land in the priority bays. Follow the red lights."
"It's nice to feel welcome."
"President Sal Solo is sending a speeder for you."
Slave One settled on her dampers, and Myrta let out a breath loud enough for Fett to hear. But he never allowed himself that degree of relief. One danger had passed, and now he simply moved on to the next one, holding Sal Solo at arm's length, getting off Corellia again, finding that clone, and getting him to surrender his secrets. And facing Aelin, which suddenly felt more dangerous than anything he'd ever done in his life. Why does a man who's dying anyway worry about crashing? "Come on," he said. "Help me secure the ship. I don't trust Sal Solo any farther than I can spit."
"You're letting me come with you?"
"I'm not letting you sit in Slave One for a few days." Fett set the intruder countermeasures, this time including the self-destruct. He didn't trust anybody, but there was still a scale of distrust, and Sal Solo was up there with the Hutts. "Just do as I tell you."
"Is that because I'm useful, or because you want to keep an eye on me?"
"Because I don't want to have to hunt you down and shoot you before you tell me what happened to my wife," he said. He wasn't sure if he said it to shock or because he meant it. He didn't have to care either way. "I did love her. I just didn't know how to be part of a family." Do I mean that? Yes, I think I really do. Fett didn't let Myrta see all the codes that turned Slave One into a booby trap for anyone insane enough to try breaking into her. But the girl learned the basic routines fast. By the time they climbed out of the forward hatch, there was an airspeeder waiting on the permacrete strip, and 3 men in business suits standing in front of it with hopeful expressions. A Corellian stepped forward, dark-haired, young, but with an air of being well into middle age, and held out his hand for a few awkward seconds before realizing Fett wasn't about to shake it. "Welcome to Coronet, sir," he said. "We represent the 3 main political parties of the Corellian Assembly. We hope you'll be able to help us." So Sal Solo had sent his minions. Okay, that was understandable. Fett checked his weapons status in his HUD, just in case things didn't go quite as planned, shoved Myrta in the back of the speeder, and then sat up front with the driver. That appeared to surprise his welcoming committee.
"I'm Dear Gedgen, by the way,"
said the young, old Corellian, commendably unfazed.
"It's very good to meet you."
Gedgen would be trouble. Fat could feel it. Chapter 15.
"We're under siege. The Galactic Alliance has violated our airspace, marooned civilian workers on orbiters without food and water, and opened fire on our defense forces. The Alliance has committed more acts of war against us. We'll stand alone if we have to, but I invite other planets to ask themselves this: which of you will be the Alliance's next target? Support us while you still can."
Thrackan Sal Solo in a speech to the Corellian Assembly, broadcast live on HNE's Corellian affiliate network. Senate Building, Day 3 of the Corellian blockade. An ocean of people, perhaps 500,000, churned and surged around in the plaza in front of the Senate Building. Jason could see a very long line of hundreds of blue-uniformed CSF officers with riot shields and visors pulled down, forming a defensive barrier across the face of the building. It was a protest, not exactly a mass riot, given the population of Galactic City, but it wasn't a welcoming committee for the heroes of the blockade either. Judging by the position of the police lines, there appeared to be two hostile factions yelling abuse at each other. Coruscanti versus the pro-Corellian lobby. Coruscant and the Galactic Alliance were indivisible. Jason could hear a chant taken up by thousands of voices. "The Empire's back! The Empire's back! The Empire's back!" It was hard to tell, but Jason assumed it was a taunt from the dissidents, and not Coruscanti enjoying the prospect of firm government. But his exploits had gone down very well in the Alliance's heartland. He kept an eye on HNE and the news holozines.
"Pity I couldn't stay in the front line," said Neothel. "That's the worst thing about command. Anchors you to a desk."
"I'll remain hands-on for as long as I can," Jason said. "I'd like to show my face on the blockade line. Good for morale."
"You have an office in mind, then?"
"Don't worry, not yours."
"And I note that you haven't gone back to wearing Jedi robes."
Jason dusted a speck of lint from his black GAG uniform. "I don't see any point in provoking Uncle Luke or the Jedi Council. I know they don't enjoy being identified with my actions."
"Ironic, seeing as the Public Affairs Office says polls indicate the popularity of the Jedi Council has increased a little."
"Jedi are supposed to be beyond populism, Admiral." As Neothel's staff airspeeder slowed to skirt the crowd, Jason glanced out of the window and noted the new mix of species and allegiances forming the army of protesters. "Well, we rounded up the Corellians, and now their places are being filled by others." He identified various nationalities by clothing, hairstyles, snatches of language. "Look, isn't that a couple of Rhodians?"
"As long as you don't see any Mandalorians."
The closer to the lobby that the speeder edged, the uglier the mood of the crowd appeared to become. A group of CSF officers drove back the crowd with none-too-gentle shoves, emphasized with batons to let the speeder through. Jason and Neothel got out, and he took the precaution of throwing up a force shield around them. Jason almost didn't feel danger now, not in the sense he always had. He merely took account of circumstances and reacted accordingly. As they stepped out of the speeder, a hail of stones, old food containers, bottles, and other debris flew at them. All of it bounced back from the force barrier, some of it hitting the upturned riot shields. Jason turned and stepped forward into the crowd. He didn't enjoy displaying his force powers in such a vulgar way, but there were times when they could make a point. He held his hands a little way from his sides, closed his eyes, and pressed outward with his mind as if lifting his arms.
Nothing violent. Mustn't cause a crash or a stampede. Innocent people will be hurt."
The crowd closest to him fell back a few paces, some of them looking around frantically to see what was pushing them back. More missiles rained from farther back in the press of bodies, accompanied by shouting and shoving. But they simply bounced off the force shield, and Jason stood calmly staring back into the mass of people. A breathless silence spread from the line nearest to him, like a fast tide engulfing a shore. Even some of the CSF officers seemed frozen to the spot. Everyone knew about Jedi, but very few ever saw them in action, or felt them.
"Go home," said Jason. "Just break it up and go home before I have to do something about it."
They didn't run, of course, but he had made his point. The respite gave the CSF line a chance to push the rival groups apart again, and Jason followed Niathal into the Senate building and up to the Chief of State's office. Luke Skywalker was already there, Mara sitting beside him, and he didn't look pleased to see Jason.
"We are still not at war,"
Omus insisted, staring out the window at the crowds.
"Does the Council still support the blockade?"
"As the only alternative to full-scale war or backing down on disarmament, yes." Luke wasn't looking at Omus. His gaze was on Jason. "How much impact is the blockade having?"
Niathal looked up from her datapad.
Jason wasn't sure how she regarded Luke. His uncle didn't feature in their conversations.
"We've intercepted or turned back around 70% of vessels trying to enter or leave the 2 exclusion rings. But in terms of volume of cargo and personnel, that's nearer 90%. We're stopping the big vessels, but losing some of the small ones. All in all, it's biting already." "Should we revise our policy on stopping traffic movements around the shipyards?"
"Non-violent way of leaning on the civilian population," said Jason. "When Dad doesn't come home when he's due back from the yards, it focuses families, and families lean on governments."
Luke stood up and watched from the window with Omus.
"And what about these people, Jason? You've cracked down on the Corellians. What about all the non-Corellians I see down there?"
Mara gave Jason a careful, don't-take-the-bait look. He could feel the tension between her and Luke, and he knew it was more about Ben than about politics or personal rights.
"If any other national group or species threatens the security of Coruscant or the Alliance, then I'll deal with that, too." "Within the law. Yes, within the law. I realize you don't approve of my methods, but someone has to carry out the damage limitation." "We've had a dozen terrorist incidents in a few weeks," Luke said. "I'm sorry that lives have been lost, but we need to get that in perspective when it comes to how we treat billions."
That got Omus's attention. He turned from the window.
"I invite you to tell the Coruscant public that, Master Skywalker. The fact that they won't see it that way is why terrorism is always so effective. And the Senate doesn't see it that way either. The Security and Intelligence Council now has full emergency powers to take operational decisions on the handling of public safety."
Luke stood his ground. Jason had thought he was indecisive and afraid of banging heads together. But when he did take a stand, he was adamant. It was just a pity that he took a position on the wrong issues.
"I'm still uncomfortable with the armed forces being used against civilians." "Define a civilian with a blaster who doesn't like the government, then," said Jason. "The legitimate government has taken the decision."
Luke's tone was even and controlled.
"I'm just dissenting, and as the members of the Jedi Council aren't the elected representatives of the people, then an opinion is all that it is."
Niathal was watching the exchange with faint interest.
"This is an exquisite ethical argument, but right now I'm more concerned with stopping Corellia repairing an orbital weapon that was capable of taking out the Yuuzhan Vong, and that will, if brought back online, ruin the Alliance's entire day."
Omus almost twitched. The power play was luminous in its visibility.
"What would you prefer to do, Admiral? We failed to destroy it last time. We can reduce a planet to molten slag from orbit. Let's not rule out the possibility of needing to do that to Centerpoint, even if it would be best preserved to defend the Alliance."
"It's populated," said Luke.
"So are warships."
Omus interrupted, looking at his chrono.
"I don't think this takes us any farther forward. I have a delegation from the Corporate Sector Authority coming to see me soon."
He jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the protest still going on below, which had turned ugly now as far as Jason could see. CSF officers had waded in with batons, and the telltale cloud of white gas from a recently fired dispersal canister drifted on the air, clearing a space as protesters scattered.
"Don't be surprised if we see the planetary allegiances going on down there reflected on the blockade line."
Jason took the unspoken instruction to leave, and Neothel followed him. As Neothel peeled off to go to her state office, Luke caught Jason's arm. Just a brief touch, nothing more, but Jason sensed him flinch, as if he'd had an electric shock.
"Have you got 5 minutes, Jason?"
Luke indicated a side room. Jason smiled.
We all fall into corporate euphemisms fast, don't we?"
"Sorry."
"It's code for come in here and let me read you the riot act, isn't it?"
"It's code for we want to talk to you about Ben in private." Jason inclined his head politely and suppressed his detectable feelings further, so that he presented quiet bewilderment to Luke and Mara. The doors of the side room closed behind them.
"Where is Ben?"
Luke asked.
"Captain Chevu is keeping an eye on him at the barracks."
Mara spoke for the first time. She'd been uncharacteristically silent in Omus's office. It was a sure sign something was wrong, because Mara always had a view, even if it didn't match Luke's, especially if it didn't match Luke's.
"Jason, Luke's worried about Ben going on these raids with you." "He's perfectly safe, safer than when you sent him to attack Centerpoint with me."
"Actually, it's not his physical well-being that concerns me the most," said Luke. "I'm worried that instead of being taught to use his force skills for good, he's using them to bust down doors and round up civilians."
"It all depends on your definition of good, doesn't it?"
"I want Ben to go to the academy and get himself straightened out for a while."
"Normally I'd say that's your decision to make as his father. But he's a Jedi, and he has a job to do at which he's actually very good, identifying threats."
"He's 13 years old, for goodness sake."
"And you thought that was old enough to send him on a commando raid? I hate to question your logic, Uncle, but this isn't making sense to me." "Go on, say it. Tell me that you think I'm turning to the dark side. That's what you think, isn't it? Let's have it out in the open. Accuse me."
"He isn't using violence. Why is it okay for Jaina, Zack, and me to fly combat missions that end in the deaths of other pilots, but it's not all right for Ben to find terrorists and help arrest them?" Luke pinched the bridge of his nose. Mara's face was ashen. She looked drawn and strained. Jason decided to make his move. He could carry on without Ben as his apprentice, but sooner or later he would need one, and Ben was progressing by leaps and bounds. He liked the boy. He wanted to see him make the most of his potential.
"I don't want to put you on the spot, Mara, but do you agree with this?" "I think we need to talk this through with Ben," she said carefully. "He's settled down well, and I think we need to discuss this when we're not so tired and irritable."
"Actually, no," said Luke. "I think there's something that needs to be said right now. Jason, you need to know that Lumia is on Coruscant. You know who Lumia is, don't you?" It took all of Jason's control to maintain his facade of ignorance and use the past tense, relegating her to history.
"Yes, she was a dark Jedi."
"She's back. She's here. I had terrible force dreams about a hooded figure threatening us all, and then I felt her somewhere near."
"Look patient, as if you're humoring him."
"What's this got to do with Ben?" "I don't know yet, but I feel it has everything to do with Ben. Don't put it past Lumia to engineer events to serve her purposes."
"Okay.
Jason feigned a half-smile as if embarrassed. "I'll be on my guard." Luke appeared slightly deflated, as if he had heard his own words repeated back to him and had second thoughts about them. "When Ben's finished whatever he's doing today, ask him to come and see me. He's not answering his comlink." There was no point having a confrontation. Ben wouldn't listen to Luke, and Jason could sense that Mara wouldn't either. "Whatever Ben wants, I'll go along with it," he said. Jason left and walked out to the turbolift lobby. He was torn between returning to the blockade and concentrating on his security role, but the latter was clearly more urgent. Outside, the protest had been broken up, and CSF assault ships were loading handcuffed men and women who had been arrested. The situation was going to get worse before it got better. It was time to get back to the GAG headquarters and have Shevu brief him on progress with the detainees, and especially the bounty hunter they had picked up. There was one other urgent task, though. He opened his comlink and keyed in the code on his secure link. "Lumia," he said. "I need to talk to you." Galactic Alliance Guard HQ, Quadrant A89, Galactic City. More rioting had broken out in one of the commercial zones, and a couple of the GAG intelligence officers were poring over images being relayed back to them via helmet cams worn by CSF riot squads. Ben watched them for a while, trying to learn how they recognized faces and tracked the movements of what they called persons of interest around the city. When a Jedi relied on his Force senses, he never learned how to do the thinking that regular people had to do to solve problems. Jason always reminded him about that, telling him not to let his brain rust just because he had Force powers. "Are we doing riot control now?" asked Ben. One officer turned to him, but his eyes were still on the screen. "That's CSF's problem. What we're looking for are faces we might know from the last job." The intel officers were ex-CSF anti-terrorist unit. He pointed to a figure masked by the press of bodies. "I think we've got an old buddy here who we could never quite nail on explosives charges." They seemed pleased. Ben looked forward to accompanying them when they turned his place over, as they put it. It was interesting to learn how many terrorists had pretty basic criminal backgrounds. Ben's impression of them as fanatical people with a political cause wasn't the whole picture. It seemed that a whole range of people ended up getting involved, and for all kinds of reasons. He was learning more every hour. "Ben?" Shevu leaned around the open doors. "Colonel Solo's back. Report to him in the cell block." "Yes, sir." Ben found himself marching down to the cell block, which happened to be the fastest and most dignified way to move without breaking into a run. He found Jason with Captain Gearden, having one of those hissed close-quarters conversations that showed they were angry with each other. The words "results" and "unacceptable" drifted toward him. Jason stopped and motioned Ben forward with a crooked finger. Gearden was clearly dismissed for the time being. "I saw the news," said Ben. "Nice shooting." "Shooting's never nice." Then Jason switched from annoyed to benign in an instant. "But sometimes necessary. Look, your parents want to see you. Will you do the diplomatic thing and visit them?" "Dad's mad at me, isn't he?" "What makes you say that?" "He always is. I never do things right for him. He's worried about you, and he needs some reassurance that I'm not teaching you bad ways." Jason put his hand on Ben's shoulder. "He'd rather I wasn't teaching you at all, but your mother is okay with it. In the end, I can't make him or you do anything, but for what it's worth, try not to have a fight with him." Ben heard the meaning clearly enough. He'd be sent to the academy. He couldn't face that now. He might have a lot to learn, but he felt he'd passed the point where he could go back to lightsaber drill and meditation. He'd done real work, made a real difference, and he knew he would have no patience with theory again.
Perhaps Jason could teach him more diplomacy. It seemed to be almost as handy as force listening and disguising your presence, two other things that Ben badly wanted to learn. "Okay," he said, filled with dread. "I'll visit tonight. Now let's see what Aelin Habur has to say for herself." The bounty hunter had been in custody for nearly a week, and this was the first time Ben had seen her since Shavu had questioned her. She hadn't been a glamorous woman to start with, but she looked terrible now. Geerden didn't appear to have taken good care of her in Shavu's absence. There were bruises on her face. She was leaning forward, arms braced on the table, breathing with some effort. "I really need to know who you were sent to kill," said Jason, reasonable and earnest. He sat down at the other side of the table and indicated to Ben to take a seat near the doors. "Was it Chief Omus?" "I'm just a debt collector." Habur wasn't quite as defiant as she had been a few days earlier, but she wasn't cracking either. "Don't let the blasters fool you." "You were carrying enough hardware to take out a platoon. You were with a known Corellian agent, so I know which government is paying you." "Like I said, debt collection. It's a competitive business." "If you've come to Coruscant, you're looking for a high-value alliance target." "You've got all you're getting out of me. Can I call a lawyer now?" Suddenly, Habur's head slammed down on the table without warning. Ben flinched at the loud crack. Jason hadn't lifted a finger. Habur pulled herself upright again, blood trickling down her chin. She looked more surprised than hurt, although she appeared to have broken a tooth. "Nice trick, Jedi boy." "I've got plenty of those." "Oh, Ben, let's try again. Was Omus your target, and who else is working with you?" Ben still didn't believe what he'd seen. He believed it the next moment, when Jason used the Force to crack her head on the table again. "Jason," said Ben. This wasn't right, and it wasn't Jason. "Jason, should you—" "Later." Jason glanced back at Ben, startled, as if he'd suddenly remembered he was in the room. "Go and wait outside." Ben realized he should have waited a long way from the interrogation room, where he couldn't hear anything. But he felt he had to stay close, as if distancing himself too much would have somehow allowed Jason to do worse things than he was already doing. "So he hurts people. I was pleased that he shot down an enemy fighter, but that guy's dead. So why do I feel bad when I see him hurt someone?" Ben took out his lightsaber and stared at the hilt, trying not to listen to the interrogation. "This is a weapon." He'd been trained to use it to defend himself, but he also knew that it was a blade packed with enough pure energy to slice off someone's head or cut clean through armor. He'd never killed anyone. What was a lightsaber for, then, if you couldn't face the fact that it killed people? He tried to think of Jason as using a weapon, his force powers, to defend the Galactic Alliance against people like Aelin Habur. But all he could feel was that Jason, a man he respected more than his own father, was hurting a woman who couldn't defend herself. He heard things he knew no kid should have heard, but still he couldn't walk away. He sat there for an hour, then 2, staring at his hands, hearing the raised voices. Then the thuds and occasional cries of pain, and then only Jason's voice repeating the same question over and over again. "Who sent you, and who were you sent to kill?" Ben couldn't bear it. "Jason, you have to stop." Geerden and Shavu appeared at the double doors at the end of the corridor, and took one look at Ben before walking briskly to the interrogation room. "Jason's in there," Ben said weakly. "Oh, boy," Shavu nudged Geerden. "Come on, we can't let this go on. He's the commander." "Done, you moron, he's going to kill her. That's not how we do things." "It was how we did things." "Really? Not on my criffing watch." Shavu appeared to have lost his cool. Ben watched, not wanting to stop them because he knew deep down that he should have stopped Jason somehow. Shevu overrode the lock, and Ben tried hard not to look inside the cell.
"Medic! Get a medic, someone!"
Jason snapped at Shevu to get out, but Gearden bundled in behind him, and the two officers laid Habur flat on the floor and tried to revive her mouth to mouth. Ben watched as they took turns pumping her chest, hand on fist, checking her breathing and pressing fingers on her throat to try to find a pulse. Jason stood back.
"Where's the griffing medic?"
Shevu demanded. Gearden felt her neck, then her wrist. No pulse.
"Ben, call the medic!"
Gearden shook his head.
"Too late. She's gone."
Ben stared in horror. Habur looked terrible. He'd never seen a dead person before, not like that. Not with his own cousin standing over her, as if it was just a little inconvenient for her to die before she'd answered his questions.
"What were you thinking, sir? We can't handle prisoners like this. You've got to report it. If you don't—"
"I've entered people's minds before, and they've always been fine afterward,"
said Jason. He seemed surprised that his force technique had caused so much damage to Habur, but not sorry. Ben noted that. Ben was forgotten in the brief panic, invisible once again to adults having a fight.
"We have to know who she was working with."
Shevu stood his ground. He didn't seem in awe of Jason at all.
"You should have left this to me, sir.
Time is critical in assassination attempts. They could be out there now."
"I know that, and I also know that you don't let prisoners die during questioning. I have to report this."
"You report it then, Captain, but right now I have to find out who she was after. And my only lead is some woman called Mirta Gav."
"There's the Corellian agent, sir," Gearden said, straightening up. "He doesn't know who Habur was after. Only that Corellian intelligence told him to give her a safe house and provide weapons."
"Some agent, if he yielded that much."
"I'm very persuasive, sir," said Gearden. Shevu rounded on him.
"We don't want another dead prisoner."
Jason looked through Shevu as if he weren't there.
"Get working on him, Gearden, just in case."
"I have to do something."
Ben couldn't bear to think of someone else dying like that woman had. He had an idea. Work through the information again, just like the ex-CSF men had told him. It was stupid because Jason was smart enough to have spotted anything useful. And the World Brains network of ferals, enslaved spies, knew plenty. If his force powers couldn't shake the information out of Habur, then Ben stood little chance of doing any better. But he decided to use the tricks that ordinary people had too when sorting through information.
"Can I see the datapad, please?"
Ben fought to stay calm. He had moved from disbelief to shock. He didn't know why Jason had done what he did, but he had to have a reason. It had to be that Ben just didn't understand it yet. He had to stay calm, but he wanted to run back home to his mother and, yes, his father.
"You can't keep doing that. It's not a game. You've grown up now. You can't do the things you do and then run home when it gets scary."
Jason handed him the datapad, suddenly all reason and concern.
"You sure you're all right, Ben?" I just never saw a dead body like that before. It's okay. You want to go home? I mean home to your mom. It's okay if you want to." "I'm okay."
Ben took the datapad and retreated to the nearest empty room. It was the cleaning droid station. He settled down on an upturned bucket and tried to look through the data in a sensible and rational way, but it was hard when you'd seen your hero do something terrible.
There.
He'd dared think it. Jason wasn't perfect. He flicked through the images in the datapad, hundreds of them, and they were all pictures of vessels, just as Shevu had said. He had to scroll through them a number of times before the idea that was nagging away at the back of his mind suddenly became clear, and he spotted what was in a lot of the pictures. Not everyone, but most of them. Sometimes it was just a detail, and sometimes it was almost half the ship. but it was the same class of ship. It was a YT-1300, an old Corellian transport model that was still a common sight around the core worlds. They ran forever. Uncle Han's Falcon seemed ready to run for eternity. Ben had a flash of insight. Ben trotted down the corridor and approached Jason cautiously, hoping that he was right, and hoping that the information might save the Corellian agent from Gearden.
"She was after Uncle Han, Jason." Ben handed back the datapad. "That's the ship they were doing surveillance on. It's in more than half of the images. They thought he was still here. She was looking for the Falcon."
Jason shut his eyes for a moment and swallowed.
"I assumed she was in the right place. I assumed, Ben. That's a lesson for all of us. Never assume anything."
He concentrated, eyes closed, holding the datapad in his hands as if he was visioning something in the Force.
"She didn't feel focused on Dad, either. I thought you could do anything in the Force, Jason. Why did you miss that? What blinded you to it?"
Jason opened his eyes again, looking as surprised by the oversight as Ben was.
"You're right, Ben. I feel it. Well done. So this Myrta Gav might be connected. The woman who's been trying to contact her."
He fumbled for his comlink, uncharacteristically shaken.
"I can tell Dad we've got one of the assassins Thraken sent after him. Now all he has to do is watch out for this Myrta Gav."
Jason hugged Ben with genuine relief. Ben could feel it wash over him. Shavu came out of the cell and gave Jason a completely blank look that Ben could tell didn't fit at all with what he was feeling. But Jason was too tied up with calling Uncle Han to take any notice. Ben knew what Shavu felt, and he felt a little of it too. Sometimes you have to do things you don't like, and kill people because you absolutely have to. Jason was right, but it was still horrible, and he didn't think he would ever find it easy. He left Jason to his call and decided it was time he faced his father. Corellian Assembly Building, Coronet, Office of the Corellian President. It was an awfully big office, and offices that big usually meant small-minded men occupied them. Fat remained dismayed by the ease with which the likes of Thraken Sal Solo bounced back from disgrace and even treason charges to hold high office again and again. The galaxy was a moral cesspit. It got what it deserved.
"You beat the blockade, then,"
said Sal Solo, leaning back in his splendid Apasha chair and holding court in front of the opposition party representatives. He smiled charmingly at Myrta, who didn't smile back. She didn't charm easy, that girl.
"How would you like to work for Corellia?"
"Specify your requirements regarding Centerpoint."
"The Alliance sabotaged it, but I'm embarking on repairs, and it should be fully operational in a few months."
Sal Solo used the pronoun I a great deal. Fat listened in vain for the word we.
"Once it's online, the Alliance won't be able to make us disarm. Ever."
"Then why do you need Mandalorian assistance?"
"Repair crews haven't been able to land on the station."
"Try recruiting on Nar Shaddaa. You need smugglers to run blockades, not soldiers."
"But when we do land crews, we'll need someone to defend the station. It's the Alliance's prime target."
Fat didn't care for Sal Solo. He didn't care much for anybody, but this man was what Mandalorians called a Hutun, a coward, the lowest form of life. Myrta had taught Fat a few choice Mondoa words against his will, but it seemed to be a fine language to curse in. "How much?" Sal Solo's eyes flickered as if he had to look to his colleagues for some mandate, but was deeply unhappy about being seen to do so.
1 million credits.
Per man?
Yes.
Per month?
That's a ludicrous figure.
It's dangerous work.
I was thinking of a flat fee. It's only going to take a few months.
We don't do open-ended contracts. Months turn into years on construction projects. Fat really didn't want the work at all, and he knew the commandos didn't. And no start date yet. Call me again when you put a crew on the station and we'll talk. But it's $1 million per man per month. If we do it, we'll be bearing the brunt of Alliance attacks, and they'll probably cream your fleet first, which means we'll be defending your interests on our own.
How many men?
That thing's bigger than the Death Star. 100 at least. Fat watched Sal Solo's face fall ever so slightly. Two of the other three politicians looked grim. The third, Gedgen, seemed perfectly happy. Maybe he knew something about Corellia's budget that they didn't.
"I hope you didn't mind my dragging you all this way for such a brief meeting," said Sal Solo, still directing the occasional insincere smile at Myrta. "I'll be in touch."
"Always worth visiting Corellia," said Fat. "Yes, always worth getting inside a government building and recording the layout and weak points. Always worth finding out what your opposition buddies want. Always worth tracking down Han Solo and waiting for my daughter to show up." "I might stay a few days." The politicians laughed politely, "but not for too long. I need to track down Co-Sizer's search, and that clone with the gloves." "Got time to show me around?" Fat asked. He figured he might as well record what he could. "Nice place you got here."
"Shall I do the honors, Mr. President?"
Gedgen offered. That didn't surprise Fett one bit. He beckoned to Myrta, who walked behind them with sullen disinterest, as Gedgen showed Fett the fine staterooms, everything paneled in gilded apasha, and the offices. All the while Fett's helmet and gauntlet sensors built up a handy plan of the whole Corellian government complex, even the parts that Gedgen didn't show him. That penetrating terahertz radar had been a very good investment. The grounds were beautiful, too. Fett assessed the height of the walls and the nature of the security patrols while admiring a row of trees with pale blue blossoms, whose crowns were trimmed into cubes.
"I realize you're a busy man, Fett," said Gedgen, "but may I make a proposal?"
Fett kept an eye on Myrta, who also seemed to be checking out the layout of the complex, judging by her eye movements. Her Mandalorian father should have taught her the value of a helmet. "Wondered when you'd get around to it."
"Our president doesn't enjoy our full confidence. Would you remove him for us?"
"I thought you'd never ask. How permanent?"
"Totally."
"Who's paying?"
"All the opposition parties. Together we can outvote the Centerpoint Party, and without Sal Solo they can be quite sensible."
Fett considered the contract. Timing was the issue. He wanted to pursue co-sized data as soon as he could. "And after you see your daughter. Last time you saw her, she was too young to talk." "When?" Gedgen handed him a tiny data chip.
"When can you complete the task?"
"When I've checked you out." Fett tapped the datapad link on his forearm. Yes, the chip was valid. 1 million.
"You people deal in round numbers."
"I could make it 3 million. Yes or no?"
"Yes."
Gedgen tapped his own datapad.
"There. $500,000 up front. Balance on completion. Can we offer you a room, a speeder back to your ship?"
"It's a nice day," said Fat. "I'll walk." Myrta matched his pace along the broad boulevard leading from the government building. She had been commendably silent. She was agitated, though. She sneaked a glance at her comlink. Aelin still hasn't responded to her. "Say it," said Fat.
"What?"
"That I should stay out of Corellian politics."
"For $1 million? If you don't do it, I will. Sal Solo gives me the creeps."
She slipped the comlink back into her pocket.
"When are you going to do it?"
More pressing business first.
What's more pressing than 1,000,000 credits?
Okay, girl, it's time. They were on Corellia, and so was Han Solo. Solo was the bait for Aelin. And one thing Fett could always do was find Han Solo. He could almost think like the man now. And he was getting tired of a kid thinking she could fool him. I'm here to find Han Solo. He could see her expression even though he wasn't looking directly at her. The helmet display could take an image from a wide angle. She blinked rapidly, but the rest of her face was utterly composed. Because Aelin's looking for him, and when I find him, I find her. Fett didn't break his stride. His joints ached, and he wanted to sit down and rest. But he kept walking.
So I don't get paid, she said.
I'll pay you because I said I would. But don't play me for a fool. She shrugged unconvincingly.
So shoot me.
You've still got your uses.
How'd you know Solo was here?
I know Solo, and my sources are better than anyone's. He's here.
Ah, said Myrta. Ah.
She'd get paid. Fett couldn't understand what was worrying her. He always kept his word. Chapter 16.
Mom, Dad, please don't ignore this message. We've caught Thraken's assassin because she made the mistake of looking for you on Coruscant. Her name is Aelin Habur, and she isn't going to trouble you any longer. But she might have a female accomplice called Myrta Gev. That's all we know right now, but stay sharp. Mom, Dad, I love you. Please try to understand what I have to do.
Jason Solo encrypted comlink message to his parents. Jason Solo's apartment, Rotunda Zone.
I came as soon as you called.
Lumia was waiting for Jason, looking for all the world like an insurance saleswoman with a taste for couture clothes rather than a Sith adept.
It's been a difficult day,
he said, and grabbed his hold-all to pack a few things. That much of him was still Jedi. He owned almost nothing except the kit he needed as a pilot and a colonel.
I need to discuss some things with you. I could sense your anxiety.
Luke is aware you're here. He doesn't know where you are exactly, but he feels some echo of your presence.
You mustn't be alarmed for me, but we have to accelerate your progress toward full Sith knowledge, in case Luke finds me and prevents me guiding you.
Are there techniques to teach me?
Not techniques so much as awareness.
Lumia spread her arms, and the room was suddenly both calm and charged with dark energy. It felt to Jason like sitting in the company of dangerous men in a beautifully appointed office, a veneer of grace over savagery.
Technique is for apprentices. You know all you need to know. It's within you. You only have to become aware of it and embrace it.
You make it sound like pain.
It will be.
You know what it is, then. Tell me, or warn me.
No, I don't. I can only guide you toward awareness and encourage you to step across the line. It's a different rite of passage for everyone who attempts it, because it's about breaking their own personal limits.
The room was soothing, an illusion that was almost a meditation chamber. The light around them was deep blue and distorted as if filtered through water. Jason thought it was ironic that her power and energy could only find an expression in illusion, useful though that was. She could change nothing permanently. He could, though.
I killed someone today. You're a soldier. Soldiers have to be prepared to kill.
I killed in a way I didn't think I ever could. I'm appalled at what I can do. I don't enjoy this.
If you enjoyed it, Jason, you would not be the one destined to become the Sith Lord.
The logic was both seductive and horribly true. He was now on a path of pain. He had to do what he dreaded most. That was why it was becoming easier each day, although it hurt so much.
It was right. It was exactly what Verger had taught him when he was in the hands of the Yuuzhan Vong. He had to suffer to become the glorious creature, the shadow moth, who had to struggle and panic to emerge strong from its cocoon, to be changed into what he needed to be, a Sith Lord. There had never been an easy path destined for him to fulfill this prophecy. Verger had known that. She had known even then.
You knew my grandfather. Did he have to pass this way? Yes. Then why didn't he succeed? He wanted power. Not political power, but the power to shape reality for those he loved. It diverted him, and it flawed a great man. He also lacked your breadth of education in the Force. That's my belief.
Jason thought of his astonishing lapse in failing to spot the simple truth that Alan Habur had been sent to assassinate his parents, not Cal Omus. It was the kind of thing he should have been able to divine from the Force through a number of techniques, and yet he hadn't. He hadn't seen it coming. I've been blinded by personal preoccupations, by family ties. That must be the reason. Sith lore teaches that we shouldn't avoid love and anger, said Jason. How can that be true if it was Anakin Skywalker's flaw?
You don't have to avoid it. You have to be able to pass through it, and draw strength from it. Look at the Jedi now, all with their families and children, all fettered by them. Luke's little wife ignores what she feels about you, and looks for any excuse not to believe it, because she puts her son's happiness first. Luke doesn't confront you because he fears alienating his wife and son. If they faced those fears and drew on them, they might well thwart our plans, but they won't.
Jason knew she was right. And Ben?
Ben will make a fine apprentice for you once he stops being defined by his father's name and resenting it. He's already on the path.
Lumia lowered her voice as if afraid to make the next suggestion.
You must become a Jedi Master.
Isn't that what I don't need?
Ben needs you to be his master, so he knows he's made the break from his father's control. The Jedi Council needs to show it values what you do for the Galactic Alliance if it doesn't want to be seen as undermining government, because there are always those who will use that against them.
She paused.
Besides, why shouldn't you be a master? If what you've learned over the last few years doesn't qualify you, what does?
Lumia, if I lobby for this, it's going to look like a weakness they can exploit.
You don't have to. Not yet. Let me shape opinion.
Influence the Jedi Council? Oh, come on now.
You have allies there, apart from Mara Skywalker. Let me plant the idea in a few places, outside the Council, of course. Ideas take on a life of their own.
Like Admiral Neothel's.
She already had ambitions. She merely needed not to be ashamed of being bold.
Is there anyone else you've influenced to act?
I haven't had to influence much. This is a galaxy in search of order.
Jason needed to ground himself again. Attractive as Lumia's reassurance was, he trusted his own feelings most. He would go back to the Jedi Temple tonight and see for himself, hear for himself, feel for himself what was true and not true. And he would risk time-walking to his grandfather's day again. He had to face it.
You'll be ready to understand what your final passage must be very soon, said Lumia. I know it.
So do I, said Jason, and clapped his hands together once in a burst of Force energy. The beautiful blue underwater illusion vanished like shattering ice on a pond, and he was back in his sparse apartment again, with a bag to pack and a war to win. Skywalker's apartment, Galactic City. The apartment doors opened before Ben could press the entry key. Luke felt him coming, a turmoil of emotions in the Force. Is that what I do to him? Is he that scared of me? I think I preferred it when he just ignored everything I said.
No need to look so scared, said Mara.
She took Ben's shoulder and steered him into the living room.
We're just worried about you, that's all.
She sat him down and gave Luke a warning glance as he walked into the room to attempt to pull his son back from the brink. Ben was still wearing his black fatigues, which were actually no more than the standard Special Forces uniform, but somehow looked a great deal more sinister. He certainly didn't look like a Jedi. "You tried to force him to be what he didn't want to be. This is what happens." "Are you okay, Ben?"
"Yes, Dad."
"I'm not angry with you." Luke pulled up a chair. "But we see the kind of things Jason is doing lately, and we wonder if you should be part of it." Ben just stared back at him. Luke had seen that expression on children's faces before, but they had been refugees, children from war zones who'd had to grow up faster than was reasonable or decent, and who never went back to being carefree kids again. "I'm learning a lot," said Ben. "I'm not sure if it's the kind of thing you ought to be learning."
"Why, sir?"
Ben had always called him Dad. Suddenly he had become Sir. Luke caught Mara's reaction, a little mental flinch beneath the reassuring smile that seemed set in place. "It's violent, Ben." Ben swallowed.
"Jedi do violent things. We fly starfighters with laser cannons. We use lightsabers. How many people did you kill when you fought the Empire?"
Luke was stopped in his tracks. He found himself forming the words. But they were all... All what? All evil? All people who didn't matter? Most of them had just been swept up on the wrong side, soldiers, pilots, people in uniform, even civilians, just cannon fodder. And it had been easy to see the good guys and the bad guys back then. Now he couldn't put his hand on his heart and say that he truly believed he had killed only evil men. "I killed a lot of people," Luke said.
"And so did I," said Mara pointedly, "and I was on the other side."
Ben looked as if he was measuring his words. He'd acquired a little gesture, a habit of looking down at the floor, chin on his chest, and pursing his lips. That was pure Jason.
"But I haven't killed anyone. I know I've saved a couple of lives in the last few weeks. Just because it looks bad, it doesn't mean it is bad."
Luke had no answer. His gut instinct and his recurring dream of the hooded figure had not changed one bit, but his intellect was saying something else. It was whispering, "Hypocrite." Mara caught his eye. "Ben, how would you feel if I asked you to go to the academy for a while?" Luke asked.
"Now?"
Luke had expected an instant eruption of indignation, not merely a one-word question. "I'd thought that, yes." Ben looked down again. An echo of Jason.
"Are you going to make me?"
"I'd rather not."
"Then I'd like to carry on with the Guard a bit longer. There are things I need to understand before I study again, things I can't work out at any academy."
Luke's forced sense told him that Ben meant exactly what he was saying. He wasn't playing for time or manipulating the situation. "Okay, son," said Luke. "We'll talk about it later." They had a meal together, their first as a family in what seemed like a long time, and for a while Luke could almost pretend that nothing was wrong. Ben got ready to leave.
"Could we spend some more time together when all this stuff has calmed down?"
Ben asked. It was the assumption of an innocent child that the situation would resolve itself in a time scale he could imagine. Days, weeks, months. Luke wished it were true. "That would be great," he said. When Ben had gone, Luke waited for Mara's reaction. It took a while.
"Now look me in the eye and tell me that Jason is corrupting Ben," she said.
"I never used that word."
"You didn't tell him you wanted him to stay away from Jason either."
"Okay. Ben has grown up very, very fast."
"And he's making sense. Nobody's ever asked that question before."
"What?"
"How we can justify what we've both done in the past. It's easy for me to look back and know what I did. But what about you? Ben's got a point."
"You're remarkably tolerant these days," said Luke.
"I'm a lot older now, and I'm more concerned about my own family than the galaxy's problems," said Mara. "It knocks the edges off a girl."
For a moment, Luke wanted to believe that he'd overreacted to Ben and Jason, and that Mara was right. His mind said that what he saw on the surface was true, but his gut said otherwise. It said that what he saw in his dreams was more real than his waking hours.
"I'm glad we could sort that without having a fight and Ben storming out," said Mara.
Everyone believed what they wanted to believe. If it hadn't been for that echo of Lumia, and he couldn't have been mistaken about that, then Luke would have believed it too. Cabin Park, Coronet, Corellia. He's going to have your wife and kids killed. That's all you need to know. Han Solo wasn't one of life's natural-born killers, and he knew it. For all the times he had fantasized about killing his cousin Thraken, from his teenage years right up to a few hours ago, he now wondered if he could actually aim a blaster at him in cold blood and pull the trigger. The man deserved it, but that didn't mean Han could do it. He was going to try, though. Jason might have intercepted Aelin Habur, but there was another potential assassin out there, this woman Gav. And if there wasn't, then Thraken would just keep coming anyway, year after year. He'd blighted Han's life for as long as he could remember. The plans that Gedgen had given Han were the public kind that any Corellian taxpayer could examine in the public library. The itinerary of the president could change, too, so that meant Han would have to do some serious recce work before he felt confident about taking a shot. For a scumbag, Thraken didn't seem to surround himself with the massive security typical of most paranoid tin-pot despots. But maybe he thought people loved him as much as he loved himself. And seeing as he had been voted back into power yet again after a career of sleaze and treachery that would have embarrassed the Hutt, he was probably right. Han found a good vantage point in the park overlooking the government offices and presidential residence. The G.O., as Corellians now called it, was one large complex, a tasteful little village of colonnaded low-rise buildings in the classical style set in well-kept formal gardens. The park around it sloped gently up an artificial hill that provided a safe gradient for board skiing when it snowed. Han found a seat at the top of the hill and took out some breadsticks to chew on, every bit the regular man having his lunch in the park. He even fed the gliders that gathered to watch for crumbs. I'll need to get him in a confined space. I'm not a sniper. Han wondered if he should have put aside old feuds and hired Fett after all. At least he'd have known the job would be done right. Okay. He has his regular weekly press conference today, which means he has to be in his office either side of that slot. A nice grenade launcher. No, he'll have staff with him. It's not their fault their boss is a scumbag. Whatever it was going to take to eliminate Thraken, it was going to have to be close, personal, and point-blank. And then there was the matter of getting out again. Han broke off a piece of breadstick and rubbed it into crumbs between his fingers, before scattering it on the grass in front of him for the gliders. They descended in a flurry of wings. Okay. Maybe take him while he's in transit. But that means a sniper shot, too. Or a drive-by. Or a... No, this is all going to suck in innocent bystanders. I have to get him alone in his office. If Fett did this for a living, then Han understood why he wasn't the sociable type. The gliders flew up in a sudden spiral, like one animal, and left him staring at a snowfall of crumbs. He finished the bread and walked down the hill, working out when the next public guided tour of the building would give him a chance to get inside and look around. If I take Thraken out and get clear of the building, will Gedgen turn me in? No. This bounty-hunting business wasn't like fighting as a soldier at all. Han strolled through an avenue of trees that led past a construction site for a new sports stadium. Work had ceased. There must have been plenty of places that were running short of materials now that the traffic between the orbital factories and the surface had been largely stopped. When Thrackan was done and dusted, he thought, that could be his new job. He was great at running blockades. He could teach these kids a thing or two. Han was just wondering if Leia had managed to get hold of Jaina by comlink when he heard a sharp hiss like a jet and felt as if someone had run up behind him. He spun around and was face to face with a Mandalorian visor that he knew far, far too well. "Long time no see," said Boba Fett, and Han went for his blaster without thinking. Fett brought Han down with a forearm smash under the chin and sent him sprawling. Han tasted blood in his mouth, and his head rang so hard he was convinced the sound was real and external. Getting hit by an armor plate was a lot harder to bounce back from than a bare fist. He shook his head to clear it and propped himself up on one arm. He was now staring into the sawn-off muzzle of an EE-3 blaster. "Every time I see you, that thing's had a few more gizmos added," said Han. "You make it sound like I pursue you." "You do." "Your glory days are long over, Solo." Fett encouraged him to get up with a jab from his boot, blaster still aimed, and picked up Han's where it had fallen. "Nobody's put a decent price on your head for years. I'm after someone who matters." "Funny. I thought you'd taken Thrackan's contract." "Shut up and give your ego a rest." "What are you here for, then?" "Sightseeing. You want an audience?" Fett shoved him into the chaos of bricks and durasteel that lay where it had been left, and toward a site office, one of those temporary cabins that could get up and walk to a new position on their own repulsors. Fett bypassed the lock with something on his gauntlet and waved Han inside with his blaster. "So, what can I do for you?" Han asked, settling on a chair covered in permacrete dust. "Need another carbonite calf table for your hut buddies?" "If I'd wanted you dead, I could have looked the other way when you had that spot of trouble with the Vong." He still hadn't holstered his blaster. "I need you as bait." "Terrific. No risk to you." "It's the word bait I tend to notice." "My daughter accepted Sal Solo's contract on your family. I shouldn't get in a fellow bounty hunter's way, but I need to find her, and you're the best way to do it." "Can't you call her like a regular father?" "She's sworn to kill me." "She's a chip off the old block for sure." "So I'm going to sit on you until she shows up. You can do it the easy way or the hard way." "I remember your easy way." "You can do it dead if that's easier." "You must want to see her real bad." Fett perched on the edge of a desk between Han and the door, one boot on the seat of a chair. He glanced toward the door, as if waiting for someone to show up. Han calculated whether he'd be able to charge whoever came in and make a run for it before Fett fired, and he realized he couldn't. Then he heard rapid footsteps, too light for a man, and wondered if Leia was going to rescue him again. Her timing was usually great. But it wasn't Leia. A very young girl with short brown hair, cold dark eyes, and an earnest, humorless face ducked into the cabin and closed the doors. She was wearing armor, not a full set like Fett, but armor all the same. And that meant another bounty hunter. "She's still not answering," said the girl. She stared at a comlink in her hand as if willing it to melt. "If she doesn't know Solo's here, she won't come." "You don't usually work in a team." Han was getting worried now. Fett doing things that were out of character scared him more than the alternative. "You need hired help these days?" "This isn't a team," said Fett. "This is an arrangement." "Okay, if I help you out, what's in it for me?" "What do you want?" It was worth a try. Fett was the master at this kind of thing. "Help me assassinate Thrackan Sal Solo." Han could have sworn Fett actually sighed. Too late.
One of his political rivals already booked me to do the job. Well, that's just great. Who? Now let me guess. Nice young man with dark hair? Durgedgen? Might be. He gave me a few tips on how to whack Thraken, too. Looks like he isn't sure I can do the job. The girl stared at Han as if she'd have to clean him off her boots sooner or later. Can you? It's not as easy as it looks, is it? It is, said Fett. Now about my daughter. Han thought of Jason's comlink message, which he had read several times but not answered. Bounty hunting was a small world. He took a chance. Is your daughter called Mirta Gav by any chance? The girl's hand went to her blaster as she fixed Han with an unblinking stare. I'm Mirta Gav, Granddad. So this was it. It was Fett's double-cross, after all. He was working for Thraken. Han decided to go for it. Just my creffing luck. He exploded out of the chair, head down, and charged the girl. She was a lot heavier than she looked, and that armor plate on her chest really hurt, but nowhere near as much as the stock of Fett's blaster against the back of his head. He fell on all fours, and the girl brought her knee up in his face just as he pitched forward. That hurt a lot, too. Solo, you forgot a few things since we last met. Fett hauled him to his feet and shoved him back in the chair. Don't take on 2 bounty hunters at once. Now, how come you know Mirta's name? Why should I tell you? Because I'm going to kill your sleazebag cousin. Show some gratitude. Fett meant it. Han couldn't work out what was going on, except he wasn't dead yet. And Fett wasn't the man to indulge in long, gloating speeches before he claimed his bounty. My son says they picked up a hit woman in Galactic City called Aelin Habur, and that Osik, the girl hissed. Her face was instantly white and shocked. And if you're Mirta Gav, then you two might both be after me and my family. I'm not hunting you, old man. Mirta was upset, that was clear. I was looking for Habur. She took a breath. I recovered some items for her. She must owe you plenty, judging by the look on your face, said Han. He looked at Fett, but a man with a helmet betrayed nothing. He was just very still. Aelin's my daughter, he said quietly in a voice that sounded as if it belonged to a totally different man. Real name's Aelin Vel. So your son's got her, has he? I think I know the kind of job he does. She was cannoned up and ready to kill me, pal. I need to see her. Well, let me go and sort Thraken, and I'll put in a good word for you with my boy. Maybe he can arrange visiting rights. And maybe I'll tell your boy that he can pick his dad up in a body bag if he lays a finger on my daughter. Maybe I'll finish the job for her, because you're no use to me as bait now. Mirta was staring at Fett as if she wasn't sure what was happening. He'd certainly said something she wasn't expecting. Looks like we're all stuck, said Han. No Sal Solo, no contract on you. Well, that's a win-win situation if I ever heard one. Get your Jedi son to release my daughter. If you let me have a crack at Thraken, Han said, I'm not splitting the bounty. Just let me split his skull. Deal. Okay, deal. Fett held out his hand to Mirta for her communicator. Call your wife and tell her you've run into an old friend, and that you're going to be late getting home. She'll sense there's something wrong. She's got this Jedi danger sense. Mirta Gav raised her blaster and held it to Han's head. Can she bring people back from the dead, too? Okay, point taken. I'll make it convincing. Move it, said Fett. Don't want to miss the President's news conference. It's going to be his last. Chapter 17. Jedi are seldom public figures, and rarely risk controversy. But Jason Solo's extraordinary record in recent weeks, leading the war on terrorism, even flying combat missions in the Corellian blockade, marks him out as a man less concerned with the esoteric spiritual preoccupations of the Jedi Order
and with doing his bit for the Galactic Alliance. He's the perfect counter to those critics who demand to know what taxpayers get for their credits from the Jedi Order. But ironically, he still has almost no status within the Order itself. He doesn't even hold the rank of Master. HNE's Week in Focus, Political Commentary. The Jedi Temple, Coruscant, 22:15 hours. Even the Jedi Council had its business hours. Jason always found that amusingly unspiritual. He could enter the temple at any time, but he needed to be in the council chamber itself, and that required a little deception. It also needed a massive force effort from him, because he had to make himself invisible at the same time as shutting down his force presence and flow-walking back in time. He doubted he could hold all three elements together for long. He had to enter the chamber, listen and look into the past, and leave no trace of his visit. Jason, back in his traditional robes again, wandered around the temple archives room, browsing the data files, until there were only a few Jedi left reading at the terminals. They would hardly notice that he had disappeared among the shelves and not walked past them again. Concentrating on his body as if it were a shell, he used the Falanasi skills he had learned to project an illusion of being nothing, of having transparency, and drew his force presence so far inside himself that he vanished to all Jedi senses. A woman lost in thought while she stared unblinking at a screen took no notice of him when he sat down next to her. Now he could walk into the council chamber itself unseen, he hoped. The temple, whose rebuilding had struck Jason as a needlessly expensive statement of power, was now working in his favor. He had marshaled the courage to look into his grandfather's past again, and this was the place he needed to be to do that, on the site of the very chamber where Anakin Skywalker's fate had been decided. He slipped through the doors and stood within the circle. The inlaid marble floor was said to be identical to the one on which Anakin would have walked. Jason stared at it, wondering if he might see the floor through Anakin's eyes. He had felt his emotions, and he had seen through his own mother's eyes. It might be possible to do both at once. Listen. He felt the soles of his boots become part of the marble, as if he were growing into the polished slabs like a tree. His head buzzed. Snatches of conversation washed over him until, like picking out the sound of his own name in the crowded, noisy room, he heard, "Anakin." He felt as if he were braking on a long slide down a hillside. He felt the jolt in his mind, and the sounds in his head became clear. He didn't recognize the voices, but he could easily work out who some of them were.
So, is he the chosen one? Qui-Gon believes so. But what do we believe?
Skywalker is exceptional, but he's past the age of being trained.
But is he the chosen one?
If he is, then training him becomes irrelevant. He will either find his path or not.
A logical argument you make, but direction is needed.
Then who will train him? Who can train him? Perhaps nobody can take on the challenge.
But if we do not train him, regret it we may.
And none of us can take on a Padawan, and we have more pressing problems to deal with. The last speaker was Mace Windu. Jason recognized him from recordings, and his heart sank at how easily they had abdicated responsibility for Anakin, considering that he was the chosen one. Jason sought parallels, more clues to where Anakin had gone astray on his path to show him the pitfalls to avoid. This time he needed to see what had happened. He shut out the time echoes of the voices again, and slipped into a corner where he could hide if his force invisibility failed as he flow-walked into the past. The effort of sustaining all the techniques at once was making him sweat. His head pounded, and the image of the chamber blurred for a moment, but then it cleared, and Jason felt as if he had woken with a start. The council sat in their ceremonial seats, or appeared as holograms, and one of those present in the flesh was Anakin Skywalker, now a young man, and a very angry one. He was standing in the center of the chamber in a black cloak, arguing with Mace Windu and Yoda.
"Allow this appointment lightly, the council does not. Disturbing is this move by Chancellor Palpatine."
"You are on this council, but we do not grant you the rank of master."
"What? How can you do this? This is outrageous. It's unfair. I'm more powerful than any of you. How can you be on the council and not be a master?"
"Take a seat, young Skywalker."
Jason watched for a few moments, and both pitied and understood Anakin, and knew that he wasn't following his path. Not at all.
Poor grandfather. Gifted, exceptional, dismissed. Barely tolerated, largely untrained, abandoned. No wonder he resorted to crazed, desperate violence. Had he received the training that Jason had, if he had been able to perfect his powers and experience all uses of the Force, even those the Jedi Academy shied away from teaching, then the galaxy might have been a very different place. I'm the second chance. The Jedi Council dropped the ball, and they paid for it. Jason had accepted his Sith destiny, but now he understood not only that it had to happen, but why. Everything in his life had led to this point, because Anakin Skywalker's destiny had been subverted and warped by well-meaning but blind masters, sending him off on a tangent to do a flawed Palpatine's bidding instead of realizing his own full power. I'm more powerful than any of you. It was a boy's expression of anger, but it was true. And as history repeated itself, because it had no other choice, Jason was more powerful than any of them except Luke, and he was growing closer to Luke's strength by the day. When he achieved Sith mastery, he would surpass him. He hadn't yet thought how Luke and he would coexist after that point had been reached. For a brief and tempting moment, Jason considered force-walking into the future, as he had done before, but his instinct said to leave it alone for the time being. Power. Power was a vulgar personal word, shot through with ambition and petty vanity. Becoming a master was a necessary political step in achieving the ultimate order. Beyond that it had no meaning, but Jason would still seek it, purely as a tool. He could maintain the time flow and invisibility no longer. He snapped out of the past and held his presence in check long enough to leave the chamber and pause farther down the corridor to catch his breath. A maintenance worker appeared from a storeroom and stared at him, surprised. "Good night, friend," said Jason, and mind-rubbed the memory from the man as he left. Slave 1, Coronet City Spaceport, Corellia. "How do you breathe in this thing?" Han grumbled. "Try shaving in it," said Fett. Han Solo adjusted the Mandalorian helmet with both hands. The spare armor that Fett kept stowed in Slave 1 as a backup was just what he needed to get them right up close to Sal Solo. The body plates weren't fitted, so they attached to Han's clothing without too much trouble, but the helmet was a custom job, and he was struggling with it. "I can't see," said Han. Fett activated the HUD. "Whoa! What is all this?" Han put his hand on the bulkhead as if he were falling over. "I can't balance." "Data display and 360-degree vision." Fett shut down most of the feeds and the blink-operated controls, so that Han saw only what he'd seen with his own eyes. It would take him days to get used to the 360-degree field of view without crashing into things. And there was no point confusing him with the rest of the display that rolled and flashed constantly inside the visor. If he blinked at the wrong time, he'd either blow himself up or wipe billions off the stock exchange,
He only needed to be able to see. "Never worn a helmet?" "Yeah, but I don't recall stormtrooper helmets being quite this fancy inside." "That's cheapskate defense procurement for you. Try walking." Han paced up and down the narrow galley in Slave One's cargo section, turning his head left and right. Myrta watched him with cold indifference. But Fett had come to know her well enough to realize that the news of Aylin's capture had knocked her sideways. Maybe there was a really big bounty hanging on that necklace. "Okay, I can do this," said Han. "I can see well enough to blow his brains out. So explain this to me. We just walk in and ask to see your cousin. Then we get him on his own. Then we kill him. Then I kill him. I agreed to kill him, and I will. Fett didn't have time for this. You can take a shot, too, if it makes you feel better. And he's just going to let you stroll in." "Yes." "He asked for some Mandalorian assistance. I said we'd think about it." "I've thought." "What assistance?" "Defending Centerpoint." "But you took a contract to assassinate him," Han said. "Gedgen made me an offer, and I accepted. I didn't accept Sal Solo's. I'm a man of my word. A contract is a contract." "So he posed as your Mandalorian henchman." "He'll want to see us." "How do we find our way around? It's a maze in those offices." "Already done the recce and recorded the data." Fett projected the holoplans of the presidential offices onto the cargo bay bulkhead. The penetrating radar had built up a detailed three-dimensional walk-through image. "Getting in is easy. Next two stages are getting him on his own, because I don't like collateral damage, and getting out again." "Can't Gedgen help you do that?" "How's he going to explain a dead president?" Myrta looked up. "He'll blame it on the Alliance, because that's very handy for him." "She's good," said Han. "Either way, we get out fast. I suggest we exit via this route to his bunker, which leads to this tunnel that comes out in the park." Fett traced the illuminated transparent chart with the finger of his glove, and considered how bad a firefight might get if they were trapped in that tunnel. Myrta only had a small bag with her. That meant not much kit, not enough kit. "You want a helmet, girl?" "No." "You'd better be fast, then." Han stared at the chart, seeming more comfortable within the confines of the helmet. "Thracken's got a bunker?" "Civil Emergency Center. He's got direct access from his office." "You don't trust him either." "He has no honor. But that's irrelevant." "I don't think I'll ever understand you, Fett. You kill without blinking, and yet you're taking an awfully big risk to find a daughter who's tried to vape you." "He's all heart, really," said Myrta. "I must be because you're still alive," said Fett. Han eased off the helmet and took a deep breath. "And I never had you down for a double act, either." "We're not," said Fett. But Myrta had her uses, and she never gave up. He liked that. "He needs me for ballast," Myrta said sourly. Fett checked the charge on his blaster. The adrenaline rush of carrying out a job on the spur of the moment like this had made him forget his illness for a while, and had left him with a pleasant sense of omnipotence. The pain in his stomach and joints, a persistent tenderness that sometimes peaked into a sensation almost like toothache, was always there now, but it could still be pushed into the background without his reaching for painkillers. He wondered how long he'd be able to do that. "Nobody ever survived the Sarlacc, but I did. If you want something badly enough, push yourself hard enough, you can do anything. Even survive against all odds. Even restore an empire. Even heal a rift with your only child." Yes, he could do anything. He was Boba Fett. He was what his father had made of him, and that was a survivor. "Oh, yeah," said Myrta. "What's that mean?" Fett asked. Myrta checked her blaster. "Let's go hunting."
Galactic Alliance ship Ocean. Alliance Third Fleet, Corellian Exclusion Zone. Day 6 of the blockade.
"Well, that's going to make life interesting for Omus,"
said the hologram of Admiral Neothel. A line of vessels, some freighters, some individual warships, some starfighters, and some whose profiles didn't match anything Jason had ever seen, had formed up in line astern a Corellian cruiser, Bloodstripe, at 50 kilometers from the Alliance picket blockading Centerpoint Station. The ops room crew of Ocean watched the unmoving ranks of lights on the scanner. The commander of the Third Fleet, Admiral Macon, another Mon Cal with an unflinching approach to warfare, stood beside the hologram of Neothel with his arms folded.
"I make that one bonnet and cutlass class, a couple of Fondorian fighters, and that's an Odzeri freighter," said the weapons officer. "They've been on station for the past hour."
Macon turned to face the image of Neothel. "May I have confirmation of orders, ma'am?"
"Maintain the exclusion zone and deny access to all vessels," said Neothel. "And if an Alliance vessel is fired upon or otherwise threatened, then you may engage."
"Colonel Solo," said Macon, "put Rogue Squadron on Alert 5.
"Awaiting your orders, sir."
"Let's see who blinks first this time." Jason made his way to the hangar deck, where a row of XJ-7s stood, with canopies open and ground technicians running pre-flight checks. Jaina and Zack were leaning against a bulkhead talking in hushed voices, and Jason chose not to use his force senses to listen. Jaina greeted him with a hostile stare, and a definite sense of pushing him away in the force.
"Good of you to drop in, Colonel Solo,"
she said. His instant commission had really irked her.
"Who's minding the shop back at Secret Police HQ?"
Zack greeted him with a nod.
"Now, Jaina, we have a guest star. Be nice."
Jason chose not to take offense.
"Mission brief, people."
"It doesn't matter. Pass beyond it."
"Some other fleets have fronted up on behalf of Corellia, some of them civilian vessels. They're lined up, daring us to take a crack at them. We've been watching the scanner repeater."
Zack nodded in the direction of the bulkhead, where a large holoscreen mirrored the tactical information from the ops room.
"This is going to get tricky. One wrong move, and we suck in a lot more enemies."
Jaina completed Zack's sentence, a holdover from their time as joiners.
"Do we have orders to engage?"
Jason could feel her mistrust and sorrow. It was a real weakness in a squadron if pilots had lost faith in their commander. But it wasn't his military judgment she would question. It was his morality.
"Only if fired upon or placed under serious threat." "I'm glad we're clear,"
said Jaina. She picked up her helmet from the bench, lowered it into place, and fastened the chin strap.
"Are we just going to buzz them or try to drive them back?"
"Right now, none of them are in the exclusion zone. If that changes, we turn them back."
"I love a standoff,"
said Zack.
"Are they letting supplies through to the shipyard orbiters yet?"
"No. Total exclusion zone means total exclusion zone.
Even in Corellian space."
"Not our problem, Zack. The legality of that is for the Senate to argue later. Okay, time to turn and burn." 3 XJ-7s didn't constitute a major confrontation, but Jason was clear how far he would allow things to proceed. This was another game that could easily escalate. The 3 starfighters came up well under the line of assorted vessels and looped around to take up positions between them and the Alliance picket ships ringing Centerpoint on the outer side. Moving to intercept across that huge curve of alloy and durasteel meant a fast dash, but that was what XJ-7s were made for. Jason watched his cockpit console display for movement. He reached out carefully in the force to test Jaina's state of mind. She was, as ever, focused on the job at hand, but a persistent ripple of hostility, there was no other word for it, tinted the slow eddies. He felt a strong shove back against him in his mind.
"Get out of my head."
He could grasp the meaning as clearly as if she could share words with him.
"Back off."
Jason wondered if Zach could sense this too. He didn't attempt to test Zach's feelings, but he shared an emotion with both of them instead. He sent calm. They waited, silent, watching their screens. One of the Fondorian fighters eased out of the line and passed Bloodstripe. It advanced slowly towards Zach, who was holding position on Jason's starboard wing.
"Steady,"
said Zach. The Fondorian slowed almost to a halt, and then suddenly peeled off to one side. Zach matched its maneuver instantly and harried it for 10 kilometers at close range until it swung around and headed back to the line behind Bloodstripe. Now all the vessels pulled forward to form a line level with the Corellian cruiser.
"They're going to go for it, Zach,"
said Jaina.
"Yeah, I feel it." "Here we go."
Jason said nothing. Bloodstripe didn't move, but the ships to either side of her did. They spread farther apart, and for a moment he wondered if they were simply going to try to draw Alliance ships away. But the picket ships at their back had orders to remain on station. Their laser cannons could very nearly cover the whole run of Center Point's access bays, and Jason was sure Bloodstripe's commander knew that. This was a gesture. This was provocation.
"Hold steady,"
said Jason. Then the Otzeri freighter picked up speed and came straight at them. Jason had it on visual now. It was an old ship and lightly armed to deter piracy, but it was picking up speed.
"He's coming right at you, Jaina,"
said Jason.
"If he hasn't changed his mind at 2 kilometers, give him a reminder who's in charge here." "I'll buzz him." "You be careful,"
said Zach. The freighter showed no signs of slowing. It was coming at the picket head-on, and its course appeared to be about to take it between the XJ-7s and within 3 clicks of one of the Alliance destroyers. The only question was when it was prudent to block its path.
"That's close enough,"
said Jaina, and edged forward to skim over the freighter's casing, nearly shaving its antennae. The freighter didn't waver.
"He needs another reminder,"
said Jason, and set off after Jaina to block the freighter's path.
"Bonnet and cruiser breaking on the far side."
Zach's voice was a whisper.
"Leave that to me."
Resolute, one of the picket destroyers cut in on the shared comlink.
"Laser cannon targeted, Rogue 3, just in case he gets any ideas."
The cruiser was a legitimate target. It was an armed warship. The Otzeri freighter, though, needed more careful handling. Firing on a civilian vessel was a political risk, not a military one. Jason set a head-on course for the freighter's long panel of viewports set across the width of its nose. Jaina had looped back and was making a second pass to block the ship.
"Blink,"
said Jason. The freighter held its course.
"Go on, blink."
They were on a collision course. It wasn't high speed, but in space even a low-velocity collision could be disastrous.
"Don't play this game with me, friend,"
Jason said. He could now see the figures moving on the freighter's brightly lit bridge. He was close enough to see the color of their overalls.
"Not yet."
Red, blue, a few green. Humans, all of them.
"Not yet."
30 seconds more on this course would smash him into their viewport.
"Steady."
If he didn't pull up in 20 seconds, he'd be dead. He was no longer aware of Jaina or Zek, just the rust-streaked ship with its band of white light that now filled his field of view. He became a pilot again, not a Sith lord-in-waiting or a Jedi with all the knowledge of generations, but a pilot at one with his fighter. 10 seconds. Jason surrendered himself to instinct. He jerked the controls, and the XJ-7 climbed high and fast just as the freighter made a last-second dip below the plane of collision. Jason knew he had missed the hull by meters. When he reached the top of his climb, he looked down and saw that the freighter's aft ports had opened. Small laser cannons were trained on him. Not all ships had their armament mounted forward. Freighters expected sometimes to be chased in pirate-infested space lanes.
"Got you," said Jaina. "Jason, I'm targeting their cannons."
There was a staccato exchange of white and blue streams of fire beneath Jason as he arced down into a dive and came up behind Jaina. The freighter fired again, and then Jaina was clear of the stream and coming about for a second time. Jason watched one cannon mounting shatter and break into a shower of shimmering particles, and then the other. The freighter slowed and began to turn. Jason sent a one-word message to Jaina in the Force. "Fire!" He felt her resist him. He switched his comm link to Jaina's channel alone.
"Finish it, Jaina." "I've disabled both aft cannons. He's heading back."
"He opened fire. Do it."
"Jason, the ship's damaged, and he's retreating. I can't continue the attack."
"You know the rules of engagement."
"I won't do it. It's a civilian vessel, and right now he isn't presenting a threat."
"That's an order."
"It's outside the ROE."
"It's legitimate. I repeat, take him out."
"Colonel Solo, I'm refusing that order."
Jaina cut her comm link and swung back to the picket line. Jason seethed. She was crazy. Civilian or not, the freighter had opened fire. Retreating or not, it still had functioning cannons. It was a clear threat. Jason lined up the icons on his console and sent a spread of 5 torpedoes into the freighter.
"Jason, what the—"
That was all Jason heard from Zek. A ball of gold light plumed from the starboard side of the freighter's hull, then another and another, and suddenly half its flank was in fragments and hitting ships alongside. The line flanking Bloodstripe broke and scattered. On his screen, Jason saw the pinpoint images of small lifeboat ships disgorging from the cruiser to go to the freighter's aid. Half of the ship had blown away.
"Rogue Squadron, bang out now!"
Resolute's commander cut in.
"We're opening fire. Get out of there."
Jason dropped immediately under Resolute's arc of fire and headed back to Ocean, picking up Zek and Jaina as he went. He could feel Jaina's fury as she trailed him in silence. Zek opened the comlink.
"Anyone want to tell me what happened back there?" "Jaina, why did you break off?"
Jason answered for her.
"Colonel Solo refused a direct order,"
he said carefully. It broke his heart, but he had no choice. My sister. I've really lost her now. Why won't she see what has to be done?
"She's now suspended from duty."
Presidential Offices, Coronet Corellia, 1830 hours. "Do take a seat," said Thrackan Sal Solo. "I wasn't expecting to see you back so soon." The doors to the office were open, and a couple of Sal Solo's staff sat at desks in the adjoining room. Fat perched on the edge of one of the fine brocade chairs and motioned to Han to sit down. Myrta simply stood to one side, arms folded. Sal Solo didn't seem to expect to be introduced to Fat's new associate. He'd meet him soon enough. "Did you have second thoughts?" asked Sal Solo. "Just seeking clarification," Fat said. He noted the position of the door that led to the emergency bunker. "Can we discuss this in private?" "How private?" "Is this room soundproofed?" "Yes." "Then shut the doors and give your staff the rest of the evening off." For a man like Sal Solo, it wasn't an unusual request. Fat was counting on it. He hadn't been paid to silence any bystanders. The doors closed, and they were as alone with Sal Solo as they were ever likely to be. There was a panel of comm links on the desk. Fat was pretty sure one of them would be a priority button to summon help. He was also sure that Sal Solo carried more than one blaster. "Don't make a hash of this, Solo. Clean shot. I should never have let you tag along, but you're my ticket to my daughter now. Tell me again what you have in mind for Centerpoint." His HUD showed nobody in adjoining offices. Beyond 2 rooms, The penetrating radar became less efficient. Why will I give anything to see Aelin now after 50 years? Amazing, the power that mortality has over your mind. He rested his hand on his blaster rifle. He always carried it rather than sling it across his shoulder. Sal Solo seemed unperturbed by it. Myrta didn't take her eyes off him. Han was silent but visibly tense. Fett could see it in his shoulders. Once Corellian forces breach the blockade, we can resupply the station with technical equipment and reactivate it. We'd hope to position your men inside to stop further sabotage. It's a huge station to make intruder-proof. Okay, watch me carefully. Like I said, 1 million credits per man per month. Fett counted the seconds. Han twitched. Cheaper than an army, I suppose, Thrackan said at last. 100 Mandalorians is an army, said Fett. And then Han leapt from the edge of his seat and slammed across Sal Solo's desk, knocking him flat into the wall and upending his chair. Sal Solo pulled a holdout blaster from his jacket while they struggled, and Han head-butted him. The blaster went flying. You moron, you blew it. Han pulled off his helmet with one hand and had his cousin by the throat. You scum! Fett launched himself across the desk and pinned Sal Solo down. Just do it, Solo, he snapped. Kill him, or I will. It's not sport. Myrta covered the doors with her blaster. At least the girl knew what she was doing. I've waited years for this, Fett. Make it fast, then. Fett assumed Han wanted to make his cousin suffer before he killed him, which was sloppy, but then family feuds were always too emotionally charged. Remember what you agreed. Han had a stranglehold on Sal Solo's throat. The man's eyes bulged. Never again, you scumbag! He dug his fingers into the skin. You never mess with me or my family again. Sal Solo found a defiant, strangled voice. You think the bounty hunter I decoyed you all with on Coruscant is the only one hunting you? What do you mean? Fett grabbed Han's wrist to stop him choking Sal Solo before he answered. What decoy? I tipped them off about her. Too busy following her to worry about the others. They're coming, Han, and you don't know how many. You'll never be able to sleep soundly again. Aelin. You set up Aelin. You used my little girl. Back off, Solo. He's mine, said Fett, and held the blaster to Sal Solo's head. No, he's mine, said Myrta, and rolled across the desk to fire 3 bolts into Sal Solo's forehead. It was a split second of total silence, and then 2 seconds of chaos. Han was cursing that he'd been cheated. Fett put 2 rounds into Sal Solo to be sure he'd finished him. And that's for Aelin, too. You should learn to shoot first, Solo, said Fett. Now get down that passage fast. Run for it. But I wanted to take him, for all he's done to me. Go on, then. Put a few more through him. Have your vengeance. Then shut up and get moving. The room might have been soundproofed, but the sound of blaster fire could penetrate a long way. Fett wasn't sure Han could do it, but Sal Solo was dead already, and Han no longer had to face shooting him in cold blood. At last he fired. Fett grabbed him and shoved him through the door to the passage as Myrta retrieved the spare helmet. She was a smart kid, even if she had taken a shot she shouldn't have. They ran down a single flight of steps and into a long passage lit by yellow emergency lamps. Fett's helmet sensors picked up movement 2 rooms above, running feet. Someone was coming. He took the full set of security blades out of his pocket and set their interference pattern to block all comm links except his own. This wasn't the time to let anyone call for backup. Then he shoved Han ahead of him and forced him to run. The fool was still staring back at his cousin's body. Now my side of the bargain, Solo, Fett panted as they ran. My daughter. I have to see my daughter. Chapter 18. The Galactic Alliance is in turmoil this morning, as more planets withdraw representatives from the Senate in protest at fighting in the Corellian blockade. Atzeri's ambassador to the Alliance described the destruction of one of its freighters as an act of war. Chief of State Cal Omas told HNE earlier that the exclusion zone would remain in place until Corellia disarmed, and that the Atzeri vessel had opened fire after repeated warnings. There has been no response from Corellia's president, Thraken Salsolo. HNE Morning Bulletin. Lumia's apartment, safe house, Galactic City. Jason rubbed his eyes, trying to erase the dream he'd had on the flight back from Corellia, and that was still vivid in his mind. He hoped it was a dream and not a vision. As the turbolift climbed to the 300th floor of the apartment tower, he tried to shake the image from his mind and failed. In the dream, he was staring at his hands, lightsaber clutched in one, sobbing. That's what you dream of when you send your own sister for court-martial. Deal with it. No, he wasn't proud of what he'd done to Jaina, but it had to be done. He let the misery wash over him, and didn't flinch from it as he opened the doors of Lumia's safe-house apartment with a brief focus of force energy. Inside was a surprisingly comfortable suite of rooms, scattered with objects that he thought he recognized from her asteroid habitat. She'd been back home to pick up a few things. Somehow, he hadn't thought of her as needing material trappings.
"You're very upset," she said, emerging from another room.
Jason was startled by her appearance.
"Your grandfather found me drifting in my starfighter after Luke Skywalker had fired on it and left me for dead. Vader saved me. So my life is inextricably linked with your family. Did you know that?"
"You see that as destiny?"
"Inevitability, which is why you should stop feeling guilty about your sister."
"I'm having bad dreams about it. I wasn't expecting that."
"Do you want them to stop?"
"No. They are what they are. I have to embrace them."
"Be sure you know the fine line between dreams and visions. They may tell you what you need to know, what I can't tell you."
"Which is?"
"How you progress from where you are now to what you have to become. I can guide you in techniques, but their application must come from you."
Jason sat down, careful not to touch any artifacts in case one had a use he didn't yet know.
"This is what I don't understand. I spent over 5 years perfecting my use of the Force, learning techniques from all species, not just the Jedi way. What more can there be? Where does a Jedi adept end and a Sith begin? You see, I never really believed that it was purely a line between good and evil. Some days I can't even define those terms." "It's acceptance," said Lumia. "The willingness to surrender to what the Force asks of you, to stop denying it by rationalizing denial as self-discipline and avoidance of powerful emotions."
"That sounds as if I should simply do the first thing that comes into my mind."
"You already know you should."
"Why am I different from my grandfather, then? The more I do, the more I feel I'm doing exactly as he did. Was it really only his preoccupation with his wife that stopped him achieving order?"
"He started his training too late, and was still inexperienced when he was exploited by a man who wanted power. You're a mature man with a lifetime's training, and nobody is using you. You won't make the same mistakes."
"It can't be that easy."
"It won't be. It'll be painful."
"More painful than turning on your own sister?"
"Oh, yes."
"That's my destiny?"
"That's the price you pay for bringing order to the galaxy. This is your sacrifice. Now do you see why weak men like Palpatine saw only power, and why they were defeated?"
Lumia's hypnotic voice was almost disembodied. Jason watched her mouth and had no sense of being spoken to by another living being. It was an oracle, a dispassionate revelation.
"There is nothing in it for you as Jason Solo."
He'd lied. There were worse things already than suspending Jaina. There was the look on Ben Skywalker's face when he saw Aelin Habur's body. He'd gone too far invading the woman's mind. She hadn't been up to the physical strain. He wouldn't make that mistake again, but Ben's trust in him had taken a body blow. The boy still didn't understand that doing things his father's way led to an endless cycle of war and chaos. Luke wouldn't face the need to take extreme measures. Luke wanted to feel good about himself. That was attachment. "How do you feel when you see Luke Skywalker now?" he asked.
"I feel nothing," said
Lumia.
"I only remember."
"What should I do next?"
"I can't tell you. Deal with what troubles you most."
"My apprentice, Ben. He's wavering."
"Don't seek his approval."
"I don't."
"Don't set an example and hope that he'll follow it. Put him in a position where he has to discover the truth for himself."
She was, as she had been at Bimiel, painfully right. Ben had to learn what his father never had, that there were necessary evils. And there was no better place to learn than in the Galactic Alliance Guard. Emergency Management Complex under Cabin Park, Coronet, Corellia. For a couple of old guys, Han thought, he and Fett were keeping up with the girl pretty well. Then he realized that the underground passage sloped downhill. The corridor that ran from Sal Solo's presidential suite to the emergency management bunker stretched for 1 kilometer under Cabin Park. All they had to do was keep running. What happened after that, Han had no idea, but it wasn't the first time he'd run headlong and trusted to his instincts and luck. Besides, he was with Boba Fett. That man could escape anything.
"Where does this come out?"
Han panted. "Leads into the bunker complex, then 2 exits out of there to the surface." "2? 2 exits are always better than 1. A long way behind, but not far enough, pounding boots echoed. They were now in a dimly lit tunnel with a hard tiled floor and large stenciled signs every few meters, with helpful messages like, "Got your respirator?" and "Secure all doors, your life may depend on it." "We're not going to run into company ahead, are we?" "Not unless we're really unlucky." Fett pounded along behind Myrta. "They only staff these places in civil emergencies. Like a war?" "Yeah, that'd qualify." Myrta had her hand blaster held at shoulder level as she sprinted, a testimony to the benefits of unfashionably flat boots and sensible clothing.
"They'll have a real emergency on their hands if they get in the way."
Doors ahead of them opened automatically, and bright lights flared into life on the ceiling. If this was all set to trigger when staff entered, then they had to be alone down here, or the lights would already be on. Alone except for the guards chasing them, of course. Had to be guards. Han was tuned to the sound of guards' boots. Fett came to a halt as they entered a lobby with 6 doors leading from it. 3 were marked Traffic Control, Water and Power, and Central EM Cell. The other 3 weren't marked at all. "Which one?" said Han. Myrta stepped behind them, blaster sweeping an arc while Fett froze. Han realized he was focusing on some display in his helmet's HUD. 2 exits via the main EM room here, but if we get stuck, there are hatches to accessible vents from the other rooms." He indicated his jetpack. "I don't do vents."
"EM room, here we come."
The running footsteps behind were much, much louder now. A bolt of blaster fire spattered plaster 10 meters from them. Fett broke off and extended his left arm, sending a long jet of flame down the passage behind them that made a loud ha-womp sound and blew billows of gray smoke back at them. Curses and shouts rang down the passage. The flamethrower had slowed their pursuers, but not stopped them. "Move it," said Fett. The EM door didn't open automatically. Myrta hit the heel of her hand on the square red key at the side a couple of times, and the doors parted. They were already halfway into the room before Han realized that it was full of desks in rows, with comlinks on each of them. The walls were covered completely in holomaps and display boards. The place was ready to handle whatever disaster hit Coronet when the warning siren sounded. A bewildered man in a white shirt looked up from a datapad and stared at them.
"You're early," he said. "We weren't due to staff the—" "Oh, boy."
A blue streak of blaster fire spat from the doorway, and Han, Fett, and Myrta fired at the same time, driving back 2 security guards. The man ducked, arms covering his head, while they traded blaster bolts, and Fett shot out the door's lock panel, sending the 2 halves slamming shut. "Health and safety inspection," said Han as the terrified man flattened himself against the wall. "Keep up the good work." They burst through one of 2 doors marked emergency exit, and were back in a yellow-lit corridor again, running for their lives. It sloped uphill. Han really noticed that now. His thigh muscles screamed for a rest. Behind them, there was the sound of blaster bolts smashing through doors, and the pounding of those boots again. The guards didn't give up easily. "Your jetpack isn't going to be much use to you down here, pal," said Han. Fett didn't break his pace. He got to the end of the passage and spun around, nearly knocking Han against the wall. Then he bent forward at 90 degrees to the ground, hunched his shoulders, and tapped at the panel on his left forearm. "You reckon?" he said, breathless. "Mind the backwash, Solo." A swoosh of hot air and a blinding flash of yellow light nearly flattened Han as the small missile on Fett's jetpack skimmed the back of his helmet and shot down the corridor, trailing vapor. The explosion deafened him for a few seconds. Fett grabbed his shoulder and shoved him ahead. "You know how much these MM9s cost," Fett grumbled. Han's ears were ringing. "There's got to be safety regulations on that thing." But he could hear the thuds and cracks of falling rubble. They ran. Ahead, a patch of light that was brighter than the yellow gloom of the tunnel kept Han running at an automatic animal level. Escape. Just escape. Worry about everything else later. He'd expected Myrta to be halfway across the park by now, but she was standing by the exit doors, pumping blaster fire into them until they parted. Cool evening air washed into the musty passage. The tunnel emerged in the slope of another artificial hill on the far side of the park. "All clear," she said. "Go on, run." Myrta didn't strike him as the type to care whether he lived or died, but like Fett, she had her reasons for wanting him in one piece. Fett could have left them both stranded and escaped with his jetpack, but he didn't let Han out of his sight. "Call your wife," said Fett. "Get her to pick us up. We can't run all over Coronet at this time of night. Too conspicuous." They crouched in the cover of thick bushes near the highway, and for a second Han had one of those out-of-body views of himself in his mind that sometimes left him reeling. 3 Mandalorian assassins, fully armored, hiding from the Corellian security force in a nice, normal park, as a government coup began a kilometer away. He opened the comlink. "What am I doing here?" "Hi, honey," said Han. "Can you give us a lift?" Leia's voice was, as usual, all resigned calm. "Who's us?" "Some Mandalorian buddies I ran into." "That's nice. I'm watching a lot of police activity from the apartment." "Ah, that'd be Cousin Thrackin."
"How is he?"
"Dad," said Han, his stomach torn between nausea and a lifetime's worth of relief. "Very, very dead." GAG Headquarters, Galactic City, Coruscant.
"What happened to Barrett Sai?"
Ben asked. Shevu consulted the custody file and shook his head.
Not here. No record of transfer to CSF custody either.
But every prisoner should be logged in and out, right?
Right.
Shavu stared at his datapad, lips compressed in a thin line.
I don't like prisoners who disappear.
He managed to smile at Ben.
Maybe he was repatriated and nobody logged him out. We sent back a lot of Corellians in a hurry before the blockade.
Yeah.
It's hard when you get personally involved,
said Shavu quietly.
Best to stand clear and do everything by the book.
Jason doesn't.
Colonel Solo is my commanding officer.
It wasn't an answer that made any sense on the surface, but Ben was learning fast. Shavu was saying that he wouldn't give an opinion on Jason's behavior, whatever he thought of it. He was angry about Aylin Habur. Ben was distressed, too. Jason was all he wanted to be, and then suddenly he killed a prisoner. Carelessly, not in anger, but she was still dead. And Ben wasn't sure he knew him as well as he'd thought he did.
Is this what I want to be?
I understand, said Ben, and went off to the now empty gymnasium to practice his lightsaber skills with a remote as a target. The small sphere danced and spun in the air as he swung and sliced, leaving a faint trail of light behind the blue blade with each stroke. When he became swept up in the movement and stopped concentrating, he always found himself on the edge of one perfect movement after another. It didn't feel like a series of actions, it felt like one, his first and last stroke frozen and repeated over and over again. There came a point as he pursued the darting silver sphere when his mind was completely blank, not just clear, blank. And in those moments he saw things. It was as if his conscious mind had stopped its relentless chatter and left a door wide open. Then his mind wasn't pure white light any longer, but a detailed image, with layers of data that he could understand intuitively, but not read. It stopped him dead in his tracks. The remote, responding to him, froze in midair. Jason was summoning him. The remote presence of other Jedi was something he had grown up with, the way other kids heard their parents calling them. But this was different. He was being summoned, not called. It was an order. He felt it. He retrieved the remote and ran to find Jason. He could locate him easily these days, as if Jason had an overwhelming presence in the Force, like a signpost when he wanted it. Sometimes, though, he disappeared completely. Ben really wanted to learn to do that, too. Jason was sitting in one of the administration offices, staring at a holomap on the wall, with his hands cupped over his mouth and nose as if he was thinking about something that upset him.
Jason?
Ah, Ben. I wasn't expecting you to come so quickly. I hope I didn't interrupt anything.
Like I had any choice.
But Jason always treated him like an adult.
Just lightsaber drill.
I'm looking at the areas we have to sweep now. We've got a running battle going on between Atzeri and Coruscanti in the lower levels, according to CSF, and the bomb disposal teams are investigating 10 more suspicious packages. We deal with one problem and another 3 spring up in its place.
What did you want me for?
Jason indicated a chair and motioned Ben to sit down.
It's time I gave you more responsibility. We only grow when we're given the chance to.
Ben tried to imagine what extra responsibility he could be given. He had already gone on anti-terror operations and sabotaged weapons that could destroy whole worlds. It was hard to top that when you were 13.
You can detect weapons and explosives. You're really good at it.
Jason jerked his thumb in the direction of the holomap on the wall.
Go on, see if you can sense anything by looking at the map.
Ben jumped out of the chair and scanned the map. Like most holomaps of Galactic City, It was multi-layered, and he could peel away levels of each grid or dive deep into them by touching the light grid with his finger. He passed his hand above the surface to concentrate on the force, and found nothing. Perhaps it wasn't on that section of the map. He tapped his finger against the far left of the display, and the map shifted west to take him farther from the Senate building and toward the business districts. He found himself drawn to a quadrant a few kilometers southwest of the Senate, but he sensed nothing specific. In there somewhere. Good. Jason stood right behind him and put his hand on his shoulder. Normally that was reassuring, but right then Ben had a sudden memory of Alan Harbour. Go on. Something's about to happen. Ben felt he was being tested. Do you feel it? Yes, I do. And the World Brains Ferals report activity there. What is it then? I want you to work this one out for yourself as part of your training. I'll be there to help you out if you need it. But I think it's time you learn to make decisions. I trust you. For a few moments, Ben was wildly excited at the trust Jason was placing in him. Then he lapsed back into being torn between fear of failing and remembering Alan Harbour. Do you trust me, Ben? Jason asked suddenly. Of course I do. Tell me the truth. Jason could sense everything. Sometimes he seemed almost telepathic. Ben knew there was no point lying to him, and he didn't want to. He wanted answers. Okay, I don't understand how you could hurt that woman so badly, he said. You're not a bad person. You don't like violence. It scares me because I don't think I could ever do that. And that means we're different, and I wanted to be just like you. And now I'm not sure. Jason didn't look upset or offended. It was hard to tell how he had taken the admission. I can understand that, he said quietly. And we all have to find out for ourselves how far we can go, and what we're prepared to do. You won't know until you have to do it. Ben wasn't sure that he understood, but he knew he had to go through with this. It couldn't be that different from what he'd been doing for the last couple of weeks. He knew what he could do, and what he wasn't prepared to do. He was certain of that. New black GAG assault vessels, CSF ships in new livery, were waiting for them at the landing pad. Captain Chevu leaned out of the troop bay of the lead ship, hanging on one of the overhead straps with one arm. "Quadrant H-90's not secure yet," he told Jason. "They've barricaded the sky lane intersections with speeders." Jason jumped up into the bay and hauled Ben aboard. "Are they still in position?" "CSF wants a bit of backup before they move. There seemed to be a lot of Coruscanti involved." Jason frowned. "You sure?" "Sure. Not every taxpayer here seems to agree with the alliance line." Ben pondered that as they rose into the air and banked left to head for H-90. It was an ordinary neighborhood as far as he knew, shops, bars, apartments, and a market, with a cosmopolitan population. He'd assumed that it was the non-Coruscanti section that was the source of the growing discord and danger that he'd detected by concentrating on the holomap. It had never occurred to him that the people he thought he was protecting would object to being protected. Every day brought new revelations about the confusing adult world. Just when he thought he'd worked it out, he found he hadn't. Jason and Chevu shouted a conversation above the noise of the drives that filled the open bay. Coruscant lay like a map beneath them, filtered slightly by haze. "It started when CSF arrested someone for painting anti-government slogans on the local Galactic City Authority offices, sir. There's a full riot squad deployed now." "Any more incidents?" Chevu paused and put his hand to his ear, concentrating on his comlink earpiece. 20 public order arrests.
No serious casualties. Pretty quiet. Worse to come, though, Ben? Jason asked. Ben nodded. The wind whipped the legs of his uniform. Yes. Chevu simply looked at him with that intense stare that said he preferred hard facts to force impressions. Confronted with that expression, Ben had his doubts, too. I think that's a safe bet any day of the week, said Chevu. The assault ship swooped low over a sky lane that was clogged with speeders of all sizes at each intersection. CSF vessels had formed up behind them at a careful distance. The focus of the activity was an apartment block where a noisy protest was taking place. Someone had sprayed "Peace Now" and "Stop Killing Corellia" on the awnings that covered sections of the walkways so that the message was visible from the air. The crowd along the walkways looked like a complete cross-section of species, and when the GAG ship dived lower to observe, it was met with jeers and obscene gestures. For a peace protest, it was getting pretty aggressive. Ben kept an eye out for blasters. The crowd seemed on that edge between simmering down and exploding that he was getting used to seeing. The ship lifted higher and hovered above the CSF line until a speeder bike rose to meet it. The sergeant astride it flipped up his visor as he drew level with the bay.
Tip-off that they might be hoarding weapons somewhere. We're deciding whether to go in and search the area and risk a full-scale armed riot or wait until they get bored and go home.
Jason, Ben, and Chevu surveyed the scene from a safe height. Want us to go in? Jason asked. We don't have to worry about community relations like you do.
Yeah, I heard that,
the sergeant said warily. A chant rose up beneath them.
The Empire's back! The Empire's back! Not planning to deploy in white armor, are you? That'd really start them off.
Very funny, said Chevu. He lowered his helmet into place, suddenly becoming anonymous behind the shiny black visor. Okay, you want us to root out a few? Once Ben was physically close to the area, he could feel much more specific disturbances in the force, little whirlpools of threatening darkness. He felt something else now.
It's big weapons.
We were kind of hoping for small ones, but Ben could feel a growing anxiety that was almost like itching deep in his ears, so deep that it nearly touched the back of his throat. He was close. He craned his neck and looked out as far as he could from the open bay, hanging on to the safety line.
I know where they are,
he said. He looked at Jason to confirm his feeling. Jason just looked at him, waiting.
What do you think?
What do you think? Asked Jason. Your call.
It feels really dangerous.
So? Decide. Do we go in or not? Ben wavered.
If I'm wrong, we might start a full riot and people might get killed.
Chevu powered up his blaster. The faint whine cut through the rumbling voices and the throb of repulsors. Ready when you are, sir.
You have to make the decision, Ben, Jason said. You have to decide what you think is right based on the intelligence you have now, and then stand by your actions.
Ben hesitated. He wasn't sure now if Jason would stop him if he thought he was mistaken. He had to make his move.
That block there,
said Ben, pointing down at a stack of apartments over a scruffy restaurant.
Take us in.
Although Ben was sure, almost sure, that he could deal with blaster fire or missiles hurled at him, he was scared. The crowd below loomed larger, some turning and running away as the assault ships closed in, some rushing toward the vessels. At 10 meters, Ben jumped, using the force to stop him smashing into the walkway. People scattered. He heard Jason thud down behind him, and he didn't look back as he ran for the door of the restaurant. Black-suited GAG troopers passed him and secured the doorway, and Ben drew his lightsaber simply because he was operating on blind instinct now. There was nobody in the restaurant. The tables were empty, and he ran between them, heading for a door at the back.
Behind him he heard shouting, screams, and blaster fire. He had to be right about this now. He stopped at the doors at the back, not sure whether to force them open, and saw that it was Shavu behind him, not Jason, covering his back, blaster aimed. I can't stop now. Ben opened the doors with a forced push and stepped through, lightsaber held in both hands, and found himself in the kitchens. A jumble of Durasteel racks, ovens, and sinks, flanked by cupboards and storerooms. He concentrated, trying to feel for where people or arms might be hidden, and went instinctively toward a hinged door with a hand wheel on one side. He didn't sense a person, but he sensed something indefinably dangerous. "You have to remember to wear an earpiece," Shavu whispered through his voice projector, and pointed to the hand wheel, indicating, "Get over on that side," by stabbing his finger. Then he made a circling motion. "Turn the hand wheel." Ben held his lightsaber in his right hand and slowly wound the wheel with his left. The door hissed as a seal broke, and a mist of chilled air tumbled out into the warm kitchen. Shavu held up 2 fingers, then 1, and jerked his fist down. 2, 1, go! Ben wrenched the door open, and Shavu aimed inside. It was pitch black, and the blaster's targeting spotlight punched into the darkness of a cold store, highlighting mist. Ben fumbled for the lights. Frost-rimed boxes lined shelves. Unidentifiable joints of meat hung from hooks. Nobody was hiding in there. Ben covered Shavu as he rummaged around in the cold store. The captain emerged with a long metal cylinder in one hand. His helmet was already iced over. "Know what this is?" he asked. Ben stared at the object. It was a tube. "Grenade launcher?" "Close. Shoulder launcher for small missiles. Part of one, anyway. There's about a dozen in there." "That shouldn't be on the menu." "Criffing right it shouldn't be." "Okay, let's go up 1 floor," Ben said. "That's your force sense talking, is it?" "Yeah." "Okay, works for me." The turbolift was tiny, and they huddled inside. Ben hated lifts. It was the moment when the doors opened that was worst. His force sense would tell him if there was a welcoming committee outside, but he still had a sick feeling in his stomach as the doors parted, and he saw into the lobby beyond for the first time. This time he was sure there were people around. He pointed to the left. Shavu darted down the passage and trained his blaster on the first door, gesturing Ben to stand to one side as he blew the lock panel. Then Ben sent a surge of energy ahead of him in a shock wave to flatten anyone inside. Like a stun grenade, it provided a few precious seconds to overpower an enemy, but it didn't leave them temporarily deaf and blinded. The 2 men inside, and Ben had spotted them only when he was well inside the room, scrambled up from the floor, and he lunged forward with his lightsaber. His reflexes took over. A blaster bolt shot past him. He thought it was from Shavu's weapon, and as he saw one of the men raise his arm, he brought the saber down in an arc. It felt like the skirmish was taking forever, but he knew somehow that it was seconds. Another bolt of white light flared, and he deflected it without thinking. Then there was silence. The air in the room smelled of burned fabric and rasped at his throat. He could feel his pulse pounding in his temples. "Well, they're about as dead as you can get." Shavu still held his blaster on the 2 men as he stared down at them. "Why'd you block my shot like that?" "Did I?" "You did." "But you shot one." "No, one of them fired at me." Ben looked at his hands as if they weren't his. He was holding the lightsaber 2-handed as usual, and his grip was shaking. He'd killed both of the men. They both looked about Jason's age, and he didn't like what he saw. "You okay?" "Were they both armed?" "Bit late to worry about that." Shavu squatted down, laid his blaster beside him, and began searching the bodies. Ben heard pounding boots, and 2 GAG troops entered behind them. "Well, one definitely was. Can't find a weapon on the other." "Force forgive me. I killed them. I killed a man who wasn't armed. I didn't even think." Ben leaned against the wall and slid down it a little, bracing his legs. Around him, more GAG troops were running down passages checking rooms. He heard cupboards being wrenched apart and shouts of, "In here! Clear!" His head sank into his hands. He wanted to look, but he couldn't. Someone took his arm. "Ben, get up." It was Jason. "I'm sorry." "Ben, get a grip. You've got work to do." Jason pulled him upright gently but firmly. "Go on, look. You should have searched the bodies instead of leaving it to Shevu." "He wasn't armed." "Stop it. His body was, and the place is stuffed with rocket launchers and hardware." Jason steered Ben toward the two men on the floor and held him by both shoulders from behind to make him face them. Ben switched off. He felt a numbness spread through his mind, and all he saw was shapes. He didn't see people. He knew he would later, but right now something had cut in to cushion him from what he was seeing. "You made the call, Ben." Jason's voice was low. From the corner of his eye, Ben could see Shevu watching. Or at least he was facing in their direction, head turned as if he was focused on them. "Mostly we get it right, but sometimes we don't. You got most of it right today. Maybe you got all of it right, but it might take us days to find out if that man was a threat or not. Either way, you can't afford to let it get to you." He turned Ben toward the door, and one of the GAG troops took his arm and led him out into the passage. The noise outside was leaking into his awareness. He felt the force torn and twisted by a riot in progress. He'd started it. It was all his doing. He caught a snatch of conversation. "He's a kid," Shevu's voice. "He's a boy." "He's a Jedi, and he has to learn," Jason said. "He was already handling weapons at the same age you were learning to add." Ben took a breath and surrendered himself to blind reflex again. By the time he got out onto the walkway, CSF officers were using snare rifles on parts of the crowd that wouldn't disperse, and the air was hazy with smoke. The thrum of assault ship drives made his back teeth vibrate. A CSF officer grabbed him and bundled him into one of the police personnel carriers, and he sat with his back against the bulkhead, silent and stunned, until a familiar face appeared in the hatchway with his visor pushed back. "Hey, Ben," said Corporal LeCouf. "You okay?" "Kind of." "It's never easy, kid." "What isn't?" "Killing someone." "You need someone to talk to, I'm here. Any time." Ben knew he should get out of the carrier and get back to fighting, but a small, scared voice inside said that he was only a kid and it wasn't fair, and that he wanted his mom. He shook himself out of it. Mandalorian boys his own age would already be warriors. They'd spit on Ben for being such a baby. He pulled himself to his feet and scrambled out of the personnel carrier, stumbling back down the walkway as if wading through deep snow. At some point, and it was probably only moments later, Jason caught his arm and passed him to Shevu. They were pulling out. The black assault ship drew level with the walkway, and Shevu heaved Ben aboard. On the flight back to base, Ben sat sandwiched between Shevu and Jason, thinking that if they moved, he'd just collapse. "It doesn't get any easier," Jason whispered. "The day it gets easy is the day you have to stop this business." Ben found his voice somehow, and it didn't sound like his own. It echoed in his head. "Will you teach me to shut down my presence in the Force, Jason?" "Why?" His instinct was that it would protect him one day. He also had another reason. "So if I want Dad not to find me, I can?" "You can't hide from your father every time you do something he doesn't approve of." "I know, but I just want to be on my own sometimes, really on my own." Jason studied his face as if looking for something. "You did okay today, Ben. You don't have to hide." The last few weeks had been a constant series of cliff edges that Ben felt he had stepped from, and somehow he hadn't fallen. But they had changed him each time, and he had a sense of never being able to step back onto the cliff edge again. And today really had changed him. He knew it. He wanted his old self back, but he knew that the Ben he had once been was gone forever. He wanted to cry, but he was a soldier now, and he had to live with what he did.
Dad must have gone through this too, and Mom.
He wondered if he would ever be able to talk to them about it. He doubted it. Chapter 19. What is he playing at? Either he's running the guard or he isn't. I know he gets results, but he has to make up his mind about whether he's a fighter pilot or a Special Forces colonel. I don't know if he just likes playing with X-Wings or if he's trying to score points with the admirals. Maybe both. Captain Gearden, in a message to his wife, on the subject of Colonel Jason Solo. 3rd Fleet Base, Coruscant. It was a dream, a real dream, Luke hoped, the kind caused by eating too close to bedtime or enduring too much stress, and not a force vision. But it had woken him early. His son Ben appeared, head in hands, crying, sobbing, "It's too high a price, it's too high a price." That didn't sound like the kind of thing Ben might say. But then Ben was changing into a man almost before his eyes now. Luke sat in the deserted wardroom of the 3rd Fleet shore base and waited for Jaina. He let his gaze rest on the row of ship's badges that were hung neatly along the pleak wood paneling behind the bar. No, military discipline was none of his business, but Jason Solo was. Jaina arrived, still wearing her orange flight suit, and sat down in the chair beside him with slow care.
"Thanks for coming, Uncle Luke."
"I wanted to hear your side of it. I don't believe Jaina Solo would ever turn tail and run during an engagement."
"I'm suspended from duty."
There was no point telling her that the gossip had already ripped through the fleet. She'd refused to obey an order to attack. It was the kind of thing that got a high-profile Jedi pilot a lot of attention. What happened?
"I didn't think it was appropriate to continue attacking a civilian vessel when it was retreating."
Luke knew the answer, but he asked anyway. "Who ordered you to do that?"
"Jason."
"Had the ship fired on Alliance vessels?"
"No, but it breached the exclusion zone, and it had targeted Jason. I took out its aft laser cannons, but it was still capable of firing. Then it withdrew from the exclusion zone, and Jason ordered me to open fire on it."
Up to that point, Jaina had been detached and professional, couching everything in military terms. Then her frown deepened.
"It was just wrong, Uncle Luke. He wanted destruction. He wanted to teach them a lesson. I felt it."
Luke chewed over the complexities of rules of engagement. Technically, the freighter was a proven threat. It could still attack Alliance ships, even if it had moved outside the exclusion zone. Technically, Jason was right. Had it not been Jason, Luke would have chalked it up to the split-second decisions people had to make in battle, and accepted it sadly. But it had been Jason's order. One more incident that showed Luke how far toward the dark side his nephew had moved. The Jason he had known was gone, and Lumia was around. She was back, and that boded ill. She was here. He'd have to find her.
"Mom and Dad are going to be so ashamed of me," said Jaina. "Please don't tell them. I'll do it myself when I'm ready."
"They know the kind of person you are." Luke reached out and took her hands. "But why haven't you defended yourself?"
"Because if I told everyone what happened, they'd think I was whining. You know, everyone else has to do as they're told, but Jaina Solo thinks she's above orders."
"I know you're right, Jaina."
"You wouldn't have fired, would you?"
I meant that I know Jason is turning to the dark side, and that it's beyond anything that you or I did when we ventured there.
I don't want to be right.
Neither do I.
You're arguing with Mara about it, aren't you?
Jaina said. Sometimes.
She can't see what he's like these days?
She sees, but she has another explanation, and we live in difficult times.
We always do. That's no excuse.
So what are you going to do now that you're grounded? Luke asked.
Until I face a court-martial, no idea. Can I be of use to you? I'd go find Mom and Dad, but I don't think that would help them right now.
I'll think of something. How's Zek taking this?
Trying to be understanding. I don't want to be understood. I just want this insanity to stop.
Me too, said Luke. Come on, come and have lunch with me and Mara. We don't see enough of you these days.
Do you stay in touch with Mom and Dad?
If you mean do we talk, not much. But I'm always in contact with Leia. I'm afraid it's your dad I've lost touch with. Luke could remember the time when the three of them had been inseparable. It had been impossible to imagine then that there would ever be rifts or that they'd be fighting on opposite sides. I miss him.
I'd bet he misses you, too.
Luke thought of straightforward battles against evil, and how he had never given the gray areas a second thought. He missed that, too. On the way back to the apartment, the traffic lane seemed slower than normal. The stream of air speeders was backing up. Luke switched to the Holonews traffic channel to find out where the delay was, and heard a new fact of daily life in Galactic City. A number of sky lanes had been closed, and the traffic rerouted, while CSF officers cleared up after a riot.
"We'd better get used to this," Jaina said. "The Alliance just upset a whole new bunch of people, as well as Corellia."
Somewhere Luke felt Ben in sudden, brief pain. Not in trouble, not in danger, but in emotional pain. It was faint, almost like an incomplete memory, and then it was gone again, as if it had been snatched back under cover. He wondered why he hadn't picked up anything before. Alarmed, he opened the comm link and called Mara. "Honey, is Ben with you?"
"No."
Her voice tightened. He heard the pitch rise.
"What's wrong?"
"Can you feel him? Is he okay?"
"I can't feel anything. No sign of him."
Jason. Luke knew his nephew could disappear from the Force when he wanted to. Maybe he could mask the presence of others. Ben would be alongside him. He knew that much, and he couldn't feel Jason at all. "Okay, honey, just checking. I'm on my way home with Jaina." He shut the link and looked for another route home. There was no point chasing Ben and having another fight right now. The last time they'd spoken, Ben had seemed close to working things out for himself. Forcing a Jedi to do anything was always of questionable use, even if that Jedi was your little boy.
"You have to get Ben away from Jason,"
said Jaina, unprompted. "I know," Luke said. "I'm trying to get him to make that choice for himself. If I force it, I'll make Jason a martyr in his eyes."
"Am I wrong to think this about my own brother?"
"What do your senses tell you?"
"That he's going to somehow break my heart one day."
"Yes," said Luke. "We need to make sure that never happens." But it already has, he thought. It already has. The Solo's apartment, Coronet Corellia. "You gotta hand it to Gedgen," said Han. "He must have had all this planned." Fat had already worked out a fast exit from the Solo's shabbily anonymous apartment. From the window, he could see the red flashing lights of Corellian security force speeders racing across the city. When he checked his bank account, one of them anyway, he was already 1 million credits better off. Gedgen certainly paid promptly. Myrta gave Han a wary look.
"Forget Gedgen. Call your son."
Leia Solo, and despite the decade that had passed since he had last seen her, Fett had still recognized her immediately, had a comlink pressed to one ear.
"I'm trying."
She stared at the comlink in exasperation and then snapped it shut.
"He's not answering. Let's try the Jedi way. That usually gets his attention."
She clasped her hands in front of her and closed her eyes for a moment. Fett didn't care for Jedi. They were an aristocracy, winners in a genetic lottery, and there was something about the lack of merit required that rankled with Mandalorians. But for all the lightsaber trophies he kept on display from Jedi bounties, Fett knew they had their uses.
"All I care about now is seeing Aelin. Corellia can burn for all I care."
"You doing some of that Jedi mind stuff?"
Mirta demanded. Leia opened her eyes and didn't look amused.
"I'm reaching out to my son in the Force to make him realize I need to talk to him. He'll know it's me."
On the wall, a holoscreen showed a harassed-looking news anchor relaying the news that the president had been assassinated. The deputy president, Val Barad, suitably respectful, paid tribute to Sal Solo and said that an emergency meeting had been called, with leaders of all the political parties to work out a way forward.
"First time he's been allowed out in public since Thraken came to power," said Han. "He must think this is his lucky day."
"Come on, Jason," Leia muttered.
Han, fixed on the holoscreen, snorted in contempt.
"Oh, here's our little buddy now."
Fett turned to see Dir Gedgen being interviewed. He was consummately calm and grim-faced, and spoke of his shock at the news. He was rather convincing. A dangerous young man, Fett decided, and one who'd have a fine political career. He'd eat Han Solo alive. Maybe Leia would be able to handle him.
"He's talking about a coalition government,"
Han muttered.
"Dividing the spoils," said Fett.
"Thraken must have ticked off more people than I thought.
I didn't realize even his own party hated him that much. Maybe they'll build a statue to you, Solo.
Hey, it's your happy little partner who whacked him, pal."
Mirta had started pacing up and down the apartment, now watching both the doors and the windows. Leia opened her comlink. "Try again."
"Thraken said there were still other assassins out there," Han said quietly.
Fett shrugged.
"Not now they know he's dead."
"You sure?"
"If they're not going to get paid, why would they want to kill you?"
Han frowned slightly. "I suppose that's bounty hunter logic." Fett wondered if he should point out to Han that he had more to fear from Gedgen and his cronies than from an honest, tired killer. But Han should have been able to work that out for himself. Anyone who could hire a hit on a rival politician would have no compunction about doing the same to Han Solo. Fett was glad he worked in a trade where the rules were nice and clear. Then Leia said, Jason, this is urgent," and the room fell silent. Fett killed the audio on the holoscreen. Mirta stared at him unfathomable. Listening to one side of the conversation was agonizing.
"What does she look like now? Is she married? Does she have a family? How will I get her to listen to me? And what am I going to say to her?"
"Jason," said Leia, "Thraken's dead. Don't ask." "No, ask your father about that."
"Aelin," Mirta interrupted. "Ask him about Aelin."
Leia nodded emphatically. "Jason, this is important. You said you arrested a bounty hunter called Aelin Habur. Your father did a deal about Thraken. No, listen, Jason. I need you to listen. Now Thraken's dead, the woman isn't a threat, and her father wants to see her very badly. Jason?"
Fett felt sweat beading on his top lip despite his helmet's environment controls.
"Jason, repeat that."
Leia's gaze fixed in mid-distance and then flickered, as if she'd heard a reply she wasn't expecting.
Jason, her father is Boba Fett.
Whatever Jason had said, Leia was having problems understanding it. She closed the comlink and ran one hand over her hair, not quite looking at him or Myrta.
"I'm sorry," she said. "I don't know how to tell you this, but Aelin Habur died under interrogation."
No, I was going to talk to her. I was going to put things right. Fett told himself that he didn't care about anything or anybody, and that Aelin was a stranger, but it was a lie. The fact that he had last seen her as a baby and that she had tried to kill him didn't change a thing right then. She was his daughter. He was dying and he wanted to see her. He reeled. He had no answer. He looked at Myrta Gav, and she stared back at him, and her face was stricken. There was no other word for it. Then she leveled her blaster at him. Instinct made him reach for his, and the next thing he saw was a streak of white fire coming at him almost in slow motion, and Leia's Solo reaching out both hands, as if she could seize the very energy with them. Myrta's blaster flew high in the air and clattered across the tiled floor. Chapter 20. Investigations are continuing into the assassination of President Sal Solo, but we have reason to believe that this outrage was the work of Alliance agents. This will not weaken our resolve to maintain Corellia's independent military deterrent. Following an agreement among all parties, Corellia will now be governed by a coalition of the Democratic Alliance and the Corellian Liberal Front, which represent the largest bloc of representatives, with an advisory role for the Centerpoint Party. Statement from the new coalition administration of Corellia. Leia stood between Myrta Gav and Boba Fett. Myrta fell back against the wall hard, as if she'd been thrown against it. Leia stood over her, but the girl just stared past her at Fett, defiant but pinned down by the Force. The air stank with the ozonic smell of a discharged blaster. Fett had his EE-3 trained on Myrta, but Han noticed that it was slowly lowering to his side.
"I want to know what that was all about,"
Leia said, as if Myrta were just a naughty kid who hadn't done her homework, rather than a bounty hunter who'd tried to take a shot at Boba Fett. Myrta's eyes brimmed. Han hadn't thought of her as the crying kind. Maybe it was a very big bounty she'd just lost.
"I was delivering him to her."
She indicated Fett with a contemptuous jerk of her chin.
"She wanted to kill him for certain this time."
Fett didn't say a word. He slung his blaster rifle over his shoulder with a slow, deliberate movement, and stood the way he often did, hands a little away from his sides, weight on one foot, as if he was going to whip out one of his astonishing array of weapons.
"But why shoot him? Now that she can't pay you, what's he—" "He ran out on his wife and baby, that's why. Yes, the great Boba Fett didn't have the guts to stand by his family. He left her, and she had to bring up Aelin on her own, and she died because he wasn't there being a proper husband and father. If she couldn't kill him, then I will."
Leia crouched over her. Tears were streaming down the kid's face now, and Fett was absolutely still.
"Why? What has he ever done to you?"
Myrta gulped in air, choking back sobs. Han resisted the urge to play dad and comfort her.
"Because she was my mother, and I promised her that he'd die, that's why. So he's my grandfather, in name anyway."
She rounded on him, scrambling to her feet.
"You didn't know that, did you? You didn't know because you didn't care. You never even tried to find out what happened to Aelin until now, and it's too criffing late for us all. 50 years! 50 years!
Han would remember this for years to come, and still not believe it. Fett's shoulders heaved visibly, as if he was taking a deep breath. He still said nothing. It was a lousy way to be reunited with family. Han almost felt sorry for him. Myrta stood staring into the mask of his helmet, as if she could see the man behind it. Then she punched both fists into his chest plate as hard as she could, face contorted with grief and rage, and knocked him back a couple of paces. He just took it. She punched as hard as she could, and Fat let her until Hans saw that her knuckles were bleeding, and he decided she'd had enough. He grabbed her shoulders and pulled her back. Fat still hadn't said a word. "Hey, come on, come on." Han held Myrta until she stopped struggling. "It's okay, kid, it's okay. Take it easy." Her mother was dead. Okay, she was a contract killer, but that wasn't the girl's fault. He caught Leia's eye and could see that she was horrified. Whatever Jason had said that he hadn't heard had upset her. Maybe the detail was too graphic to share. "Fat, don't you have anything to say to this kid? She's your family." "He's not," Myrta snarled. Fat simply turned to Han. His voice was as flat and unemotional as ever. "I want Aelin back. I want her body." "Leave that to me," said Leia. "We'll sort it out." Han couldn't take it in. He'd had some bizarre days in his life, but this was getting near the top of the scale. "Sweetheart, you're placating Boba Fett." "His daughter just died." "He didn't even know her." "Han, she was sent to kill us. You forgot that small detail?" "Han, you remember when Anakin died?" The reminder of his son's death stopped him in his tracks for a moment. The pain was as fresh as ever. "But we loved Anakin. We raised him. Fett didn't even—" Leia held up her hand for silence. "Don't, Han. Nobody knows what Fett feels or doesn't feel, and neither of us would be standing here now if he hadn't saved us from the Yuzhong Vong. Okay?" Leia's compassion always humbled Han, but he felt she was wasting it on Fett. She had a point, but she was being way too kind to a man who'd nearly killed him more than once. But Fett had kept his word. Thraken was dead, even if the girl had probably fired the fatal shot, and there were no more contracts out on the Solo family, as far as Fett knew anyway. Han patted Myrta's back. She was shaking now. He felt sorry for her, not Fett. "You two better sort yourselves out. Fast." "He's all you've got, Myrta," Leia said quietly. "Trust me, however bad things are, your family is all you have in the end." "Don't get too cocky about your diplomatic skills, honey," thought Han. Myrta might have been tear-streaked, but she also looked murderous. She'd killed one man tonight, and she didn't look like she'd have any trouble making it two. Han thought it was high time he and Leia worried about their own skins. Could they live on Corellia openly now? He picked up his comlink to call Dur Gedgen, but stopped as Fett suddenly took off his armor plates, chest and back, and dumped them on the chair. He held his arms at his sides. "Pick up your blaster, Myrta, he said. Leia moved as if to stop her. "No, let her do it." And the kid did. She bent down and took the blaster in both hands and held it level, right hand grasping the grip. Left cupped beneath to steady the shot and aimed at Fett. She was deadly calm now. Fett reached up slowly and lifted off his helmet. He was gray and scarred and hard. It was the first time Han had ever seen his enemy's face. It was far less than he had imagined, and all the more shocking for that. It was a face that was as unfeeling as a slab of rock. They said your life was etched in your face over time, and Fett's life must have been utterly cold, brutal, and alone. "Go on," said Fett. He was staring straight at his granddaughter. "Do it." "Stang, she's going to—" Myrta wasn't crying now. "I said do it." She held her aim for a count of 5, and then lowered the blaster. Han wondered if Leia had given her mind a little gentle influence, but decided not to ask, not just yet. Then she sat down on the battered sofa, blaster on one knee, fingers still tight on the grip. If Han had expected a tearful reconciliation, he had the wrong family. Fett's ice-water blood definitely ran in her veins. Leia watched warily, as if she was expecting Myrta to change her mind. Fett replaced his armor and stood by the window again, watching the police activity in the city beyond, blaster at his side. Leia broke the silence. "Now everyone's calmed down. I'll talk to Jason again. We'll arrange to recover the body, and then you can leave." She walked out into the kitchen, and Han followed, wondering if he'd hear blaster fire the second his back was turned. "When did you become Fett's best buddy?" he whispered. "Remember that little vacation I spent encased in carbonite thanks to him? Okay, so he saved the day when the Vong—" "Han, I don't know how to tell you this, but I think it's going to be Fett who bears the grudge." She stared at the comlink as if she dreaded talking to their son again. "I'm not sure you're even going to believe me." "I'm not a mind reader. What do you know that I don't?" "Jason killed Fett's daughter. Personally." "Yeah?" Han lowered his voice still further. "That's the idea. She was going to kill us." "He killed her while he was interrogating her." Han had to think about that for a couple of seconds. Jason was more of a stranger with every passing day. He was becoming the Alliance's bully boy, the head of their secret police, although there was nothing very secret about them. But he didn't kill prisoners. He couldn't. Only monsters did that kind of thing. Jason couldn't be a monster. He was his boy, his sweet kid. No. "I think he tortured her, Han." "No." "So you see why we have a problem." "I refuse to believe that." "Do you think I want to believe it? How does anyone accept that their kid turns into something terrible?" "It had to be an accident."
"I want to believe that, too. Right now I'm just waiting for Fett to ask who actually did it, because he'll want to know sooner or later. You would. We both would."
"He hadn't seen the woman since she was a baby. You think he cares?"
"I'm going to assume he does. People have feuds within families, but when an outsider gets involved, they tend to gang up. What do you think Fett's going to do? Shake your hand and say, 'Okay, Han, so I handed you over to Jabba the Hutt, and your son tortured my daughter to death, so we're even?' You think he'll say that?"
Han's brief relief at knowing Thraken would no longer be around to harass him and his family was rapidly being replaced by the fear that Boba Fett would put him at the top of his vengeance list. Fett had a reputation for never giving up. He never had. Han leaned back against the wall, not sure what scared him most, having Boba Fett as a real personal enemy, or knowing his son had turned into a killer. He settled for the latter.
"Jason?"
Leia's voice was all calm reason. Han wondered how she did it, but she was a lot tougher and cooler than he'd ever know how to be.
"Jason, I need you to do something for me. It's important."
Chief of State's Office, Senate Building, Coruscant. "Well," said Cal Omus, "where does this leave us?" Senator Gassell rubbed his forehead with one hand, and Jason watched him carefully. Luke, in turn, watched Jason. He could feel his uncle's focus on him, his suspicion, his dread, his calculation.
"There's nothing you can do about it, Uncle Luke. You had your chance. Now we'll do things the Sith way." "This wasn't our doing," Gassell insisted. "The intelligence service definitely had no hand in assassinating Sal Solo. That man had so many political enemies that Corellian security will be interviewing suspects until Mustafar turns into a ski resort."
"We still have agents in Coronet, though."
"Of course we do, but it's still not our handiwork. We wouldn't be so stupid as to hand Corellia a free pass to recruit other planets to its cause."
"We're not being believed," Luke said slowly. Omus looked exhausted.
"People believe what they want to believe. So, who do we have to deal with now? Who's really running the show in this multi-headed beast of a coalition cabinet?
Der Gadget, Jason said.
So Dad really did it. I don't believe it. He killed Thrackan.
And he came to my parents before Sal Solo was killed, with a suggestion that a regime change might be in the cards.
Omus looked to Luke as if expecting some input.
What does intelligence have to say about him, then? I can just about remember his father in the Human League days.
Don't expect him to disarm any faster than Sal Solo, said Giselle. Forget the assassination, except as an accelerant to finding Corellia more allies. The overall situation hasn't changed.
Where's Niathal got to, by the way?
Jason looked up. She's on her way. She's being briefed by the commanders.
The blockade was biting. Corellia could feed itself, but for everything manufactured, it relied on its orbiting industrial stations, which were now mostly cut off by Alliance pickets. It was also losing starfighters and ships. Without the repair and refueling facilities in the orbiting shipyards, which had also been successfully isolated, its fleets were seriously compromised. Jason considered how he would get Aelin Habur's body to Corellia. He could beat a blockade alone.
No, it was Aelin Vel. So you killed Fat's daughter. He has a Mandalorian army that could take on the Yuuzhan Vong. Avoid him for as long as you can.
If Fett were placated, his parents could at least live on Corellia without looking over their shoulders the whole time. He considered explaining to Fett that he hadn't planned to kill Aelin, but Fett probably didn't know exactly who had killed her, and it was better for everyone to leave it that way. There was no point adding more enemies to the list.
He's Mandalorian, remember? Long memories, short fuses.
Are you with us, Jason? Luke asked. Jason jerked back to the here and now, caught unawares for once.
Apologies, just considering logistics.
The Jedi Council feels that we should open formal talks with the new Corellian government and offer them a way out.
They'll turn it down.
Nothing's lost by offering, said Luke. Do we need Senate agreement to do that?
Technically,
Omus replied.
But seeing as over 100 planets have withdrawn their representatives in protest now, I think we can assume that those left wouldn't object if we did.
Luke seemed to be optimistic about the prospects of a breakthrough, even if his expression was grim. Why would Gedgen and his cronies want to remove Thrackan if they didn't want to change a policy?
No better time to remove a rival than under the cover of war, said Jason. It probably has nothing to do with disarmament, and everything to do with old festering resentments.
Sometimes I'm glad I'm a simple farm boy, said Luke.
And the Alliance isn't formally at war with anyone, Uncle.
Oh, that makes all the difference, then, because a growing number of planets seem to think they're at war with the Alliance.
Omus interrupted Luke. Gentlemen, if the new Corellian administration refuses to disarm, then we have no choice but to formalize a state of war. That changes the legality of the situation and gives us different laws to deal with matters.
More powers. Luke's voice was almost a whisper.
More emergency powers, said Omus.
Giselle glanced at Luke with a benign smile that did nothing to conceal from Jason that the senator was thinking, weakling. I'm not a great student of history, said Luke, but I think we've been here before somehow. Before I was born, of course.
Do you have an alternative? Omus asked. I really would welcome the Jedi Council's views if there's a concrete course I can pursue. But right now I have 3 broad options. To allow Alliance planets to maintain their own independent defense forces, to continue as we're going, or to mount a much more aggressive campaign to force disarmament. If you have another option, now is the time to put it forward.
Luke shook his head. You know I haven't. But I can't sit here and not express my unease either. Jason turned his head and caught Giselle's eye for a fraction of a second, and knew that they were thinking exactly the same thing.
Well, your conscience is clear, Uncle. It's someone else's responsibility now, isn't it?
Omus stood up and began collecting flimsy sheets from his desk. It was the diplomatic way he indicated to any meeting that the talking was over, and now he was going to do something. Jason wondered if Omus ever slammed his fist on that beautiful inlaid desk. He doubted it. "I'm going to make a formal approach now to the new Corellian administration, and offer them talks on disarmament," Omus said. "Maybe we'll all get a surprise. Maybe the blockade made them see sense." Jason genuinely hoped it had. He wanted to see order restored, and he didn't enjoy being despised by his uncle. He turned to Luke to at least take his leave of him courteously, but Luke walked past him with a formal nod of the head and left. Yes, it hurt, but a lot of things would hurt. Jason accepted it as part of the price he was paying. He opened his comlink and called C-3PO. "3PO?" The droid, at least, always greeted him as if he was pleased to hear from him. "Has R2 finished repairing the Falcon? Tell him to hurry up, then. I'm flying her back to Dad." Chapter 21. The Galactic Alliance has offered settlement terms to the new government of Corellia. We hope that those terms will be accepted, and that we can put an end to the blockade. We do not want war. This is our last chance for unity. Chief of State Cal Omus, speaking at a news conference. Coronet City, Spaceport. Fett occupied himself with carrying out panel checks on Slave 1, and tried not to think about the fact that he had lost a daughter and acquired a granddaughter in a matter of a day. This was why it made sense to live alone. Families, wives, and kids were painful. They got in the way. Myrta was, as far as he knew or cared, still at the Solos' apartment. How had she fooled him for so long? He couldn't believe he hadn't worked out who she was. But if you hadn't seen your daughter for more than 50 years, there was no reason to recognize her daughter. You have a family, like it or not, you have a family. She might have had more than one child. What would he do about that, then? What if he had more grandchildren out there, all raised to hate him as thoroughly and efficiently as Myrta had been? No, he should have spotted it right away. When he looked into her dark eyes, he could see his father now. He could see his own eyes. He could see his own hatred, too. He resented the galaxy, and Jedi in particular, for having to grow up without a father. It wasn't surprising to see that hate and resentment reproduced faithfully in a granddaughter. Now he waited for Goran Bevin to shake down his network of contacts and tell him what Leia and Han Solo either didn't know or didn't want to tell him. "Mandalore," said the comlink. Fett pounced on it. "Bevin, what have you got for me?" "I'm very sorry about Aelin, Bobica." "I don't want your sympathy. I need intel." "Aelin was being held by Jason Solo." "I know that, but who was interrogating her?" "Like I said, Jason Solo." "I'll kill him." Fett felt his stomach settle into that cold place of detachment that preceded a strike. His thoughts fell immediately to the best weapons and strategies to add another Jedi lightsaber to his collection, the first that he would truly savor and not regard as just another job. No. Remember what Dad taught you. Stay professional. Stay cool. Understand the enemy. This had better be accurate. "Mandalore," said Bevin. "This comes from the Coruscant Security Force. Some still think well of Mandalorians, thanks to your father's friends. I'm touched. You should be. The CSF bar is full of gossip about Jason Solo, because some of his Galactic Alliance Guard are ex-CSF men. Some of them really don't like his way of doing business." Fett had taken little notice of Coruscant's descent into martial law yet again. He'd seen it all before, but now it was personal. I want to know everything.
Jason Solo is a regular little chakar.
I take it that's bad?
He uses Jedi techniques that don't quite fit their peace and justice image. Apparently one of his officers was complaining that he uses the Force to beat answers out of prisoners without laying a finger on them.
Something went ping in Fett's memory. Go on.
They say he killed Aelin with the power of his mind.
Bevine swallowed audibly.
Just say the word and we'll find him.
Jedi. Arrogant, power-hungry barves who don't care who they trample over. Nothing changes. Not necessary.
You're going to go after him yourself, then?
Aelin was a bounty hunter. She knew the risks.
Bobica, you can't mean that.
I ought to, but I don't. It hurts. It doesn't hurt as bad as losing Dad, but it hurts somehow. Forget Jason Solo. Leave him to me.
He's a real piece of work. Word is that he ordered his twin sister to fire on a civilian vessel, and when she refused, he suspended her from duty. What a lovely, happy little family the Solos must be.
I think I know where this is going. What else? Anything, no matter how trivial it seems to you?
He doesn't even wear Jedi robes now. He struts around in a black uniform. Luke Skywalker's boy is his minion. That really upsets the CSF boys. The kid's 13.
He's a grown man, then.
Arue Tise see a 13-year-old as a child.
He rather enjoys his power even for a Jedi, this Jason Solo.
You know what they say about him? The older ones who remember the Empire say that it's like having his grandfather back. They say he fancies himself as the new Vader.
Ah. Fett's jumble of memories from nearly 40 years earlier fell into place. Ah. Anything else?
No, Mandalore. Is there anything else you want me to do?
Keep an eye out for a Mandalorian with gray armor and gray leather gloves, who claims to be a clone who fought at Geonosis. There was an audible pause.
I'll ask around.
And don't be tempted to go after the Solo's son. Leave him.
If you say so.
I say so. Fett sat staring at the control panel in Slave One's cockpit for a long time after Bevine had closed the link. So the Solos had a feud running within their own family, and their son was the man behind the new hardline politics of the Alliance. He thought he was the new Vader, and he killed prisoners without touching them. They didn't teach that at the Jedi Academy on Ossus. Fett was pretty sure of that. He'd taken his father's advice on learning how his enemies thought very seriously. He knew a lot about Jedi. I know plenty about Sith, too. Vader had been the master of causing pain and death without so much as a touch of his finger. Fett had rather liked Lord Vader. He paid well and he paid on time. He never asked his people to do what he wouldn't do himself. In some ways, Fett missed him. I've seen the galaxy ruled by Sith, and I've seen the galaxy ruled by Jedi. I still made a profit. In fact, I didn't really notice the difference, and the galaxy was still a mess at the end of it. It's not my problem, and it's not the Mandalorian's problem. So, Jason Solo wanted to be just like his grandfather. Maybe he wanted to be a Sith Lord, too. Maybe I'll let him. There was no better way of exacting revenge on the sanctimonious Jedi than to let them rip themselves apart all on their own. He wouldn't have to punish the Solos at all. It would take time, but that was fine. It was one more reason to make sure he beat his illness. He wanted to be around to see it. Corellian Exclusion Zone. Millennium Falcon inbound. Jason would have been happier flying alone. But with Thrackan Sal Solo dead, there was no longer a reason for keeping C-3PO and the Nogri away from his parents. Corellia knew the Solos were back.
"Millennium Falcon, this is Alliance Warship Revival. You're approaching a total exclusion zone. Alter your course 90 degrees. I repeat, your course is taking you into a military exclusion zone, and we will open fire if you proceed."
"Oh, dear,"
said C-3PO.
"Master Jason, do be careful."
"Relax, I can handle this." Jason switched to an open channel. "Revival, this is Colonel Jason Solo of the Galactic Alliance Guard."
"Your transponder is showing as the Millennium Falcon, a Corellian registered vessel."
"Apologies, Revival." He sent an encrypted identification code to the warship's comm officer. "I have a rendezvous to make within Corellian space. They won't fire on the Falcon now that Sal Solo is gone."
"We weren't advised of this, Colonel."
"It's a classified operation. Put me through to your commanding officer, and I'll have him verify it."
"Won't be necessary, sir. Just identify yourself clearly on your return."
"I'll be back in a different ship. Don't be too quick to open fire, will you?" Revival didn't jump to his command, but that was a good thing. They were taking security seriously. He steered through the line and into the exclusion zone that had trapped an orbiting ring of industrial stations and fleet bases in limbo, cut off both from contact with Corellia itself and from outside supply lines. It couldn't have been much fun now on board the shipyard stations. Civilian workers did week-long shifts and were then shuttled home, but they weren't going anywhere now, and they weren't being resupplied. Sooner or later their food would run out. Jason had heard that they were already on limited water rations. As he'd calculated, recycling water met only some of their normal consumption needs. When Jason crossed the planet-side limit of the exclusion zone, he switched to the civilian transponder, looking to any ground-based traffic control like one more small ship that had beaten the blockade. Lots did. They just didn't make much of a difference to the overall supply situation, that was all. Once clear, he took up station at the rendezvous point and went aft to the cargo bay for a final check on Alan Vell's body bag, lying in the conservator on a repulsor gurney. C-3PO trotted along behind him, all anxiety.
"Allow me, Master Jason."
Jason held up his hand to the droid in polite refusal of help. "It's okay, 3PO, I'll do it." What's happening to me? Jason pondered how he had moved from the kind of Jedi that Luke was proud of to one who could kill prisoners and even other Jedi. Somewhere in that 5 years of seeking Force knowledge, something had changed him. He wondered at what point he would be able to bring Lumia into the open. His parents' shuttle came alongside the Falcon and docked with her cargo hatch. Leia was first into the bay, and although her first move was to hug him, it felt formal, distant, as if she was holding back. His father trailed behind, looking broken. There was no other word for it. He made no attempt to embrace him. "Aye?" Han glanced past him at C-3PO. He didn't normally take that much notice of the droid. "Aye, 3PO? Are the Noghri with you?" Jason ignored the snub. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad." What did you say at times like this? He plunged in. "Yes, they're in the cabin. Have you heard from Jaina?" "No." Leia cut in.
"You want to tell us something?"
Jaina hadn't told them about the court-martial then. "No, she's fine. Not flying combat missions." If she wanted to keep the matter to herself, that was fine by him. "I'm sure Zach's keeping an eye on her."
"Is there anything else you want to tell us, Jason?"
Leia was talking to him as if he were a kid who'd done something terrible.
"Anything at all?"
"What exactly?" Han sighed, with that roll of the head that always told Jason he was in trouble. "Son, we're collecting a corpse from you. That should give you a clue." "She was hired to kill you. She never got the chance." Jason opened the conservator hatch, and cold air rolled out. He indicated the large black bag lying flat on the Durasteel gurney.
"What more is there to say?"
Han now stood between him and his mother. "I need to know what happened, for my own sanity." Leia scratched one brow, clearly embarrassed.
"I think we both need to know, Jason." "Okay, Dad. I was interrogating her, and she died. Do you really want to know the details?"
"It kind of makes a difference, Jason."
"I used a mind invasion technique to make her talk. She must have had some physical weakness. She died of an aneurysm." "Can we take a look?" Leia asked. "We have to hand her over to Fett. We don't want any surprises."
She'd look anyway. Jason had to face this sooner or later. He decided sooner was better. He hauled out the gurney, then opened the bag down its gription seam.
"There," he said.
Leia and Han looked. His mother simply swallowed hard, but his father turned away with his hands on his hips, head bowed. Jason waited while Leia composed herself, then fastened the seam again.
"Did you put those bruises on her face?"
"This is the price you pay," he could almost hear Lumia reminding him, but it would take a long time for him to forget the look of utter betrayal on his mother's face at that moment. This felt like his lowest ebb.
"I believe so."
"You believe so?"
"Yes."
Leia nodded a few times, silent, staring off to one side.
"Okay. Not much more I can say, then."
She took the repulsor gurney's handle and moved the body back into the conservator.
"We'd better be going."
Jason waited for his father to say something, but Han wouldn't even turn around. Jason went to the hatch to board the vessel they'd flown to the RV point and expected Han to relent and say something, but he didn't.
"I can't just end it like this. I'll make him speak to me. I have to. Why can't he understand?" "Did you really kill Thrackan, Dad?"
Han turned and looked him in the eye, but there was no spark of recognition. "Hey, maybe it runs in the family. If I can kill in cold blood, so can my boy. I'm glad we understand each other." Jason went to take his father's arm.
"Dad, don't do this."
Han shook it off. "Get away from me."
"Dad."
"I don't know who you are, but you aren't my son anymore. My Jason would never do the kind of stuff you do. Get out. I don't want to know any more." Jason's last sight of his parents was his father turning his back and his mother standing by the hatch as the doors closed, staring at him as if she was about to burst into tears.
"Dad's right. What am I?"
He shook off the misery and shame as one of those weaknesses of the old Jason Solo, and reminded himself that his life wasn't his own now. His destiny was Sith. He turned the battered vessel toward the blockade and allowed himself the brief luxury of reaching out in the Force to Tenel Ka and Alana while he was still far, far from Lumia. GAG Headquarters, Coruscant. Captain Shevu was swearing under his breath as he stared at a data screen in the administration office. A clerical droid stood to one side of the desk, forlorn and silent, occasionally reaching out an arm and withdrawing it quickly each time Shevu looked up and glared at it. Ben hovered in the doorway, wondering if Shevu was going to round on him too. The officer wasn't happy.
"Do you know when Colonel Solo's due back, sir?" "Don't say Jason, not in front of his men."
"He's late."
"Colonel Solo comes and goes as he pleases," said Shevu.
"Can I help with anything?"
"Are you any good at finding dead bodies?"
"Well—"
"Sorry, Ben."
Shevu dismissed the droid with a sharp look.
"We appear to have lost a dead prisoner, and seeing as they don't stroll out of here unaided, I'm trying to find them. You can't file an incident report without a body."
Ben's stomach sank.
"Aelin Habur, right?" "Right. Nobody signed out the body, but it's gone."
"And so is Jason. But he was going to see Uncle Han." Ben tried to think of an answer that would take away the nagging dread he felt about Jason and Aelin Habur,
Does it matter?
Shevu had a way of dropping his chin and staring unblinking at you that made it clear he thought you were an idiot. Yes, Ben, prisoners who die in custody always matter, and you don't just dump them like garbage. What do you know about her? Ben shrugged. She was angry and scared. I hear from my CSF colleagues that someone was asking questions about her. Is she someone important? I don't know. Do you? Ben shook his head. He got the feeling that Shevu was being cautious about what he said to him, and, obvious this, that he didn't like Jason very much. Why don't you go and visit your parents? Shevu made it sound like an order. If Colonel Solo comes back in the meantime, I'll tell him I sent you home. It was good to have the decision made for him. Ben wondered if the events of recent days would show on his face so clearly that his father could read them. He hoped so. He wasn't sure that he could bottle them up much longer. Mom would understand better. She'd told him a few stories about being the Emperor's hand. She'd done some bad things, she said, but it hadn't made her a bad person. So perhaps Jason was like that. Perhaps he just did a few things that were terrible, but he could learn from them and never do them again. Ben called first and got an automated answer. The Jedi Council was in session, so he went to the temple and waited in the archives for an hour. The meeting went on, and he knew better than to even try to interrupt, so he occupied himself looking for data on Aelin Habur. The Jedi archives were vast, an odd mix of ancient texts and hard data. They said that between the archives and the meditation areas, Jedi could discover anything about the outer and inner worlds that they wanted to if they put their minds to it. He didn't find an Aelin Habur in any public records, not even in the Kifar records. But he found a lot of Aelins and Haburs. He found thousands. The size of the task daunted him, and he wondered if it mattered whether he found out or not. Then he found himself looking for the names Nalani and Brisha. He'd made a deal with himself not to ask any more questions about that missing chunk of time out at Bimeo that had somehow ended with the Jedi Knight Nalani Din and a weird woman called Brisha both getting killed. He accepted that a lot of things had happened that he didn't fully understand, but they still puzzled him, and Jason wasn't telling him. How had they died? How did Brisha and Nalani die? He had to know. The feeling inside him said that what had happened to Aelin Habur meant he had to ask, because it changed everything. They were connected somehow. Nalani was easy to find because he knew she was a Jedi, and that narrowed his search. But there were thousands of Brishas, too, some names, some places, and he didn't have the time to go through them all. He wasn't even sure what he was looking for, or if he would even recognize it if he saw it. He made up his mind to ask Jason when the time seemed right. Ben took the turbo lift to the council chamber floor and waited in the lobby until the meeting broke up. His parents, deep in conversation, walked down the corridor as if they hadn't spotted him, and he wondered if he had accidentally mastered the art of disguising his presence. Funny, he'd resented being invisible to grown-ups until only a few weeks ago, always ignored like a kid. Now he wanted that invisibility in the Force. But not right then. At that moment he really wanted his mother and father to know exactly where he was and to help him find out where he was going. He wanted to tell them how bad he felt about Aelin Habur and Jason. But that was wrong. If he had a problem with Jason, he ought to do things like a grown-up and have it out with him like a man, before whining to his mom and dad. Besides, there were other things he wanted to talk about. "Hi, honey," said Mara. She looked him up and down, and he wished he had changed out of his uniform. "What's wrong? Have you been waiting long?" Ben hugged her and then turned to his father to give him an awkward embrace. He wasn't sure how he had to behave with him now.
Most of the time, he'd wanted not to be just Luke and Mara Skywalker's kid, but at that moment he was almost relieved that he was.
"Can we go have lunch, Dad?"
"Sure. Something really is wrong, isn't it?" Ben should have told them right away, but he'd thought about it a little more, and he was ready now. He needed to talk.
"I killed someone," he said, "and I feel really bad about it."
Chapter 22.
"I regret to announce that the Corellian government has declined our offer of talks, unless the Galactic Alliance undertakes to recognize the right of Corellia to maintain its own independent defense force and deterrence. As the Alliance is unable to accept a refusal to disarm, we are now in a state of war with Corellia and her allies."
Chief of State Cal Omus, in a brief statement to the Senate. Millennium Falcon, en route to Coronet. Even sitting at the Falcon's controls again couldn't make Han feel any better. He wanted events of the last few days to wind back like a hollow recording so he could erase them and do things right this time. Corellia loomed larger in the view screen. At least they could land openly now, and the worst thing that would happen would be a few jeers about being a traitor, if anyone remembered that far back. A few weeks was a very long time in a war, and he didn't care any longer if the Solos were a political embarrassment to Luke. Luke had made his choice.
"And my son is turning into a monster."
Leia reached across and put her hand on top of his as he gripped the forward thruster controls.
"It's 80 kilos per square centimeter."
"What is?" asked Han, distracted.
"The yield stress of Durasteel. You look like you're testing it."
Han let go of the controls. The autopilot was active anyway. He had been gripping the yoke for comfort because he felt it was about all he did have a grip on at that moment in his life. "Is it us? Did we raise him like that? How did we do it? How come Jaina isn't like that?
I don't know what's happening either."
I thought I understood all this dark and light side stuff. So it's all part of the one force. So what did I meet back there that used to be our Jason?
Honey, you have to calm down.
Jason tortures prisoners to death. How can I calm down? Is he going crazy? Does he feel different to you? Leia was always the sensible one with the cool nerves and the ability to make everything sound as if it were under control. He was the one who did the physical stuff. That was the way their marriage worked, and it had withstood some pretty terrible tests. Now she looked as if she couldn't make things right again.
"Okay," she said. "Jason feels changed to me. Maybe this is what's getting to Jaina. She's very unhappy. I can sense it."
"At least she's not flying missions. She saw sense."
"But she hasn't contacted us, which usually means there's something she thinks we'd be better off not knowing."
"You think you could maybe trade force telekinesis for telepathy if you get the chance? That would really come in handy." Han rubbed his hands over his face and then checked the control console. They'd land in an hour, but Thrackan was gone forever. That was something. And the Falcon was airworthy again, which was another plus.
"When Fett sees the state of the body, he's going to work it out for himself," said Leia.
"Maybe he won't look."
"He doesn't strike me as the squeamish sort, honey."
"He never saw her for 50 years. It's not like he cares about her. What sort of father doesn't see his kid for years?"
"Well, we didn't see Jason for 5,
Leia pointed out. That was different. "Are you scared of Fett?"
"I like to give him a wide berth."
"I'd like to say I can take him any time, but I have my doubts." Leia closed her eyes for a moment as if marshalling her thoughts.
"We'll deal with it if and when it happens. It might not be our biggest problem."
"What? That our son takes off the galaxy's most lethal bounty hunter? What's higher than that on the list?" Leia got up from the co-pilot seat and made her way aft to the hatch, linking the cockpit to the cargo bays. Han knew she was going to take another look at Aelin Vel's body. Maybe she was going to make her look a little more presentable for her father, or somehow gather information from her last moments in those Jedi ways. He didn't ask.
"I'll tell you what's a bigger problem than having a feud with Boba Fett," she said. "Having a son who kills when he doesn't have to."
Han wondered if it was the first time Jason had done that, and felt ashamed for even thinking it. Then he wondered when Jason would do it again. Coronet City Spaceport, Corellia. Myrta was waiting for Fett when he opened Slave One's forward hatch. She didn't have a blaster in her hand, so he gave her the benefit of the doubt. He was feeling both his age and his illness right then. Dull pain gnawed at him. He ignored it. "The Solos are bringing back Aelin's body," he told her.
"I know. I want it."
"Here we go. You don't have a ship and you don't have any credits. What are you going to do with her?"
"What are you planning to do with her?"
"Bury her."
"Little late to take care of your daughter now."
"Don't you think I know that?" Fett noted that she was wearing the Heart of Fire around her neck. "So she gave you the necklace as a lure for me."
Myrta clasped her hand around the stone. "No, I really did recover it."
"So what happened to Cintas?"
"Why do you care?"
"Because I loved her, and not even Aelin could possibly know what happened to us, and why I left. So don't judge me."
Myrta's face was set in a snarl. "You never made any attempt to contact them."
"You want to know what my life was like?"
"Yeah. It must have been tough building that fortune."
"My dad was killed in front of me when I was 13. I was on the run for 3 years. I married Cintas at 16 because I thought I could make my life right by doing what normal people did. But I was wrong. I tried to be a journeyman protector, but I killed a superior officer and I was jailed and exiled from Conquered Dawn. And that was the end of trying to be a regular man. After that, I settled on being Boba Fett, because I just didn't know how to do anything else." Myrta looked at him as if she was debating whether to put a couple of bolts in his head or try a chest shot. He didn't want her sympathy. He wanted her to understand why he would have made Cintas and Dalen a lot more miserable by coming back to them after his sentence than by leaving. And he'd killed an officer who had once been his mentor, his friend. They hadn't really needed to exile him. He'd wanted to get as far away from his pain as he could. But why did he want Myrta to understand it all? She was just a stranger he'd met a few weeks ago. "She's nothing to me. Maybe she isn't even my own flesh and blood, just a chancer trying to make a few credits out of me." There was one way of settling this once and for all. He took out his datapad and accessed his accounts. "Got a bank?"
"Why do you want to know?"
"You put the first round into Sal Solo. Take the 1,000,000 credits and get lost."
Her face was a mask of contempt. "You know what you can do with your credits."
She was family, all right. He knew it at a gut level, anyway. "Got any brothers or sisters?"
"No, and no kids either."
He never thought to ask that. You're too young, anyway.
"I was married. We marry young, don't we?"
"Oh, how we repeat history. I don't need this trouble. I've got enough of my own." Fett didn't ask why she wasn't married any longer. Her sour manner might have had something to do with that, but he'd started to respect her, and she was his granddaughter. She was all the family he had. "No, you need her to find the clone, and she knows what happened to Cintas." He was playing games with himself, justifying his sentimentality with bogus pragmatism. He could find the clone on his own. He didn't need to know what happened to his wife. No, he was driven by the same craving that had made his father ask Dooku for a cloned son as part of his fee for being the progenitor of the clone army. He badly wanted family. It would have been simpler to find a wife and settle down, but Boba Fett was no more capable of that than his father had been.
So we're going to fight over a corpse.
You just want to win, said Myrta. Doesn't matter what you win.
Fett couldn't even be angry with her. He leaned against Slave One's hull and gazed up at the sky through his helmet's macro-binocular visor, waiting for the Millennium Falcon to appear as a speck in the sky and drop onto the landing strip. Myrta waited beside him, but not with him. He could almost feel the invisible wall she had placed between them. It was a long half-hour. The Falcon swept across the strip and then looped back to land 50 meters away. Fett straightened up and went to meet her, Myrta at his heels. Leia Solo was first off the ship and walked toward him as if barring his way.
I'm truly sorry about this, Fett. You too, Myrta.
Fett walked past her and climbed the open ramp into the cargo hold. Han was maneuvering a repulsor gurney into the main bay, and he glanced over his shoulder at the two of them. "Are you going to put us back on your hit list?" Han asked. "If you're thinking of going after Jason, he's too tough a quarry, even for you." Fett shook his head in slow, measured contempt. "I don't have to punish anyone, Solo. Your son orders his own sister to fire on civilians, and then suspends her from duty when she refuses. No, I think I'll leave you to your happy family. I've got more pressing business." He watched Han look at Leia, and Leia look at Han, and knew that he'd dropped a thermal detonator on them. So they didn't know. Fearfic. That's my daughter in that body bag. The silence was that heavy moment before a thunderstorm pressing down on all of them. Leia. Yes, his predecessor, Fen Shisa, had been very sweet on Leia way back before she married the space bum, made a helpless gesture toward the hatch.
"I can get someone to arrange a funeral for you, Fen."
"No," he said. "She's mine." Time for a gesture. "She's ours."
"Okay."
Leia's voice was low and careful.
"Take it easy."
"I want to see her body."
"I don't think that's a good idea."
"Princess Leia, I said I want to see my daughter's body." Myrta took hold of his arm. Is that for her comfort or mine? Fett was once again glad of his helmet, because he didn't want Han Solo to see his grief. His voice gave nothing away.
"And I want to see my mother,"
said Myrta. Leia stepped back, but Han hovered. Fett couldn't stop his voice heartening. "Leave us for a few minutes, Solo."
"Fett,
I said leave us." Han looked embarrassed, and Leia steered him toward the hatch. Fett and Myrta were now alone in the cargo bay anteroom with the trolley. They both hesitated and made a move for it at the same time. Fett stood back for Myrta, and she eased open the cover, eyes fixed and staring. It was only the slight jerk of her chin that told him she was shocked. He stood beside her and saw a stranger. Aelin Vel's face was bruised and cut, but surprisingly peaceful. She wore a Kifar tattoo, 3 black lines from her left brow to cheekbone, like her mother Sintas had done. Her dark hair was heavily streaked with gray. "That's my little girl." He tried very hard to feel that the body of a middle-aged woman he didn't recognize was the child he had once held. They said that your kids never stopped being your babies, however old they were, but Fett couldn't make that connection. "But I want to. I want to feel that." "You missed her whole life, everything. Did she ever call me Dada?" "No, I don't recall that she did." Myrta leaned over, placed the heart of fire around her mother's neck, and laid her cheek against hers. Then she straightened up and stood back, as if to give him space to take his leave of Aelin as well. And that was hard. He hesitated because he could feel another memory, one that he hadn't suppressed and didn't want to, crowding in on him. He was in a dusty arena on Geonosis, 60 years before, picking up his father's helmet. Jedi always take everything from me.
Fett would have to remove his helmet to kiss her goodbye, and he wasn't ready for that, not here. He tidied Aylin's hair with gloved fingers and was about to close the body bag when the urge not to lose the heart of fire overcame him. It was all he had of a happier time. He unfastened it and found Myrta staring at him, grim and unblinking. She wanted it to rest with Aylin's body. There was a solution. Hearts of Fire had a grain, a crystalline structure that created lines of weakness that jewelers used to cleave the stones into smaller, workable pieces. Fett set the small disc on its edge and took out his blaster. A couple of hard cracks with the stock split the stone down the cleavage line, and it fell into 2 slices. Fett eased one piece off the leather thong and handed it to Myrta, before placing the remains of the necklace around Aylin's neck again. He'd handled a lot of dead bodies. If you were a bounty hunter, it went with the job. It was only when he fumbled fastening the leather cord at the back of the neck and had to remove his gloves that he actually touched Aylin. Her hair was coarser than he'd imagined. Her skin was icy silk. And that was the point at which he truly knew that he had lost his only child. He had never been there for her, and that was a pain he knew would never fade, not like his memory of Cintas. His father had been there for him, but he'd failed to live up to him in the most important way of all, by being as good a father as Jango Fett.
"Let's go," said Myrta. "We're taking her home."
It had suddenly become we. Where's home? Not Terra's.
"Mandalore."
I don't actually have a property there now.
"Time you got one, then."
Boba Fett and Myrta returned to Slave 1, and laid Aylin Vel in the refrigerated hold that had been designed for prisoners whose warrant had included the word dead. It didn't feel right, but it was the only practical solution for the journey back to Mandalore. Whoever that Kadika was, he had a point. Sometimes you really needed somewhere to call home forever. Fett made his way back up through Slave 1's central hatch and settled in the pilot's seat. Myrta, still silent, slipped into the co-pilot's position. "Bevine says we Mandalorians rarely bury our dead," said Fett, "but I never was much of a Mandalorian."
"Mama was Kifar."
"Okay. What do you want to do, then?" Myrta's eyes brimmed.
"I don't know right now."
Fett lifted off his helmet. "We'll head back to Mandalore, by way of Geonosis, because that's where I buried my dad. Family needs keeping together." It was the longest conversation about anything other than business that he'd had with anyone since he was a kid. It was personal, agonizingly so, and the effort hurt. He finally let the tears run down his face in silence. Myrta cried beside him, occasionally gulping for air. It was all very quiet and embarrassed, as if neither was willing to admit they could weep, but the truth was that they both could, and hard. They were family now. It was the worst possible way to forge a bond, but it was a bond, even if there was no affection. And for the first time in his life it was one that Boba Fett would try to approach as a father himself, not as a man constantly living in the past, in search of one who would never return. Chapter 23. He will strengthen himself through sacrifice. He will ruin those who deny justice. He will immortalize his love. Prophecy of the Sith, foretold in Tassel Artifact. Lumia's safe house, Galactic City. Jason had the dream again, the one where he found himself staring at a weapon in his hands and sobbing. The dream had taken a number of forms in the last few days. In the first, he held his lightsaber. In those that followed, He held a Yuuzhan Vong amphistaff, or a blaster, or a light whip. In one, he even held a weapon he didn't recognize at all. The recurrence bothered him enough to seek Lumia's advice. He stood at the doorway of her apartment block and looked up into the Coruscant sky to see if he could detect any light from the window. She was there, he knew. Luke knew, too. He just didn't know where she was, how very close. An air speeder could cover the distance from the Skywalker's apartment to the safe house in under an hour. But did it matter? Events were moving faster than his uncle would ever believe. They were almost moving too fast for Jason to comprehend, and he let himself be carried with them, trusting the Force. Inside the apartment, Lumia sat meditating, her face veiled again. There was no Force illusion this time. The apartment looked like any other rented apartment with basic furniture and taupe carpet, a strangely mundane setting for such pivotal events. In her hands, Lumia held the tassels whose knots and threads were a language, a prophecy, an arcane instruction book of what Jason had to do to achieve full Sith knowledge and power. On the low table in front of her was a candle, burning steadily and occasionally guttering in a draught. "I have dreams," he said. "Dreams of weapons that I've used."
"And they distress you," said Lumia.
"All I recall is that I'm looking at a weapon in my hand and feeling enormous grief."
"It might just be a dream and not a vision."
"The weapon is different each time."
"Perhaps just a dream, then."
He hoped so. Even Jedi had dreams like normal people, fed by the day's events and fueled by stresses and strains and unresolved conflicts. If he was having bad dreams, no doctor would be surprised. In a short time he had learned to do things. No, he had instigated things that he would never have thought he was capable of doing. When he looked at the shock and revulsion on the faces of those close to him, his father, his mother, even Ben, he could stand back and see reflected in their eyes how much he had changed. "I find myself pursuing the memory of my grandfather with increasing frequency." Lumia fondled the strands of the tassels and ran the knots between her thumb and forefinger. She seemed to be reading them.
"You depend on location to flow walk in time," she said. "So you can only see what happened to Lord Vader on Coruscant."
"Is that your way of telling me I need to find out more elsewhere?"
"No. I'm saying that if you look for vindication in the past, it will be at best selective."
"I feel I'm reliving parts of Anakin Skywalker's life. I'd be crazy if I didn't try to learn from that."
"But you already know that your path differs. He was seduced into errors. You won't be."
"All right, let me ask again. What more do I need to learn to fulfill my destiny?" Lumia slowly extended her arm and held out the tassels she had been running between her fingers. He reached out and took them. They felt suddenly red-hot, and he tossed them a little in the air out of pure animal instinct, as if he had grabbed a hot breadstick from an oven. When the threads fell back into his hand, they were cold.
"This is your final trial, Jason. You've sacrificed a great deal. The approval of all those who meant most to you. You've taken extreme measures to deal with those who denied justice. Now you must consider the third prophecy."
He cradled the knotted tassel in his cupped palms. "He will immortalize his love." He'd turned that phrase over in his mind 1,000 times. What did it mean? Total duty to the galaxy, and no time for family? Building eternal peace at his own personal cost? He didn't know.
"It means, Jason, that sacrificing your own feelings and reputation isn't enough."
Jason had forced himself over the edge of what he had thought of as decency. He'd done the dirty work, the necessary work, the work that no other Jedi would, because they were too concerned about the vanity of their own reputations and the cleanliness of their own hands to take on the burdens they placed so willingly on ordinary people. I did my own dirty work. I faced what Grandfather faced. But I did it for the galaxy, not for my own selfish love of a woman. Motive mattered. Some philosophers said it didn't, but in the end, motive was all there was to distinguish between good and evil. What then?
You have to kill what you love.
Jason didn't quite take in the meaning of that at first. Then panic gripped him. Tenno Ka! Alana! How did Lumia know? How could she know? He'd been so careful. He hardly dared even touch them in the Force, because he risked alerting Lumia to their very existence. Every visit he sneaked in was fraught with danger, but he'd been careful as only he could be. Jason concentrated hard and projected a sense of bewilderment to mask the dread and fear churning his stomach, and it took almost all his strength. He picked up the candle from the table and stared into its flame as if distracted by it, using it to focus his control. You'll have to explain that.
I can't teach you any more skills. You now have to pass through the final barrier, and do what no ordinary man can. Kill someone whose death will cause terrible suffering to those who love them, someone close to you. Oh, I can't tell you because I don't know. Someone I love? Do you love someone? I allow myself to love many people. Careful, careful. You're on the knife edge. How will I know who to kill? It'll become clear when the time is right. You'll know. And why is it the ultimate test? Because taking the life of an innocent is always harder even than taking your own, if you're sincere. This is the ultimate test of selflessness, whether you're ready to face unending emotional pain, true agony, to gain the power to create peace and order for billions of total strangers. That is the sacrifice. To be vilified by others, by people you know and care for, and for your personal sacrifice to be totally unknown to those billions you save, to do your duty as a Sith. To do your duty for the good of the galaxy. She stood so close to him that her breath made the candle's flame flicker. It's easy to be a clean-cut hero slaying monsters. There's always a little bit of vanity in it. There can be no room for vanity or pride in being despised. It was true, and it was horrible. Courage often needed an audience. True selfless courage, by definition, took place in darkness, unseen. Jason held his hand in the flame. He held it there longer than he had ever done before, until he smelled his own flesh charring, and Lumia reached out and jerked his arm away. He wasn't sure if he was testing his ability to transcend pain or beginning his own punishment. He thought of his grandfather, killing simply for Padme's life. Whoever Jason had to kill as the price of being able to wield the ultimate defensive weapon of Sith Order, he would know his motives were totally divorced from his own narrow wants and needs, like Tenno Ka and his Alana. Oh, no. Oh, no. Lumia took his hand and turned it over to examine the seared palm. Now, imagine that will be nothing compared to what you'll feel when you confront the ultimate challenge. He wanted a peaceful, orderly galaxy. He wanted it that way not only because it was right and necessary, but because he had a daughter, and he wanted her future to be free of the fighting and fear he had known all his life. He'd never known peace. He wanted better than that for Alana, and yes, he wanted that for Tenno Ka, too. He wanted happiness for those he loved. He wanted, he loved, and that was what had brought down Grandfather. The ultimate challenge, Lumia said again, her voice oddly soft and mournful.
Suddenly Jason could see his challenge, and the prospect terrified him. He would have to kill those he most loved. He would have to kill Tenno-Ka and his precious daughter, his Alana. The fact that even the thought of it was tearing out his heart was the terrible proof that it had to be so. And still he could hardly bear to think it. The Yuuzhan Vong thought they knew all there was to know about inflicting pain, but they were beginners compared with this. How could he even think it? Jason put his right hand to his face and touched it, as if it weren't his own. He felt as if he were standing over by the far wall, watching himself die by degrees. Is it me? Is it really my burden? Yes, grandfather, it's me. Jason accepted the burden in its entirety, and his heart, irrelevant, fragile, expendable, broke. Slave 1. En route to Geonosis. So they sat in the cargo hold of Slave 1, Boba Fett, Mirta Gav, and a corpse, and Fett wasn't sure what to say next.
I never was of any use to you, was I?
Mirta said. Does that matter?
Will I ever get to know you enough to trust you?
I could ask the same question.
You're not what I expected.
Yeah.
And you're all I've got.
There were two ways of saying that, and one was to say it like it was a last resort, and that was the way she said it. Fett wondered if his illness was affecting his mind. He heard himself say the words, going through the motions of being a normal human being. Want to hunt with me? Mirta looked at him with dark, pained eyes that were an awful lot older than they had been when he'd met her just weeks earlier.
What's the catch?
I'm dying.
What?
Yes. Boba Fett really is on the way out.
You're playing one of those mind games of yours.
I'm dying, and I need to find some Kaminoan medical data if I stand a chance of surviving. Your clone with the gray gloves might be the path to it. She seemed to teeter on that knife edge between wanting to believe him and a lifetime of mistrust and loathing.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I'm not what I expected either.
What about fighting for Corellia?
You heard the boys. They're not interested in mercenary work when there's real soldiering to be done. I'm Mandalore, and I want to know what this Kataka has to say for himself if he thinks he's taking my job.
Oh, you heard about Kataka, then?
You're the Mandoa speaker. You tell me.
Never seen him. Hearing plenty, though. What's the matter? Think he's after your Kirbaz?
The crown. The Mythosaur skull. Mandalore wasn't a title he'd ever wanted, but Bevin's retort had stung in ways he hadn't thought possible. No heir, no clan, no sense of duty. You're not Mandalorian. You just wear the armor. Fett wanted to leave behind more than credits and a trail of bodies. In the end, every being in the galaxy wanted to mean something to somebody, even just one individual. See, Dad, I know now why you wanted me so badly. Mirta was stroking the heart of fire discreetly as it sat in the hollow at the base of her throat.
Okay,
she said.
Okay, Babuir, count me in.
Babuir?
It means grandfather,
she said quietly. I don't speak Mandalorian. Thanks to you, I can swear in it a little.
Your father, great-granddad, never even took you through the Verd Goten?
What's that?
The warrior trial. When you become an adult at 13.
Does 6 decades of war and bounty hunting qualify me?
You're Darmanda without your culture. You don't have a soul.
She was probably right. Let's go find your clone and recover my father.
What about my mama's ship?
I'll get Bevine to collect it. You'd be amazed what that man can find.
Even that clone?
Yeah, maybe even that clone. Fett eased into the cockpit of Slave 1 and set course for Geonosis for the first time since he was 13. Myrta, subdued, waited for his gesture to sit up front. He'd teach her to pilot if his time held out. The galaxy would say that the Mandalorians had finally given up. Staying out of a galactic war was unthinkable. Mondoade had always fought. Well, there was such a thing as a strategic withdrawal, and this was one. It was time for Mandalore to put its own house in order, and if he could grab that time and defeat his illness, he'd do it. If he didn't, then maybe this Kataka would do it instead. Either way, Boba Fett was going to let the Jedi and Han Solo fight their little war without his intervention this time, because he had more pressing business, because Jacen Solo was becoming a pale imitation of his grandfather, Lord Vader, and would take on more than he had ever bargained for, and because Fett had a granddaughter now. Family and Mandalore came first. Good night, Dad. We're going home. End of Star Wars, Legacy of the Force, Bloodlines, Book 2, by Karen Travis.